Chapter 448. Along the way, he carefully avoided a few powerful magical beasts with his holy level soul sense, and slowly approached the castle in the middle. The little magical beasts didn't dare to get too close to the holy level. After 2 hours, he arrived at the dark castle without a hitch. "Greetings, Lord Devourer. Yi Jian is here to see you." Of course, Yi Jian wasn't an idiot. He knelt down respectfully and waited for the reply in the castle. However, the castle was quiet, and the gate was tightly shut. Yi Jian didn't dare to make a sound and continued to kneel. 3 days later, he called out again and continued to wait. 10 days later, he couldn't wait anymore. He stood up and released his sacred level. Then, he carefully flew toward the rooftop. The scenery on the rooftop was beautiful. There were flower pots everywhere, filled with colorful flowers. There was also a huge grape trellis, filled with lush green grapes. There was also a beautiful rabbit on the grape trellis, looking at him with a pair of red crystal eyes. "Yi Jian has something important to ask Lord Devourer." Yi Jian didn't dare to be careless. He knelt down on one knee and shouted again. Swish! Yi Jian's heart suddenly palpitated. This was a premonition of danger. Alarmed, he hurriedly opened up his saint domain and hastily retreated. But from the corner of his eyes, he saw 2 red rays of light shooting towards him at lightning speed. It was so fast that Yi Jian couldn't dodge. He had to take it head-on. He turned all his battle aura into a huge shield in front of him. Bang! Yi Jian felt a strong force hit him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body flew backward. While flying backward, Yi Jian saw that the one who attacked him was the seemingly harmless white rabbit under the grape trellis. Rabbit? Not Lord Devourer. Yi Jian wiped his mouth and was secretly happy. This rabbit must be a sacred beast. Otherwise, it couldn't hurt his internal organs with one attack. However, if it wasn't Lord Devourer and the 9-tailed fox, he would have a chance to survive. He ran his battle chi a few times and slightly healed his wounds. Yi Jian flew to the rooftop again. Xiao! Sure enough, the rabbit's 2 red eyes once again burst forth with 2 red rays of light, shooting towards him. This time, Yi Jian was prepared. He dodged the attack and shouted, "Don't attack me. I'm here to see Lord Devourer." Xiao! Another 2 streaks of red light appeared. As soon as Yi Jian flew onto the rooftop, the rabbit immediately attacked. It didn't listen to any explanation from Yi Jian. After a few tests, Yi Jian grinned and flew out. His mission had been accomplished, and he could get through this crisis. Lord Devourer and Lord Jiu weren't here. 2 days later, the news reached the Divine City. The Massacre God Guards had wild joy on their faces as they sprinted to the Divine Master Pavilion and reported Yi Jian's findings to the Divine Master. Tu didn't say anything. Instead, he released his divine senses again and carefully checked the dark castle a few times. After that, he swept his divine senses across the continent in a domineering manner. He then laughed heartily and said to the Massacre God Guards, "Act according to the plan." Under the Divine Master's command, the entire Divine City was stirred. Half a day later, the Massacre God Guards brought hundreds of experts and soared into the sky from the Divine City. They flew towards the east with great momentum. At the same time, messages were sent to every city in the continent like snowflakes. 3 days later, the Divine City sent out a notice that was pasted on all the cities in the continent. The Divine City officially announced that they would temporarily take over all the cities in the continent. Anyone who didn't comply would be killed without mercy. This notice caused an uproar in the entire continent. Countless families in the House of Ares protested and resisted when they saw that the cities that they had ruled over hundreds or thousands of years were going to be taken over in a single night. However, as this order was given, the hidden forces in the divine city were all exposed within a day. A massive number of dark guards and soul slaves appeared. Countless people tore off their luxurious long robes and wore golden long robes. They drew their swords and sabers and walked on the streets. Countless families announced that they would obey the divine city's decree at the same time. Countless elders and experts of the families betrayed the divine city. In a single night, the house of Ares was filled with the figures of golden-robed envoys. The Divine Master too had been operating in the Fire Dragon continent for thousands of years and had hidden countless soul slaves. At this moment, all of them tore off their disguises and became the Divine City's envoys. Meanwhile, the 5 god-rank experts and countless martial saints in the House of Ares fell silent at this moment. The Feng family, Shui family, Hua family, Yu family, and Long family didn't express their stance and didn't make any comments. However, they collectively gave up the 5 main cities. They chose a small city nearby as their temporary residence. At the same time, they recalled all the disciples of the family. It was obvious that they chose to lower their heads and submit. As for the Yi family, there was no need to talk about it. The god-slaying guards had already moved into the Tsang City Lord's residence many years ago. Tsang City had already fallen and the Yi family's castle had been imprisoned. The barbarian god residence was very direct. Man Gon's father, the current barbarian god, directly gave an order. All the barbarians were incomparably angry and sullen. No one resisted. All the barbarian cities changed hands in a day. After a few brutal massacres in the demon god residence, the demon god of the mountain of demon god issued an order. All the barbarians decisively surrendered. The island lord of the hidden island was even more direct. After the divine city made the announcement, he immediately announced that he would give up his authority over the hidden island. Yi Jian, who was stationed on the hidden island, moved into the hidden city lord's residence. In a month, the entire continent had fallen. Under the absolute threat of military force, facing the crazy divine master too, no one dared to provoke him. No one dared to challenge him. The millions of corpses in the deep pit in the glory square of the divine city had yet to completely rot. They could only choose to avoid, submit, or hide. From then on, the continent no longer had 3 palaces and 1 island. There was only one city, the Divine City. Although the Divine City's announcement said that they were temporarily taking over the continent, many people understood that the Divine City had always been ruling over them. The Divine Master Two's hand had always been in control of the lives of billions of people on the continent. As long as the Divine Master was willing, he could crush their necks at any time and slaughter them all. The Divine Master's will could not be resisted. What is Tu trying to do? The Saber Emperor frowned as he looked at the withered Spear Emperor. Yu Shishui was also standing on Tranquil Lake Island, staring at the beautiful Tranquil Lake in disappointment. The Shui clan's ancestor, the island lord of the hidden island, the 4 Yao gods, and the 6 barbarian gods were also pondering this question. It wasn't just them. The various clan leaders and elders were also pondering this question. During the First Apocalyptic War, Tu had already established his unparalleled position on the continent. No one dared to disobey his orders. However, he didn't unify the continent. Instead, he chose to control it from the shadows. Later on, all the experts of the continent understood that Tu was secretly keeping the people of the Flame Dragon continent in captivity. He wanted them to live a peaceful and stable life, allowing the population of the continent to continuously increase in peace and quiet. Then, he set the rules of the prefecture battles and harvested souls in batches. This continuous cycle would never run out of souls, maximizing the benefits. But now, he was openly ruling over the continent, causing the people of the continent to live in fear, numbness, and anxiety. If this continued, the people of the continent would not see any hope. There would be no hope for their lives. They would constantly riot and fight. They would be tortured to death under the blades and whips of the divine city's emissaries. The population would continuously decrease, and it was very likely that the population would continue to dwindle until the three races were completely wiped out. This was the exact opposite of Tu's captivity plan. When the Flame Dragon continent was wiped out, what meaning would there be in Tu's Flame Dragon overlord? How would he harvest souls? How would he refine soul origin pills? Master, this plan of yours is very likely to wipe out the three races of the continent. When that time comes. Divine City, Divine Master Pavilion. The Burning God Guard looked worried and helpless. He asked the question that all the experts on the continent wanted to ask. These few days, Tu didn't continue to play his favorite game of chrysanthemum in his study. Instead, he stood in the courtyard and kept an eye on the situation on the continent. When he heard the Burning God Guard's question, his eyes lit up with blood-red radiance. He laughed viciously. What do I want? I don't want anything. I just want to get that godly sword and that spatial artifact successfully. Hee hee. Now that I have the godly sword and the spatial artifact, so what if the flame dragon dimension is wiped out? I can buy dozens of dimensions with one spatial artifact. Little b asterisk starred, if you still don't come out, don't blame me for turning the flame dragon dimension into hell on earth. I have to get the godly sword. You forced me to do this. Hee hee hee. Chapter 449. The Massacre God Guards naturally knew what the God Master was thinking. In order to obtain the divine sword and spatial artifact in Yi Qinghan's hands, the God Master would not hesitate to destroy the entire Fire Dragon continent. However, he was determined to carry out the Divine Master's plan. The lives of his entire clan were in the hands of the Divine Master, so he had to do whatever the Divine Master asked him to do. Moreover, the Divine Master had once told him that as long as he got what he wanted, the Fire Dragon continent would be fine with him. Although he wasn't sure if the position of the Plain Lord could be transferred or if the God Master would give it to him, he didn't care. However, he still decided to go all out to help the Divine Master obtain the two artifacts. Yi Qinghan had been holed up in the Purple Island for 10 years. Because of the existence of Elder Lu and the horde of magical beasts, the entire Divine City couldn't do anything to him. Even the Divine Master almost died after going there. The Divine Master was very worried. He was worried that Yi Qinghan would cultivate to the God realm and then use the soul-devouring beast's body fusion combat skill to charge through the Purple Island 10 islands and ascend to the God realm. At that time, the divine artifact would be completely useless. And because of Lord Devour's existence, the God Lord hadn't dared to take action for so many years. He was afraid that if he enraged Devour, he would be killed before he could get the divine weapon. Now, the opportunity had come. Now that Lord Devour had gone to the God world, God Lord too didn't have any scruples. He wanted to force Yi Qinghan to show up at any cost. Then, he would take the divine sword and the spatial divine treasure. Half a month later, hundreds of large ships sailed out of the hidden city. They were imposing and covered the sky as they sailed towards the Purple Island. Boo-hoo, it's been almost 11 years. Why hasn't my brother come out yet? Sister Xiao Wu, I'm so worried. In a small valley on the Purple Island, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Lord Jiao had been living on the Purple Island for almost 3 years, but there was still no news of Yi Qinghan. Moreover, Xiao He was also in a deep sleep. Don't cry, Xiao Yu. Little Han will be fine. Nothing will happen to him. Yi Qingwu had stopped her seclusion a year ago because she was worried about the Yi family and Yi Qinghan. His mind was very restless and he no longer had the heart to cultivate. He simply stayed in the small valley with everyone and waited for Yi Qinghan to come out of seclusion. Looking at Yi Qingyu, who was crying in a daze, Yi Qingwu tried to comfort her. However, as she spoke, she also started sobbing. Don't be sad. We have to believe in him. Qin Han is a man who can create miracles. Maybe he'll give us a surprise. For example, if he had already broken through to the divine level when he came out of seclusion. Yu Qingqing played the zither alone. Her expression was very calm. She thought of how she waited bitterly under the broken blade edge, how she waited bitterly by the tranquil lake island, and the pig slaughtering knife dripping with blood outside Zhang City. Every time they waited, Yi Qinghan would appear in a domineering manner, bringing them and the continent one miracle after another. The more she thought about it, the calmer her heart became. Not only was she not worried, but she also began to look forward to it. 10 years to sharpen a sword. Her man had been in seclusion for 11 years. What kind of surprise would he bring them this time? Don't cry. Something has happened. Elder Lu's expression suddenly turned solemn. His small eyes were filled with solemnity as he shouted in a deep voice. He then nodded to Mistress Jiu beside him and left a few words before he dashed out. Something strange has happened on the Purple Island. Mistress Jiu, look after them. I'll go and check it out. Something happened. Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu were slightly startled. They stopped sobbing at the same time and looked at Mistress Jiu blankly. Yu Qingqing was also slightly startled and stopped playing the zither. A lot of people have come to the Purple Island. There are at least 10,000 of them. Moreover, most of them are ordinary people. Mistress Jiu's expression also tightened. She immediately thought of something and sighed. Master God Butcher has finally made his move. 10,000 people. The three ladies looked at each other and exclaimed. They didn't understand why Master God Butcher would drive 10,000 people to the Purple Island. Moreover, they were all ordinary people. What was his purpose? Swish. Elder Lu's speed was extremely fast. He returned in a moment. Before he entered the small courtyard, he shouted, Mistress Jiu, quickly send a voice transmission to the demonic beasts on the island. Ask them not to hurt these ordinary people. Gather them near the small valley. All right. Mistress Jiu didn't say much. She had been a divine beast for 1,000 years and was about to transform into a human. She still had a lot of feelings for humans. Of course, she didn't want these 10,000 people to become the food of the demonic beasts on the Purple Island. She quickly spread her divine sense out and covered the entire island. All the demonic beasts gathered here. A-oh. Roar. Chi. After a while, countless air-piercing sounds came from outside the small valley. Then, countless demonic beasts began to gather in the valley. Two-headed silver dragon, single-horned black python, three-eyed white tiger, wind wolf, mad rhinoceros. Under the might of Mistress Jiu, all the demonic beasts obediently and orderly lay down around the small valley. They surrounded the small courtyard in countless circles. It was as if the entire small valley had become a nest of thousands of demonic beasts. Elder Lu and Mistress Jiu stood in front of the small courtyard with solemn expressions. They constantly used their divine sense to probe the surrounding situation. Yi Qingyu and the other two stood together nervously. They leaned against each other and waited in fear for what was about to happen. Half a day later, intermittent and indistinct sobbing sounds came from outside the valley. Then, the sobbing sounds became louder and louder. It was extremely miserable and frightening. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but be curious. She carefully released her divine sense to probe the surroundings. However, she was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale and her body started to tremble. There are so many people. There are old people, women and children. They are all from the House of Aries. There are so many of them that I can't see the end of them. There are people dressed in golden robes chasing them away with weapons. Those who are too slow have been killed. There are so many corpses. So many people have died. Yi Qingyu struggled to stand up with the help of the other two. Her pretty face was pale with fright. She pointed a trembling finger in front of her and said, "Both of you go into the carefree pavilion. We will handle the matters here." Elder Lu obviously knew that Yi Qingyu had probed the area. He turned around and said with a bitter expression, "Sister Yi Qingyu, bring little Yu in. I will stay here and observe the situation." Yu Qingqing shook her head and asked Yi Qinggu to bring Yi Qingyu in. Yi Qinggu didn't insist. She supported the frightened Yi Qingyu and walked into the carefree pavilion. What is the meaning of this? The Purple Island doesn't welcome people from the Divine City. All of you, get out. Otherwise, I will kill you. Elder Lu carried his iron rod and leaped onto a high ground beside the valley. He looked at the tens of thousands of people who were crying and cursing with fear and despair in their eyes. He looked at the golden-robed messenger behind the crowd and shouted, "Ao! Woo! Roar!" Elder Lu's shout caused a large number of demonic beasts in the valley to roar as well, shocking the tens of thousands of people who were crying outside the valley. Everyone stopped crying, praying, and cursing as they looked at the golden-robed man and Elder Lu in horror. "Kill them." "Ha, the Divine Master said that these people are for you to kill. We are all here to die. Kill them." One of the golden-robed messengers laughed. His laughter was filled with despair and sorrow. He shouted, "The Divine Master has ordered that if Yi Qinghan doesn't come out, he will kill 10,000 people every 10 days. A month later, all members of the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If they don't come out in 3 months, the entire House of Aries will be executed. If they don't come out in 5 months, the entire Fire Dragon continent will be executed. Messengers of the Divine City, listen up. For the sake of your loved ones, the Divine Master orders all of you to die." After saying that, the golden-robed man threw his blood-stained long saber into the valley and rushed into the crowd alone. Following that, hundreds of golden-robed messengers threw their long sabers into the valley and rushed into the crowd at the same time. Boom! 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 Countless earth-shattering explosions sounded, accompanied by countless screams. Hundreds of fireworks bloomed on the Purple Island. Following that, the purple barrier above the Purple Island flickered. Countless thick, dazzling white lightning struck down on the crowd below. At that moment, the entire Purple Island shook. Even those who were far away on the hidden island could feel the strong tremors. The huge shockwave sent thousands of demonic beasts outside the valley flying. The earth-shattering smoke and dust billowed into the air, dyeing the purple light barrier above the Purple Island into a patch of gray. Chapter 450. Yu Qingqing looked at the broken limbs, internal organs, and blood fluttering in the sky. Her face was ashen, but she didn't faint. When the golden-robed emissary charged into the crowd, Elder Lu had already retreated. However, he was still battered and exhausted by the explosion. He looked at the overwhelming smoke and dust. He and Lord Jiu fell silent at the same time, but the gleam in their slightly narrowed eyes betrayed their shock. Tu was too ruthless. To show his determination, he used 10,000 lives to prove it. 10,000 lives that were alive a moment ago were gone in a blink of an eye, completely vanishing from this world. If Yi Qinghan doesn't come out, he will kill 10,000 people every 10 days. 1 month later, all members of the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If they don't come out in 3 months, the entire House of Aries will be executed. If they don't come out in 5 months, all members of the Fire Dragon continent will be executed. 10,000 deaths in 10 days. Tens of thousands of members of the Moon Queen's Yi family would be executed. 10 billion people of the Fire Dragon plane would be buried with Yi Qinghan in 5 months. What kind of earth-shaking method was this? What kind of ruthlessness was this? This was a devil from the 9 Serenities who regarded human lives as worthless, and a completely insane devil at that. Killing one person was a sin. Killing 10,000 was a hero. Killing 9 million was a hero among heroes. But killing 10 billion? That wasn't a human or a god. Only a devil from the 9 serenities of purgatory would do such a crazy thing. 2 was too sinister. Lord Zhou's face was no longer elegant. The Divine Realm challenge would start in 5 months, and 2 was sure that Lord Devour wouldn't come back. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use the lives of 10 billion people of the Fire Dragon continent to threaten Yi Qinghan. He didn't hesitate to get the Divine Sword. Moreover, Tu's notice wasn't for Yi Qinghan to hand over the Divine Sword and Divine Weapon, but for him to go out. This clearly wanted him dead. The earth-shaking purple island could be felt from the far-away hidden island. Of course, it couldn't be hidden from the God Realm experts of the continent and the scouts from the big families. At the start, they didn't know why the Massacre God Guards had sent out hundreds of ships and escorted tens of thousands of people to Zidao. Now, they knew and guessed what Divine Master Tu wanted to do. Tu was going to start killing. There was a beautiful little town next to Dragon City. Its name was very pleasant to hear, First Sight City. If life is only like the first time we met, why is the autumn wind sad painting fan? This was originally a city where young men and women met, but now it had become a place for the Long family to take refuge. The 5 divine-level experts from the House of Ares were gathered in a small pavilion. Of course, there were 2 or more divine-level experts from the Yi clan, but they could not participate in this gathering. It was because they would die the moment they appeared. As the wind blows, the world is desolate. After Ronghua withers, he descends upon the world. He ascends the 9-tiered pagoda and watches the night as the meteors soar. Yushishui stood gracefully, leaning against the railing and gazing off into the distance. As she gazed at the majestic dragon city in the distance, she let out a disappointed sigh. Sigh. Little sister Shishui, do you still have the heart to compose poems at a time like this? Why aren't we discussing what to do? If Yi Qinghan still doesn't come out, the House of Ares will be finished. The Shui clan's ancestor raised a jug of strong alcohol. He had not drunk in 1,000 years, but today, he wanted to get drunk. Sigh. What else can we do? Back then, Ruoshui and I shamelessly begged Yi Qinghan to go to the God Realm and think of a way to save the continent. Now, we can only shamelessly beg him to come out. Saber Emperor's face twitched, his countenance was filled with desolation. As the protector of the Battle God Manor, he was powerless to protect his people at this moment. That series of explosions on the Violet Island, as well as the announcement from the Divine City, caused him to live in torment every moment. The Shui clan's ancestors slammed the jug of alcohol onto the table and nodded. Yes. Let's go beg Yi Qinghan to come out and have him hand over the Divine Sword to appease the Divine Master's anger. This calamity can be averted. Let's do that. We can only sacrifice Yi Qinghan alone to save the billions of people in the House of Ares. If you want to go, then go. Yushishui turned around and swept her gaze over them coldly. Back then, when we saw that he had a chance of passing the 10 stages of Violet Island and going to the God Realm, we went to beg him to save the continent. Now, we can't even wait for him to go to the God Realm, and Butcher has already made his move. Are we going to beg him to die? How old is he? What right do we have to beg him to come out and die? Don't you understand what the Divine Master is trying to say? He doesn't want Yi Qinghan to hand over the Divine Sword. He wants him to come out. He wants him to die. What right do we have to beg him to come out and die? Yushishui's words caused everyone to feel ashamed. After a long time, the Saber Emperor sighed. Let's wait and see what happens first. If we really can't handle it, the ancestor and I will put down our pride and go. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Everything is fate, and we can't force it. Yushishui sighed pitifully before teleporting away. After the spear emperor sent Yu Shishui away, his wrinkled face trembled as he sighed. Actually, it doesn't matter if we beg him or not. If Yi Qinghan still doesn't come out in a month, the Divine Master is going to slaughter everyone in the Yi family. If Yi Qinghan doesn't come out by then, what's the point of begging him? If he doesn't even care about the Yi family, how will he care about the rest of the world? The Saber Emperor closed his eyes and sighed bitterly. Then let's wait for a month. Soul Emperor, oh Soul Emperor, it seems like you're giving the Flame Dragon continent a chance by establishing the Fallen God Mountain, but in the end, you're still harming the entire continent. Although the 6 barbarian gods of the Valley of Barbarians, the 4 demonic gods of the Demon God Mountain, and the Island Master of Hidden Island were also very anxious, they weren't as anxious as the deity experts of the House of Ares. After all, Divine Master Butcher had announced that the Yi family and the House of Ares would be the first to suffer. They had all decided to quietly wait for a month to see if Yi Qinghan would show up when the Yi family was executed. If Yi Qinghan didn't show up by then things would get very serious. What? In the mountains behind the Yi family, Yi Baihu and Yi Qingnyo's faces turned ashen as they listened to Yi Tianlong's recount. Yi Qingnyo was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and he began to pace back and forth in his room. Even though Yi Tianlong didn't go out, Yu Shishui would communicate with him with her divine sense every other day, updating him on the latest developments. 1 month. Patriarch, did Butcher really say that he's going to execute all the members of the Yi family in a month? Yi Baihu's hands trembled slightly as he spoke with some uncertainty. Yi Qingnyo turned around and said angrily, Baihu. Do you even need to ask? It's definitely true. Butcher sealed off the Yi family's castle for so many years just for this day. Do you still not understand? Yi Tianlong's face was completely expressionless as he numbly said, it's absolutely true. Apart from a few hidden seeds, the rest of the Yi family have been captured and are currently being escorted to Hidden Island. It seems like the Yi family's time has come. Yi Baihu's expression returned to normal after a moment. Since the outcome was already decided, what was the point of being excited? After a moment, he said, Patriarch, why don't you have Patriarch you go to Purple Island and keep Little Han from coming out? Even if he comes out, he won't be able to change the fate of the Yi family. Rather than perishing together with him, it's better to let him endure this humiliation and take revenge for us one day. As long as Little Han is alive, even if the Yi family collapses now, they can rise again at any time. I've already sent people over in secret, and Shishui will also go and try to persuade them. Yi Tianlong laughed bitterly and shook his head. He gazed off into the distance and sighed. But, given Little Han's temper, do you think he won't come out if he finds out? Yi Qingnyo was startled. He exchanged a glance with Yi Baihu, both of them seeing a trace of helplessness and despair in each other's eyes. Chapter 451. The continent was engulfed in the flames of war. Flames of war billowed in the sky. Overnight, the country changed hands. Several loud noises were heard on Purple Island. Tens of thousands of people turned into white bones. Countless people were so anxious that they cried their hearts out. However, it was quiet inside the Dream Palace. There was only the constant blowing of the cold wind. It lifted the curtains and messed up the veil. The beautiful body occasionally flashed a hint of seductive spring. A sigh came from inside the palace. It was Yao Ji, who was curled up like a lazy kitten. She looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed. She revealed a look of pity. She pouted her little mouth and murmured like a naughty girl, there are only 10 days left. It seems that I have to stay alone in this empty palace for another 1,000 years. Little Red String, you can only continue to accompany me through these lonely years. Little man. Why are you so disappointing? I was hoping that you could successfully comprehend it so that I could accompany you for a night of ecstasy. I was too greedy. Even with the dream palace and the bewitching honey, as well as your miraculous soul's silent state, I don't think I can successfully fuse the absolute domain in a few years. After all, this is a middle-grade profound mystery. As the enchantress spoke, she began to laugh self-deprecatingly. She realized that she had been asking for too much. Middle-grade profound mystery. Even the geniuses of the god realm needed at least 100 years to comprehend it. Although Yi Qinghan was in the illusory palace and had coincidentally entered a state of soul stillness, and she had even given him a drop of the incomparably precious bewitching charm honey, it was still impossible for him to break through within a few years. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that the peerless beauty outside was lamenting that she didn't have the chance to be intimate with him. Of course, if he knew, he might stop cultivating and fight first. At this moment, he felt that he was standing on a small boat. He had transformed into that black-clothed man and was dancing in the raging waves with strange footsteps. He felt that the fusion of the laws was almost complete. However, he couldn't take the last step. It was as if he had drawn a lifelike dragon on a piece of white paper, but he was missing the last stroke, the finishing touch. The dragon still couldn't come to life, couldn't turn into a silent giant sword that could cut through the void. A fishing net was woven, but the last knot could not be tied. This fishing net still could not be used to catch fish in the long river or the sea. If it was hit by a big wave, it would fall apart and easily disintegrate. Yi Qinghan didn't know how long he had been in the deep state of soul stillness, but he knew that he didn't have much time left. If he was forcefully teleported out of this place, it would be very difficult for him to break through this bottleneck and tie this dead knot. He stopped dancing and stood on the boat, quietly standing there. The sea breeze blew gently, blowing his hair. The mist mixed with the wind wet his face, but it could not hide his pair of sad eyes. Another wave of screams and cries came from the Purple Island. Under the command of several hundred golden-robed envoys, 10,000 people walked into the small valley in a daze. 10 days ago, 10,000 people walked in and never came out again. After that, a violent explosion resounded inside. They could clearly see from the big ship outside that the purple light barrier above the Purple Island sent down countless world-destroying lightning. They were very clear that as long as they came in, the result would be death. But if they didn't come in, they would die immediately. They're here again, they're here again. Boo-hoo, Sister Yi Qingwu, I'm so scared, what should I do? Yi Qingyu couldn't bear to watch. She buried her head in Yi Qingwu's chest and hugged her tightly. Her trembling body showed her helplessness and fear. I told you not to come out, but you insisted on coming out. What should I do? How would I know what to do? Yi Qingwu looked strange and bold, but her heart was actually very fragile. Seeing Yi Qingyu like this, she panicked and sobbed again. Clang clang. Yu Qingqing knitted her brows and closed her beautiful eyes. Her face was as cold as frost. She sat alone in the courtyard and started playing the zither. The sound of the zither wasn't as melodious as before. It was filled with endless bleakness and loneliness. As she was playing, one of the zither strings suddenly snapped, and the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. Then, 2 drops of tears dripped down and sprinkled 2 plum blossoms on the black zither. Facing such a situation without their man, the 3 of them felt a deep sense of emptiness and powerlessness. Their hearts were filled with confusion, helplessness, and fear. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what would happen tomorrow. They didn't know if there was still hope in this world. Let your leader come out and speak. Elder Lu stood on a high hill with a cold expression. The black iron rod in his hand emitted a cold killing intent. Lord Jiu stood beside him. She was wearing a straight gray robe, but at this moment, she didn't have the elegance of the past. What do you want to say? One of the golden-robed messengers stepped forward. He held a red longbow in his hand and spoke in a cold and lifeless tone. Yi Qinghan is in seclusion now. No one can inform him. Even if you kill all the people on the continent, he won't know and won't come out. Send a message to Tu, ask him to wait for a year. 1 year later, Yi Qing Han will definitely come out of seclusion. Elder Lu waved his iron rod and said in a deep voice. The golden-robed man shook his head. His golden robes fluttered, reflecting the mottled sunlight. I'm sorry. The Divine Master said that there are no conditions to negotiate. This is the second batch of gifts, please accept them. Messengers of the Divine City, listen up. Wait. Elder Lu's eyebrows and beard stood up in anger. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people being killed before. In the Divine Realm, it was normal for tens of thousands of Divine Realm experts to die. However, he couldn't bear to see ordinary mortals being killed in front of him. He shouted angrily again, ask the Divine Master, Tu, to come and see me. I'll talk to him, or ask the *T Divine City's 4 guards to come and see me. I'll talk to them. I'm sorry, we don't have the authority. The Divine Master and the Divine Master won't come in. If they want to see you, go out and see them, the golden-robed messenger said after a moment of silence. Elder Lu snorted and didn't know how to reply. However, Lord Zhou suddenly said, all right, wait here. I'll go out and talk to them. All right. We'll wait for you for 2 hours. The eyes of the golden-robed messenger lit up. Since he didn't have to die, he didn't want to die either. He said expectantly. Elder Lu, you stay here. I'll go out and talk to them. Lord Zhou couldn't stand it anymore. He nodded at Elder Lu, leaped into the air and rushed out. Lord Zhou's identity was unique. He didn't have to fear the Divine Master. If Elder Lu went out to talk to them, he might be killed by the Divine Master immediately. Which Divine Guard of the Divine City is here? Come out and have a chat. Lord Zhou said calmly. He left the Purple Island and appeared above the densely packed ships in the Divine City. Swish! Countless people in the hundreds of ships were alarmed. Hundreds of figures rose into the sky at the same time. They were wearing Dao armors and looked at Lord Zhou with hostility. God-slaying guards greet Lord Zhou. The God-slaying guards and Yi Jian were on the ship. When they saw Lord Zhou, they quickly asked all the experts in the Divine City to leave. Then, they cupped their fists and greeted politely. Call back those 10,000 people. Yi Qing Han is in seclusion. Even if you kill tens of thousands of people every day, he won't know. It's useless even if you kill them, Lord Zhou said coldly. Excuse me, Lord. Is this your idea, or Lord Devour's idea? The God-slaying guards rolled their eyes and cupped their fists again. Ha! What about my idea? What about Lord Zhou's idea? Lord Zhou's face turned cold and was slightly angry. Very simple. If it's Lord Devour's idea, ask him to send a voice transmission to the Divine Master. The Divine Master will send a message to me. If it's your idea, then I'm sorry. I'm just following orders. Please don't interfere in the Divine City's matters. Otherwise, the Divine Master's fury. I'm afraid Lord Zhou won't be able to bear it. The God-slaying guards looked very respectful, but their words revealed a trace of arrogance and mockery. It was clear that if it wasn't for Lord Devour, Lord Zhou would be nothing and wouldn't have the right to criticize them. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? When Lord Zhou heard that, the cold glint in his eyes intensified. The divine beast's 9 tails spread out quietly. It was clear that he was truly enraged. Chapter 452. Lord 9 wants to kill me. Of course, I don't dare to resist. The god-slaying guard cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, but his face was full of mockery. He believed that Lord 9 wouldn't dare to attack without Lord Devour's presence. Hee hee. At this moment, a shrill laughter reverberated in the sky. The voice pierced through the sky, bringing with it the cold air of the 9 underworlds, and it shrouded the entire place. Nine-tailed fox, you've got guts. You want to touch my people? Lord Nine's face changed. He retracted his 9 fluttering tails, and his fox-like face was uncertain. After a while, he snorted and said, call your people back. When Yi Qing Han comes out of seclusion, I'll ask him to hand over the divine sword to you. How about that? Hee. Your promise is useless. If that little bastard doesn't come out, I'll bury the entire fire dragon continent with him. Tu continued to laugh and then sent a cold message. The chill in his words made tens of thousands of people on the hundreds of ships below feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. You. Lord Nine shivered in anger. He said angrily, if you do this, you'll destroy the fire dragon continent sooner or later. By that time, there won't be anyone left on the fire dragon continent. Will you still be useful as its lord? I spent millions of divine stones to buy the fire dragon plane. I can play with it however I want and destroy it whenever I want. Moreover, so what if it's all destroyed? In tens of thousands of years, this plane will reproduce hundreds of millions of people. So, it's not a loss to me. Lord God Two's casual message shocked Lord Nine, the countless people present, and the God Realm experts of the continent who were paying attention to this place. Hence, they could only feel 2 emotions at once, grief and anger. As the lord of a plane, he could control the life and death of everyone in the plane. Even if he destroyed a civilization, he could wait for tens of thousands of years for the birth of another civilization. He was the god of the fire dragon plane. Everyone in the fire dragon plane, including the God Realm experts, was a non-entity. Non-entities that couldn't control their own fate were the slaves of the God Master. You're so perverse. Sooner or later, the Divine Emperor will punish you. Moreover, when Lord Devour comes back, he won't let you off. The corners of Lord Zhou's mouth twitched in grief as he said indignantly. Hearing her, Divine Master Tu laughed crazily again. Mwahaha, Lord Devour. She doesn't dare to kill me. As for the reason, you can ask her when she comes back. Nine-tailed fox has no time to waste with you. Don't force me to attack you. Massacre God guards, what are you still standing there for? What are you waiting for? The Massacre God guard hurriedly made a hand signal, and a martial sage immediately flew towards the Purple Island. Lord Zhou knew that the situation was irreversible. He smiled bitterly and flew towards the Purple Island. Looking at Sergio's bitter face, Old Lu knew that the negotiation had failed. Since Lord Devour wasn't here, no one could stop the Divine Lord Butcher, who had a split personality. Xiao. Behind Lord Zhou, a golden-robed emissary walked over. Lu Shi and Lord Zhou couldn't help but close their eyes. They turned and ran towards the valley. Obviously, they couldn't bear to see another tragedy. In the valley, Yu Qingqing and the other 2 ladies turned around when they saw Lu Shi and Lord Zhou. They were afraid that they would see the horrifying scene of flesh and blood flying. The Massacre God guards have ordered us to carry out the plan. The martial sage golden-robed emissary dashed over. He didn't waste any time and shouted at the leader of the group. The leader revealed a cruel smile. He raised the longbow in his hand and was about to throw it into the valley. Then, he gave the order to self-detonate. Wait! Old Lu, who was sprinting in the valley, suddenly stopped. He revealed a surprised expression as he turned around and ran out. At the same time, he shouted. Old thing, what trick are you trying to play? The leader was about to shout when he swallowed his words. He said angrily and awkwardly. Wait a little longer. Give me a quarter of an hour. If I can't give you a reasonable explanation, it won't be too late for you to die. Elder Lu said in a serious manner. Then, he closed his eyes without a care in the world. The hundreds of golden-robed emissaries looked at old Lu in confusion. Then, they turned to look at the martial sage behind him, waiting for his decision. The tens of thousands of people stopped crying and cursing. They looked at old Lu and the emissary, hoping for a miracle. Lord Zhou, Yu Qingqing, and the other two ladies also looked at old Lu in surprise. They didn't understand what was going on. Give him 15 minutes and carry out the plan immediately. It will be carried out in half an hour. That saint-level emissary was silent for a moment, and actually agreed to this strange request. Drip, drip. Time passed as everyone's hearts raced. The battlefield was extremely quiet, and even a fart could scare a lot of people to death. The atmosphere was extremely stifling, and even the wind stopped blowing. The magical beasts gathered in the surroundings were also quietly hiding in the bushes and branches, staring at the battlefield without blinking. Time passed quickly, and it was almost time. When the tens of thousands of people in front of the valley saw that old Lu still had his eyes closed, many of them started to close their eyes in despair. Many of them started to tremble uncontrollably, and some of them even had yellow liquid flowing out of their pants. All of a sudden, a gust of wind rose, and old Lu suddenly opened his eyes. Everyone was shocked. The martial sage's eyes also lit up as he stared at old Lu. Lord Zhou, Yu Qingqing, and the others looked at old Lu expectantly and listened attentively. But old Lu didn't say anything. Instead, a young voice sounded in the air. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it sounded in everyone's ears. I am Yi Qinghan. Emissaries of the Divine City, go out and send a message to that damned baldy of yours. If he dares to kill again, I will immediately lead my men to the immortal realm, and he will never get the divine sword. In half a month, I will leave the Purple Island and give him an explanation. Yi Qinghan. The hundreds of emissaries and the tens of thousands of mortals from the Divine City were stunned for a moment. Then, they revealed a trace of wild joy, and their eyes shone with passion. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had finally come out. They might not have to die. They could be saved. The martial sage was also slightly stunned. He immediately gestured to the golden-robed leader, turned around, and rushed out at lightning speed. Brother! Little Han! Qinghan! When the familiar voice that they hadn't heard for 11 years arose again, Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu screamed at the same time. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes started to tear silently. Then, they wiped their divine beasts, lifted their palace skirts, and dashed toward the carefree pavilion. Little Han. Lord Zhou's face was bitter. Yi Qinghan had come out of his seclusion earlier than expected. He didn't wait for Lord Devour's return. Was it a blessing or a curse? However, when she looked at old Lu worriedly, she found that old Lu's face was also solemn and bitter. 1 hour later, the martial sage of the Divine City returned in front of the valley. Under the longing gazes of tens of thousands of people, he brought them a piece of news that made them so excited. The God Lord has ordered us to bring these 10,000 people back. At the same time, tell Yi Qinghan that after half a month, the Yi family will be executed outside the Purple Island. If Yi Qinghan dares to break his promise, he will not only kill the Yi family, but also the 5 great families of the House of Aries. They will be buried together with you. Chapter 453. Brother, brother. Yi Qingyu was the fastest. She shouted as she rushed into the free and unfettered pavilion. She looked around, but didn't see the familiar figure of Yi Qinghan. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu also rushed in happily, looking for Yi Qinghan. Xiao Yu, Qingqing, Xiao Wu, don't rush. Time is of the essence. I still need to cultivate in seclusion for half a month to break through the final bottleneck. Wait for me. Just as the 3 of them were rushing towards the training room, Yi Qinghan's voice suddenly rang out, causing them to stop in their tracks. What's going on? Where is little Han? Elder Lu and Madame Zhou, who had followed them in, asked hurriedly when they saw the three of them stunned. He said he still needs to cultivate in seclusion for half a month to break through the final bottleneck. Yi Qinggu said resentfully, wiping away the tears on her face in annoyance. Bottleneck? Madame Zhou and Elder Lu were both stunned, and then a hint of joy and astonishment appeared on their faces. The fact that Yi Qinghan could transmit his voice through the free and unfettered pavilion just now meant that his soul was extremely powerful, at least at the second or third tier of the divine level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to transmit his voice. But now he was talking about a bottleneck. Could it be that he was going to break through to the divine general tier? This was a little too much. A first-tier saint, and after 11 years of seclusion, he was going to break through to the divine general tier. This speed was frightening. The two of them were even more delighted when they thought of Yi Qinghan's message just now. He would leave the Purple Island in half a month to give the Divine Master an explanation. The two of them were even more certain that Yi Qinghan was about to break through to the Divine General tier. How would he dare to leave before he reached the Divine General tier? Elder Lu, do you think it's possible? Madame Zhou controlled herself so that she could maintain her composure and elegance, but the moment she spoke, she found that she was stuttering. I'm not sure, but it's possible. In the Divine Grace mainland, there was a genius who spent 100 years to break through to the Divine King tier from the Divine Heaven tier. But, in a material plane, and in a mere 11 years, this is too. Elder Lu swallowed and tried to convince himself, but the more he spoke, the less convinced he was. Their conversation attracted Yu Qingqing's attention. She listened for a moment and asked thoughtfully, Grandpa Lu, are you saying that Qinghan is trying to break through to the Divine General Realm? Divine General Realm? Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu were shocked at the same time. They looked at Elder Lu and Lord Zhou in disbelief. Elder Lu shook his head and said uncertainly, I can't say for sure. After all, the news is too shocking. Maybe our guesses are wrong. It's impossible to say anything now. Stop guessing. Just wait, the results will be revealed in 15 days. Hey, why hasn't Black finished comprehending? If he had finished comprehending it, he would have had a greater chance of obtaining it by relying on his innate ability. Lord Zhou turned to look at Little Black, who was sleeping soundly in the garden pavilion on the left, and sighed regretfully. Everyone fell silent and waited with apprehension. For them, every second was so difficult to pass. It felt like they were being tortured in a pot of boiling oil. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not breaking through to the Divine General tier. Time was too short. Yi Qinghan was not able to tie the knot. Just when he felt that he was standing on the boat, he was woken up by Yao Ji. 10 years had passed. Hee, little man, although you have given me a great awakening, like you very much. But I'm sorry, you don't have time to enjoy the unique skills of the bewitching tribe. 10 years have passed. Of course, you still have a chance. As long as you go to the divine realm, to the star sea, the divine sword in your hand will guide you to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If you are lucky enough to enter the Dream Palace again, I will let you experience it for 10 days and 10 nights. I will let you enjoy the unique effects of my little red string. Goodbye, cute little man. I look forward to meeting you again. He thought of Yao Ji's affectionate gaze after she woke up, her intoxicating words, and her sudden kiss before he was teleported. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He felt a little regretful that he did not have the chance to spend a night with this peerless beauty. But what made him even more regretful was that he did not break through the final step of the absolute domain fusion. At that time, he felt that he was about to break through, but Yao Ji woke him up, so he did not reach the consummate stage. Moreover, when he was teleported out, he immediately checked the condition of his body. Although the strength of his soul cultivation was increasing rapidly in the state of spiritual silence, it was not inferior to a second or third level celestial god. However, his battle energy hadn't reached the peak of sacred realm yet. The core in his dantian hadn't turned pure white yet. There was still a black mark on it. He couldn't do anything about it. In the state of spiritual silence, his soul rose the fastest. Moreover, he had been fusing with the principles, so he didn't have time to cultivate his battle energy. It was lucky that he could break through to this realm. His comprehensive competence had improved a lot compared to 11 years ago. Due to the enhancement of his soul realm, he could kill an ordinary divine realm expert instantly with his body fusion technique. However, it was far from enough to deal with Divine Master 2. As soon as he got out, he opened the restriction of the cultivation room. His soul consciousness checked and found only Xiao Hei sleeping. He hurried to send his soul consciousness to check the Purple Island. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. The two of them communicated using their spiritual senses for a while, and Elder Lu quickly told him about the recent happenings in the continent. Yi Qinghan did not expect that the situation had developed to this point. Begrudgingly, he decided to calm the God Lord down first. It seemed the God Lord too had gone completely crazy, and Lord Devour had returned to the God world. In the entire continent, only Shi Yan had the hope to deal with Tuesday. However, to deal with Tu, Shi Yan had to protect himself from his will attack. He had to cultivate the absolute domain to the complete realm. Moreover, his battle energy had to break through to the divine realm. When the battle energy in his body had become the God power, he could release the absolute domain to protect himself. Then, he could use the body fusion technique to kill the God Lord. Half a month. I must comprehend it in half a month. I will succeed. Yi Qinghan sorted out his thoughts. He knew he didn't have much time. If Tu had killed 10,000 people, and he didn't say anything, it would be another 10,000 lives. If he didn't get out after half a month, he didn't know how many people would die. He had no way out. He could ignore the billions of people in the continent and the billions in the House of Aries. But how could he ignore the 10,000 members of the Yi family, the Yu, the Feng, the Hua, and the Long families? So many people had to die for him while he hid in the Purple Island. Watch so many people die for him. He couldn't do it. If he did, he wouldn't be Yi Qinghan. Forget it. Half a moon queen, if I don't succeed. I'll die for a righteous cause. Sigh, this spiritual skin is going to be wasted. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He decided to become half a moon queen. Either he would break through and fight with Tu, or he would die. He touched the unfettered ring, and a pink spiritual skin with a faint glow appeared in his hand. This was one of the 2 spiritual skins he got from the Lixiang mythical beast in the barbaric mountains. He had refined one last time and obtained the profound mystery of space lock. Time was running out. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to cultivate his battle energy. He could only waste a precious spiritual skin to obtain the pure energy to break through to the divine realm. The spiritual skin began to emit a faint pink glow and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Qinghan also closed her eyes and began to break through the final bottleneck. Chapter 454. Tsang City, Yi Family Castle, Back Mountain. It's over. Yi Tianlong's stubborn and inflexible face was completely dark as he slumped weakly into a chair. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu grew anxious and asked, "What's wrong?" "Little Han has appeared. He even said that he'll come out in 15 days. Divine Master Butcher replied that he will execute all the members of the Yi family in 15 days. He'll probably be here in a few days." Yi Tianlong said in a daze. Yi Qingniu's eyes suddenly bulged as he cursed angrily, "Little Han, you stupid pig. Patriarch, why aren't you sending a voice transmission to Yushishue? Why are you trying to be a hero now? Pig, idiot. Do I need you to tell me? Yushishui has already gone, and I've already had the clan's hidden guards carry my orders to Purple Island. Yi Tianlong glared angrily at Yi Qingniu as he roared. Then, he shook his head helplessly. But, do you think it'll be of any use? Little Han's temper. It's over. The Yi family is going to be finished. Ai. Yi Baihu sighed deeply and didn't say anything else. His eyes became cloudy as he stared blankly out the window. No one knew what he was thinking. That. Patriarch, what should we do? Damn it. Why don't we fight it out with Divine City? Killing one is worth it, killing two is worth it. Yi Qingniu roared angrily as he paced back and forth in the pavilion, killing intent radiating from his body. There's no rush. Let's go take a look outside Purple Island. If it doesn't work out, then we'll fight to the death. Yi Tianlong muttered to himself for a moment. Then, his eyes shone with determination as he turned to Yi Baihu and said, Baihu, go and make arrangements. Tell the clansmen not to resist and to listen to my orders. Kakik. Patriarch of the Yi family, get your ass out here. At this moment, a shrill laughter sounded in the sky again. A bald man wearing a red robe appeared in the sky above the Yi family castle. The entire Yi family castle was shaken. Countless disciples who were in seclusion all came out and looked angrily at the bald man in the sky. So fast. White Tiger, hurry up and suppress your clansmen. Don't cause any trouble. Yi Tianlong smiled bitterly. He stood up and walked out. He stood outside the loft and looked at Divine Master too, not bothering to be courteous. He shouted, Yi Tianlong is here. Divine Master, what's the matter? God Lord Tu glanced at Yi Tianlong contemptuously, then spread his divine consciousness and enveloped the entire Yi family castle. He knew that Yi Tianlong had refined the divine crystal to become a god, but he didn't put it in his eyes. To him, as long as Lord Devour wasn't here, no one in the Flame Dragon continent could resist even one strike from him. The God Realm experts weren't different from ordinary people. 3,620 people. After a while, God Lord Tu retrieved his soul consciousness. He turned around and said coldly, You're in charge of bringing these 3,620 people to the deserted island in the north of Purple Island within 10 days. Remember, if you miss one person, I'll kill 1,000 members of the Yi family. Don't doubt my words. Kiki. Then, Tu laughed and left immediately. Son of a bitch. You've crossed the line. Patriarch, let's go to the Divine City. Let's die a quick death. It's too suffocating. Yi Qingniu stormed over, looking at the sky resentfully as he cursed. God Lord Tu had used the lives of the Yi family members to threaten Yi Tianlong to escort the Yi family members to their deaths. Seeing God Lord Tu leave with only one sentence, Yi Baihu didn't go to the Yi family castle to stop him. He said through his gritted teeth, we'll die sooner or later. Patriarch, should we go all out? Yi Tianlong turned around and glared at the two of them. White Tiger, why are you talking nonsense like Azure Ox? If it were just the three of us, we would have fought to the death already. Right now, the lives of nearly 10,000 members of the Yi family are at stake. We can't give up until the very last moment. Pass down the order, gather and head to Purple Island. Half a month from now, we'll let the people of the continent see if the descendants of the Yi family are cowards. Yi Qinghan had finally appeared. Even though he didn't show himself, he announced that he would leave Purple Island in half a month. This news immediately spread throughout the continent, reaching the ears of every expert and descendant of the great clans. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the Shui family ancestors sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Yushishui immediately teleported to Purple Island. The Barbarian God Manor and the Demon God Manor were overjoyed. As long as Yi Qinghan appeared, the Yao and barbarian race would no longer have to bear the wrath of the Divine Master. Every deity on the continent knew what Divine Master Tu was planning to do when he appeared in the Yi family's castle. Even though they felt a bit sad, there were still some who secretly rejoiced, such as the Shui family ancestor and the 6 barbarian gods. However, they didn't rejoice for too long. The next day, Divine Master Tu sent them a message that made them stomp their feet in anger. 10 days from now, all experts above the arch level must gather outside Purple Island. If anyone dares to linger, kill 10,000 of their own. All the Yao and barbarian experts cursed in their hearts. What did this have to do with them? Why did they have to go? They weren't in the mood to watch the show, and they didn't want to get involved. However, no one dared to disobey Divine Master Tu's orders. They all looked like their fathers had just died. They all flew toward Purple Island with mournful expressions. 10 days later, the dozens of deserted islands to the north of Purple Island were filled with experts from the 3 clans. The Yi family was the most special. Close to 10,000 of them occupied one island. Furthermore, no one dared to go to the 2 or 3 deserted islands nearby for fear of being implicated. Almost all the experts from the 3 residences and 1 island gathered outside Purple Island. They had complicated feelings as they waited for the massacre in 5 days. On the contrary, the members of the Yi family were calm. They knew that the outcome would be death in 5 days, but they didn't have any qualms. From time to time, there would be people glaring angrily at the hundreds of ships outside the island. From time to time, there would be people cursing at Yi Jian and the other traders of the Yi clan. From time to time, there would be people laughing out loud, as if they were enjoying their last few days of reckless life. The God Massacre Guards were the most prestigious. They made use of the Divine Master Massacre's influence to command the divine-level experts in high spirits, as if they were dealing with prisoners. They split the experts from the 3 residences and 1 island into groups and placed them on the deserted islands. The God Massacre Guards were here. The God Burning Guards were here. Of course, Yi Jian was here too. All the experts in the Divine City were here. They were waiting in anticipation for Divine Master Tu's shocking move. Is there still hope in this world? Feng Zi stroked her hair. She didn't look sad. Instead, she looked as though she was in pain. Hua Hua's face was still beautiful, and her eyes were still mesmerizing. However, her charming smile was extremely bitter now. There is hope, but the hope is in the F*King fields. Feng Zi and Hua Hua were unlucky. It had been more than 10 years. Both of them had stepped into the imperial realm. Of course, they were unfortunate enough to be here together. Fortunately, both of them had their own families. They had many sons and daughters. Even if they died, they would have descendants. At this moment, I feel like I've returned to the foot of Duanren Peak. However, I don't know if the bewitching purple light from back then can still be lit up. Time was like a butcher's knife. It didn't leave too many marks on Long Sanan's body. However, there was no longer any heroic spirit on her face. There was only incomparable desolation. Despicable man. I've cultivated hard for more than 10 years. I wanted to make you kneel down and lick my toes one day. Now, it seems like you have no hope of tasting my exquisite toes. On a deserted island to the side, Yinling, who was standing next to the Hidden Island's island lord, had a chest that could scare 2 cows to death. Her beautiful eyes were looking at the magnificent light barrier on the purple island as she spoke hatefully. Her exquisite face was filled with disappointment and pity. Chapter 455. Patriarch. In a small valley on Violet Island, Yu Qingqing stared at the familiar figure she hadn't seen for more than 10 years. The tears that she had been holding in for so many days poured out like a broken dam. She threw herself into Yu Shishui's arms and began to sob. Little Qingqing, you're already so old. Why are you still acting like a child? Yu Shishui lovingly stroked Qingqing's hair and patted her back to comfort her. Greetings, Senior Yu. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu stared in surprise at Yu Shishui, who had suddenly appeared on the island, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Madam Zhou. This must be the protector of Fallen God Mountain, right? Yu Shishui patted Qingqing's shoulder again and handed her over to Yi Qingwu and the others, then bowed to Madam Zhou and Elder Lu. Ha, just call me Elder Lu. Yu Shishui wasn't familiar with Elder Lu, but Elder Lu knew who she was. Because of her relationship with Qingqing, Elder Lu nodded kindly. Shishui, what's the situation outside? Madam Zhou asked seriously. Yu Qingqing and the others didn't dare cause any more trouble when they saw that they were talking about serious matters. They did their best to control their emotions and listened intently. It's very messy, very serious. Very bad. Yu Shishui's expression turned bitter. Where's Yi Qinghan? Why don't I see him? Tell him not to go out no matter what. Sky Dragon told me to tell him to take Qingqing and the others to the God Realm and think of a way to come back when he's strong enough. Otherwise, he will never acknowledge this grandson of his. Everyone's expressions became complicated as they fell silent. Yi Tianlong's words were a bit harsh, but they all knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. Once Yi Qinghan's temper flared up, not to mention Yi Tianlong's words, even if Yi Tianlong told him in person, it might not be effective. However, they didn't know how to reply, so they all chose to remain silent. Clan leader, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Qinghan might be able to kill a divine master after coming out of seclusion. Didn't Elder Lu and the others say that Qinghan is trying to break through to the divine general realm? Yu Qingqing pondered for a moment and broke the silence. A look of expectation flashed across her eyes as she sighed. Kill. Humph. Impossible. Yu Shishui laughed self-deprecatingly. She was just about to mention how powerful the divine master butcher was when her eyes suddenly widened and she cried out, "Wait a minute. The divine general realm. You said divine general realm. Yi Qinghan is breaking through to the divine general realm. Actually, we can't be sure. This is just Elder Lu's and my guess. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait for Yi Qinghan to come out." The ninth elder pursed his lips when he saw Yu Shishui's suspicious gaze lock onto him. How is this possible? How long had he been cultivating? Divine General Realm. Sirs, are you sure this is possible? You're not fooling me, are you? Yu Shishui blinked, her body trembling slightly as she asked nervously. Elder Lu sighed softly and explained the situation. To be honest, our guess is correct. Little Han's soul isn't any weaker than a third-layer heaven god's, and before he went into seclusion again, he mentioned that he was going to break through the bottleneck. According to Little Han's usual style, if he wasn't confident that he could kill too, he wouldn't have made things so complicated, and he wouldn't have said that. Thus, we're guessing that he's trying to break through to the divine general realm. Of course, we'll have to wait for him to come out before we know the specifics. That's right. Elder Lu's words immediately boosted everyone's confidence, and their faces lit up with joy. Yi Qinghan had always been a seasoned veteran. If he wasn't confident, he definitely wouldn't have gone into seclusion for half a month. After all, half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. If he wasn't trying to break through to the divine general realm, then even half a year or even a year of seclusion would be useless. So you're saying that there's still hope? Yu Shishui suddenly couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Then, she suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. Crap, will Sky Dragon and the others do something stupid? No, I have to go out and take a look. You guys have to remember, if Yi Qinghan comes out of seclusion, tell him not to go out unless he's confident. He has to work hard and cultivate until he reaches the immortal realm. After saying this, Yu Shishui immediately turned around and ran out. She was afraid that Yi Tianlong and the others had already given up hope and started fighting with the Divine City. If they were killed by the Divine Master, then it would be over for them. Big Sister Qingqing, it's already been 14 days. Why hasn't my brother come out yet? Within the unfettered pavilion, Yi Qingyu looked around anxiously, a worried expression on her face. After a while, she asked, Big Sister Qingqing, Big Sister Xiao Wu, do you think my brother will succeed? We have to believe in him. Qin Han has always been a man who can create miracles. Isn't that right? Yu Qingqing actually felt the same way as Yi Qingyu, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she smiled warmly, a strange light flickering in her black pearl-like eyes. That's right, we have to believe in little Han. He will always bring us hope at the last moment. Little Yu, think about it. In front of the infatuated garden, under Duanren Feng, and in the fallen god mountain, when did he not surprise us at the last moment? Yi Qingwu's confidence was greatly boosted by Yu Qingqing's words. Her face was filled with anticipation and excitement. Of course I believe in Big Brother. Big Brother will always. Why is there wind? Before Yi Qingyu could finish speaking, she suddenly felt as if something strange had happened in the unfettered pavilion. She hurriedly looked around, her expression instantly becoming one of ecstasy. Auspicious clouds. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu were both shocked. They looked up at the sky above the unfettered pavilion and cried out in surprise, he broke through. Suddenly, a fierce wind started to blow in the sky above the unfettered pavilion. Then, a huge auspicious cloud quickly formed. It seemed like this auspicious cloud was even larger than the one Yu Shishui had seen when she had become a god, and it was many times larger than the one Yi Qingyu had seen when she had become a god. This, the ninth elder and Elder Lu, who were sitting cross-legged at the side, immediately opened their eyes and looked at the auspicious cloud in the sky. The two of them exchanged a glance, but there was no joy on their faces or in their eyes. Instead, they were extremely gloomy. The ninth elder muttered to himself in a daze, the bottleneck is actually the bottleneck of the god tier. He just broke through to the heaven god tier. He wants to use his heaven god tier cultivation to fight against a divine master? Auspicious clouds and purple lightning are only produced when one breaks through to the god tier. Heaven god tier. That's not right. Ninth elder, look, there's something strange about this auspicious cloud. It's not a 7-colored auspicious cloud, but a 9-colored auspicious cloud. Also, look. There are actually 2 bolts of purple lightning. 2 bolts, what's going on? Elder Lu didn't pay attention to the ninth elder's words. Instead, he was staring in shock at the huge auspicious cloud in the sky. It was actually shining with 9 different colors, and then 2 thick bolts of purple lightning fell from it. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him had never seen or heard of such a thing in the god realm. He couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, unable to speak for a long time. That's right. Something strange. The ninth elder also blinked, unsure of what was going on. Yu Qingqing and the others looked at each other in confusion. Hello everyone, it's been a long time. I really missed you all. 2 hours later, as everyone waited anxiously, the space above the plaza suddenly rippled, and a familiar voice rang out. Then, a black figure appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. He had a delicate face, a frail body, and a gentle smile. Everything about him was no different from how he had been 11 years ago. The only difference was that after Yi Qinghan had become a god, his aura had become even more elegant, and he had the aura of a god. Brother. Little Han. Qinghan. 3 sobbing voices rang out at the same time, and then, 3 soft, fragrant bodies rushed towards Yi Qinghan like a gust of wind. Silent tears flowed down their cheeks, drenching Yi Qinghan's clothes. Six soft, jade-like arms hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, as if they were afraid that he would disappear again. Heavenly God stage. However, Madame Jiao immediately used her divine sense to probe the area. Her beautiful fox face turned even uglier than a weasel's when she did so. Why is he still at the Heavenly God stage? Little Han, this. Elder Lu staggered, and exclaimed in a daze. He had checked that Yi Qinghan had indeed just become a god, and his divine crystal had just been condensed. Hee. Yi Qinghan hugged the three girls, and kissed their foreheads gently. He turned around with a smile, looked at Elder Lu and the ninth elder, and said confidently, "What's wrong, Elder Lu, ninth elder? So what if I'm a heavenly god? Even if I'm a heavenly god, I can still chop off that bald head." Hee. I'm a heavenly god, not an ordinary heavenly god. Chapter 456. What? This. Little Han. How confident are you? Elder Lu and Lord Jiao looked at each other and turned to ask. When they thought of the strange phenomenon of Yi Qinghan becoming a god, they started to look forward to it. I only have a 50% chance of killing two. Yi Qinghan glanced at Lord Jiao. He didn't understand why Lord Jiao could enter the carefree pavilion. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He said confidently, "But I have an 80% chance of protecting myself." 50%. 80%. Elder Lu and Lord Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan wouldn't joke about serious matters. However, Elder Lu suddenly thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, "Little Han, how much do you know about the Lord's will?" "Elder Lu, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I know what to do." Yi Qinghan grinned and gave them a knowing look. Then, she lowered her head to look at the three tear-stained faces and gently said, "Three beautiful flowers, don't cry. If you continue to cry, you won't be pretty anymore. Alright, I still need to familiarize myself with the use of the divinity crystal. Trust me, everything will be fine after tomorrow." Okay. Yu Qingcheng was the first to calm down. She wiped her tears with one hand while her other hand was still tightly holding onto Yi Qinghan's hand. Yi Qingwu, on the other hand, smiled through her tears and quietly pinched his waist. Although Yi Qingyu stopped crying, she still looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. Her pitiful expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. "Alright, the three of you, give little Han some time. The important matter is more important." Elder Lu spoke up. He knew that Yi Qinghan had just attained the god tier and was still unfamiliar with the divine crystal and the god tier divine body. If he were to rush out to battle, his chances of success would be lowered. Elder Lu's words were indeed effective. Yi Qinghan smiled guiltily at the three girls, then turned to look at the sleeping Xiao He in the pavilion. With a doting expression, he waved his hand and said, "Xiao He, enter the beast battle space." Xiao He was not awake, but following Yi Qinghan's summons, its curled body slowly turned into a shadow in the pavilion and flew toward him. Then, it disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body. Although Xiao He was currently in a deep sleep, it had formed a soul contract with Yi Qinghan. Controlling beasts was an active skill for Yi Qinghan, but for Xiao He, it was a passive skill and was not affected. After summoning Xiao He back, Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. He smiled at the crowd, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. "Lord Jiao, what's going on?" "He has just become a heaven god, but he has a 50% chance of killing two. An 80% chance of protecting himself." Elder Lu fell silent and transmitted his voice to Lord Jiao. Lord Jiao shook his head slightly and transmitted his voice. Hee, Elder Lu, you've followed the Soul Emperor for so many years. If you don't know, how would I know? You know Lord Devour's temper. He rarely tells me anything about the immortal realm. Little Han is not a boastful person. Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Moreover, it seems that he understands the will attack of a divine master very well. Sigh. I'm so worried. Elder Lu brushed his sleeves and transmitted his voice to Lord Zhou. Worry flashed in Lord Zhou's eyes, and he transmitted his voice. Forget it. Don't disturb him. Everything will come to an end tomorrow. Ha! Xiao He has become a god. This little dog is even faster than me. Yi Qinghan called Xiao He back. Through the spiritual connection between them, he discovered that Xiao He's body was surging with divine power and his divine crystal was standing upright. He had become a god. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and relieved. Yi Qinghan's current strength was very strange. His body had just become an immortal, and his battle chi had just turned into divine power. However, the strength of his soul had already reached the third tier of the heaven god realm. Most importantly, his comprehension of the nomological laws had reached the divine general realm. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't clear about the tiers after becoming a god, he remembered it very clearly. Elder Lu had once said that in order to step into the divine general realm, one had to fuse 2 elementary mysteries or 1 intermediate mystery. As for the absolute domain, Yao Ji had said, this was the intermediate mystery. The strength of his soul was already very good, and Xiao He had become a god. His soul would definitely be very strong. The strength of their souls added together was enough to make the soul of any heaven god dizzy. The absolute domain could defend against Tu's will attacks, and the fusion technique could instantly kill him. Even though Tu was very powerful, he would still die if he was hit. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to think too much. Yi Qinghan began to familiarize himself with the miraculous uses of his divine body. Teleportation was very simple. It was a strengthened version of the form displacement transposition that he had mastered. Right now, he needed to familiarize himself with how to use divine crystals and divine power. Yi Tianlong's group, the divine level expert from the divine battle manor, and the island lord of the hidden island all felt very conflicted and complicated. Yu Shishui had come out with news that made their souls tremble. Yi Qinghan was breaking through to the divine general realm. They didn't know much about the divine general realm, but they knew that a divine general was stronger than a heaven god. A divine general could easily kill a heaven god, and of course, it was very possible that he could kill a demonic lord like Tu. The divine general realm. Did that mean that Yi Qinghan had become a god a long time ago? This kind of cultivation speed at such a young age caused them to be both happy and sad. On one hand, they hoped that a miracle would occur, and that Yi Qinghan would be able to save the Yi family and the continent. On the other hand, they were worried that Yi Qinghan was not Divine Master Tu's match. If he was killed, then the Yi family and the continent would be doomed forever. Buzz. The sky rippled, and a shrill, cruel laugh rang out. Under the gazes of the hundreds of thousands of people outside of Purple Island, Divine Master Tu's red robes suddenly appeared in the sky. His shiny bald head was like a dazzling sun, and the strange tattoo on the back of his head was constantly moving. It was extremely awkward to look at. His eyes, one red and one black, glowed with a monstrous, man-eating light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Kiki. Celestial Master Tu looked down coldly at the experts of the 3 mansions and 1 island on the countless deserted islands, then threw his head back and laughed wildly. His savage and cruel laughter echoed in the sky above the Purple Island, in the gloomy faces of tens of thousands of experts, and in their eardrums. Very good, all of you are very obedient. I like obedient people. As long as you listen to me, I'll let you live. Remember, I'm the overlord of the Flame Dragon continent, the master of your life and death. No one can go against my will. Anyone who dares to go against me will die. Divine Master Tu's words echoed throughout the vicinity of Purple Island. This was the first time he had announced his position as the ruler of the Flame Dragon continent in front of all the experts of the continent, declaring his will to rule over the world. He had also given all the god-rank experts of the continent a fierce slap in the face. However, no one dared to reply, no one dared to make a fuss, and no one dared to step forward. The Saber Emperor and Spear Emperor closed their eyes, the Island Master of Hidden Island pressed down on the bamboo hat on his head, and Yushishue turned to look at the calm ocean. For thousands of years, the god-rank experts of the continent might have dared to make some sneaky moves behind the scenes. However, no one dared to challenge his dignity in front of him, because all those who did were dead. The current Divine Master too was not only much stronger than when he had first arrived on the Flame Dragon continent, but his personality had also become completely different. Who would dare to court death when faced with such a powerful madman? Divine Master 2 nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the surroundings were completely silent. He turned to look at the massacre god guards below. Kiki, very good. Where is that little bastard? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he trying to test my patience? Send someone in to notify them. If he doesn't show up in an hour, I will kill half of the Yi family first. Chapter 457. As soon as Divine Lord Tu finished speaking, countless people's expressions changed. Tu was about to start killing again. Who knew how many of the 100,000 people present would survive today? Or would they all be wiped out? Yes, Divine Lord. The god-slaying guard cupped his hands respectfully towards the sky, then pointed at Yi Jian and said, God-slaying guard, go in and announce the news. Me? Yi Jian's gloomy expression under his golden robe immediately turned bitter. Over the past few days, he had been under the mocking gazes of the Yi clan at all times, causing him to feel as if his entire body was being pricked by needles. Furthermore, Yi Tianlong and the elders of the Yi family had not even glanced at him, which made him feel even more bitter. He understood that the divine city was just using him and had never treated him as a divine guard. But could he do that? He could only endure and hope that he could one day become the Divine Lord. But now, the god-slaying guard wanted him to go in and announce the news. Wasn't letting him represent the divine city to announce the news clearly asking him to die? Yes, Divine Lord. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Jian felt Tu's cold gaze sweep over him. His entire body was enveloped in killing intent. He hurriedly laughed bitterly, cupped his hands towards the sky, and flew towards the Purple Island. As Yi Jian's figure disappeared into the Purple Island's barrier, the atmosphere outside became even more oppressive. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the Purple Island, waiting for Yi Qinghan to appear, waiting for what would happen next, and waiting for the unknown future. Yi Jian is here. Elder Lu had left a trace of his divine sense outside. When he saw Yi Jian running towards the valley, he laughed coldly. Madame Jiao and Yu Qingqing also revealed looks of disdain. They had not known that Yi Jian had already betrayed the divine city. Now that Madame Jiao and Yu Shishue had arrived, they clearly understood that Yi Jian had already become the new god-slaying guard. Yi Jian. What is he doing here? When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's voice, he opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. A smile appeared in his eyes as he stood up and asked. Hee, it's probably on behalf of the divine city. They want you to leave. Elder Lu smiled coldly and quickly recounted Yi Jian's situation to Yi Qinghan. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously and asked, Little Han, are you confident? If you really don't have the confidence, don't go out. A real man must know when to yield and when to stand tall. The winner takes all. Only the winner can be king. It's Little Han. Are you sure? If you really can't do it, just drag it out. Milord will be back soon. Lord Jiao said with concern. Brother. Qinghan. Little Han. Yi Qingyu and the others did not try to persuade Yi Qinghan. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan affectionately, expressing their determination. All three of them knew Yi Qinghan's temperament. Yi Qinghan would definitely go out. They could only silently pray for him behind his back, or die with him. Trust me. I will definitely return safely. How could this tiny flame dragon continent be the final destination of my campaign? Wait for me. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly flickered with a strange light. He swept his gaze across the field and smiled brilliantly. With a wave of his hand, the black slaughter god saber appeared in his hand. With a loud laugh, he disappeared from the carefree pavilion. Yu Qingqing and the others looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Without another word, they followed behind Yi Qinghan and disappeared from the carefree pavilion. A metal rod appeared in Elder Lu's hand. He looked at Lord Zhou, and the two of them disappeared from the carefree pavilion. Qinghan, I finally found you. Hurry up and go out. The Divine Master is going to kill Father and the others. Yi Jian had already taken off his golden robe and was carefully running through the forest. However, he saw a young man wearing a black warrior suit and holding a black, strange-looking long saber in his hand, striding towards him. Who else could it be but Yi Qinghan? His eyes narrowed abruptly, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face as he rushed forward and shouted excitedly. Swish! However, Yi Jian realized that Yi Qinghan's expression did not change at all. Yi Qinghan stabbed the saber in his hand into the ground and suddenly dashed towards him. His speed was as fast as lightning, frighteningly fast. Before he could react, a hand had grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Cough! Cough! Qinghan, are you crazy? I am your uncle, let go of me. Yi Jian was shocked. He held Yi Qinghan's hand tightly but did not resist. He had seen Yi Qinghan's speed just now. It was definitely much faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding his neck emitted a cold killing intent. He knew that if he dared to move, Yi Qinghan would definitely crush his neck. Shut up. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will kill you now. Also, don't resist. I am already a god. Killing you is a piece of cake. Godslayer guard. Yi Qinghan's face was expressionless. He looked at Yi Jian coldly and spoke rudely. Then, he carried Yi Jian and rushed out of the Purple Island. Godslayer guard. God. Yi Jian felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was icy cold, and his heart was filled with despair. It seemed like he was going to die today. He secretly regretted it. If he had known that he would die sooner or later, he would never have betrayed them. Even if he died now, his name would go down in history. Drip, drip. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere outside the Purple Island grew heavier, and the red glow in Tu's eyes grew colder. Why isn't he out yet? Could it be that Yi Jian was killed by the demonic beasts? The Godslayer guard shook his big nose and sighed to the Godslayer guard beside him. Who knows? Why don't we ask the Divine Master to send a god expert in? The Godslayer guard looked at Divine Master Tu, who was in the sky, and said softly. Although the two of them spoke softly, it was obvious that they were talking to Divine Master Tuesday. They were afraid that Tu would get angry and kill the members of the Yi family. If that happened, it would be difficult if Yi Qinghan didn't come out. TSK. There's no need. In the sky, Tu laughed. A red glow flashed in his eyes as he stared at the light barrier on the Purple Island. He revealed a cruel smile and sneered, "Little B****, you finally dared to come out?" He came out. The 100,000 people present were all shocked. Their eyes lit up as they looked in the direction that Tu was staring at. The purple glow on the light barrier flashed slightly, and a figure slowly appeared from the light barrier. This figure came out upside down, and his body was floating in midair. Then, everyone realized that this person was actually Yi Jian. As Yi Jian's body appeared, a slender hand holding onto Yi Jian's neck appeared. Then, a thin and weak figure slowly walked out from the purple light barrier. His handsome face was filled with a warm smile. "Hello, everyone. Wow. So many people. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a few years. There's no need to make such a big scene to welcome me. I'm ashamed. As soon as Yi Qinghan came out, he looked around with the knight's sword in his hand and revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his hand and said apologetically, "Let's go." His appearance was very flattered. He was like a wanderer who had been away for a few years, but now, the whole village had come to welcome him. After saying that, he didn't care about the stunned crowd. Instead, he suddenly raised Yi Jian in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his indifferent voice resounded outside the Purple Island. "Yi Jian, do you know that if you die, you will die a miserable death? Today, on behalf of the Yi family, I announce that you are a traitor and will be sentenced to death." Kacha! An incomparably crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Yi Jian wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. His eyes were wide open, and his head drooped to one side. His body also slowly became soft. Then, he slowly slid down from Yi Qinghan's hand, and collapsed on the beach. Silence. The entire crowd was silent. Even the sea breeze near the Purple Island seemed to have stopped blowing at this moment. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was standing on the beach with a warm smile after killing Yi Jian, like a big boy next door, everyone's eyes widened. Looking at Yi Jian, who had collapsed on the ground with his eyeballs popped out and could not be more dead, everyone's mouths twitched, swallowed their saliva, and blinked their eyes. Even Master God Tu's mouth twitched slightly. He stared at Yi Qinghan with great interest, as if he had found a new toy. Yi Qinghan had come out, but he had chosen an incomparably fierce way to make his entrance. Chapter 458. Is this little bee ** crazy? The god-slaying guards and the god-slaying guards exchanged a look. They could see the confusion and shock in each other's eyes. They suspected that Yi Qinghan had gone crazy. How could he dare to do such a thing? He did not understand. What was going on? How could he be so arrogant? He dared to kill the god-slaying guards so easily in front of Master Divine Slayer and the elites of the continent. After killing them, he still smiled as if nothing had happened. If he was not crazy, then what was? Young Master Han is indeed young Master Han. He's 2F** King Fierce. Hua Chao and Feng Zi wiped the sweat from their palms and swallowed. Yi Qinghan seemed to be getting more and more daring. He dared to kill a saint-level elite in front of Master Divine Slayer and tens of thousands of elites. This is a real man. Long Sainan's eyes flashed with a hint of intoxication, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to kill people like this. Moreover, he still had such a brilliant smile on his face. Despicable man. I hope you don't die today. I'm still waiting for you to lick my toes. Looking at the gentle smile on Yi Qinghan's face, Yin Ling's emotions were extremely complicated. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. It's over. Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui glanced at each other, a trace of despair in their eyes. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, the elder of the Shui clan, and the Island Lord of Hidden Island also looked slightly bitter. Wasn't he going to break through to the Divine General tier? Why did it seem like he had just broken through to the Divine General tier? One had just broken through to the Divine General tier, while the other was at the peak of the Heavenly God tier and had a terrifying Lord's Intent attack. There was no need to look to know that the result would be tragic. TSK. You have guts, I like men with guts. Since Yi Qing Han had appeared, Master God too hadn't spoken a word. Even when Yi Qing Han had killed Yi Jian, he didn't do anything. Instead, he was laughing heartily. He stared at Yi Qing Han's body like a hungry wolf. He smiled wickedly and said, "Originally, I wanted to tear you into minced meat, but now I've changed my mind. As long as you hand over the divine sword and the spatial god artifact, and play with me for 10 years, I'll let you and the Yi family go. How about it?" As soon as Divine Master Tu said that, countless people present had goosebumps all over their bodies, and they felt their bodies tremble. The rumor was true. After the Golden Horn clan had raped the Divine Master Tu, his personality had changed greatly. Not only did he like to rape and kill young girls, but he also liked young men. Now, he even said it in front of everyone. It seemed that his schizophrenia was not light. Pooh. Many people understood, but no one dared to say anything. They tried their best to restrain themselves, not daring to show any special expression on their faces. However, a clear sound of spitting suddenly arose in the field, startling everyone. They all turned to look. They wanted to see who dared to make such a sound at such a critical moment. The voice came from the direction of Purple Island. It was Yi Qing Han. On the beach of Purple Island, there was a camel's saliva. At this moment, it was sparkling and translucent under the sunlight. Pooh! Pooh! Yi Qing Han spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva as if he had swallowed a disgusting fly. Then, he raised his middle finger and pointed it at the Divine Master Tu-yi in the sky. He scolded angrily, "You damn homo, go and die. If you want to play, go play with your father." Swoosh! As soon as Yi Qing Han finished his words, the field was filled with gasps. Everyone's face was ashen. Many people started to operate their combat energy, monster power, and brute force secretly, ready to face Master God Tu's anger. He. You've got guts. You've got guts. I like it. Master God Tu suddenly laughed crazily, his body shaking in the sky. His red robe danced in the wind, and his bald head was shining dazzlingly. After a while, he stopped laughing. However, he was not enraged like everyone expected. Instead, he squinted and said with a smile, "Young man, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Aren't you afraid that I will kill your entire clan? Aren't you afraid that I will kill everyone down there?" Master God Tu's reaction shocked everyone. Master God Tu wasn't angry. He didn't attack. However, what Yi Qing Han said next almost made their hearts jump out of their chests. "Ha, kill him. Do it. If you don't, you're my king grandson." Yi Qing Han lifted his head and looked at Master God Tu contemptuously. He waved his middle finger in mid-air with a disdainful expression. He moved his finger and pointed it at Master God Tuesday. "If you dare touch anyone down there, I promise you'll regret it. Why don't you try?" "Ha! How dare you threaten me?" Master God Tu's face turned cold. His black and red eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. Then, a wave of coldness began to spread around Zidao Island, enveloping the 100,000 people below. At this moment, the 100,000 people present felt as if they had been stripped naked and thrown into a pile of snow. A bone-chilling coldness rose in every muscle and every bone in their bodies. Yi Qing Han did not reply. He only smirked coldly and continued to point his middle finger at Master God Tuesday. The disdain in his eyes intensified as he glared at Master God Tuesday. The air in the area froze completely at this moment. Everyone could feel their hearts pounding. It was beating faster and faster, as if their hearts were about to explode. All right. Young man, you've won. State your terms. Just as the crowd was about to suffocate from the oppressive aura in the area, Tu suddenly laughed and spoke. As soon as he spoke, the chill in the area disappeared without a trace. It was as if the snow had melted, and the warm sunlight shone down. A cool and humid sea breeze blew over, drying the sweat on the backs of countless people. Although the cold sweat on their backs had been dried, the experts present were still sweating profusely. What was going on? Master God too had given in. He had actually given in to Yi Qinghan, a young man who had just attained God grade. Today's situation had really blinded them and subverted their common sense. Everyone was confused. My terms are simple. Let them go. I'll have a fair fight with you. Also, you have to swear on the honor of 180 generations of your ancestors that if I lose, you're not allowed to kill anyone on this continent. Let them go. A fair fight. Not allowed to kill anyone. Yi Qinghan's words reverberated in the sky above Purple Island. His gentle and magnetic voice was like a spring breeze that made everyone's eyes light up. Countless pairs of eyes locked onto Yi Qinghan and Master God Tuesday, he. I can agree to your terms, but if you dare to destroy the spatial artifact, I'll make the fire dragon continent bleed. When Divine Master 2E heard Yi Qinghan's conditions, he agreed readily and laughed heartily. Yi Qinghan's terms were not terms to him at all. He only wanted the divine sword and the spatial artifact. He had given in just now because Yi Qinghan had refined the spatial artifact and clearly knew how to control the explosion of the spatial artifact. Once the spatial artifact exploded, the parallel space inside would shatter, and everything inside would enter the spatial turbulence. By then, even a celestial emperor wouldn't be able to find them. Now, Yi Qinghan was offering to have a fair fight with him. Of course he was overjoyed. As for whether Yi Qinghan would go back on his word and explode the spatial artifact before he died, he wasn't worried at all. Because even if the people below let them go, where could they run to? I, double-eyed dark nether race butcher, swear on the honor of 180 generations of my ancestors to the celestial emperor that as long as Yi Qinghan doesn't explode the spatial artifact and have a fair fight with me, I won't hurt anyone on the fire dragon continent. Master God too was very straightforward. He knelt down on one knee and swore to the celestial emperor. This was the most solemn oath in the divine realm. After swearing, Master God too looked down with a smile and said, "Those below, listen up. You're very lucky. You won't have to die. All of you, scram. What are you waiting for? Still not leaving? Waiting to eat?" Yi Qinghan looked coldly at the people on the deserted island in the north and shouted angrily. Then, he pulled out the slaughter god blade and used his divine power to spit out a green blade wave that was more than 10 meters long. He slowly rose into the sky and pointed the blade at Master God Tuesday. He laughed and said, "I heard that you are very powerful, Baldy. Today, I want to see if you are really more powerful than your mother." Chapter 459. Little Han, hurry up and leave. Think of a way to the immortal realm and come back to avenge us after you've successfully cultivated. This is an order. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my grandson even if I die. Just as Yi Qinghan soared into the sky, a figure also soared into the sky from a deserted island in the north. At the same time, a voice transmission sounded out in Yi Qinghan's ear. It was Yi Tianlong's voice. Crap! Yi Qinghan was stunned. He understood what Yi Tianlong was trying to do. Yi Tianlong was trying to copy Yi Ruoshui and tell him to run for his life. His expression changed, and he yelled as he teleported away. "Divine Master, don't do anything. I'll take care of this." Yi Tianlong had just sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan when his body suddenly burst into white flames. He glanced guiltily at Yushishui and was just about to teleport away when he suddenly saw a purple light flash in front of him. He immediately fainted. Heavenly Dragon. Yushishui reacted as soon as Yi Tianlong soared into the sky. He had already teleported over, only half a step slower than Yi Qinghan. Yu Shishui smiled in relief when she saw Yi Qinghan appear and Yi Tianlong suddenly faint in his arms. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked up at Yi Qinghan, opening her mouth to say something. Take him away. Trust me. Yi Qinghan tossed Yi Tianlong to Yu Shishui, then turned around and swept his gaze across the deserted island in the north. His gaze swept across the faces of the tens of thousands of people on the deserted island, and he suddenly grinned. What are you all standing around for? I'm waiting to treat you to a meal. All of you, get out of here. He had clearly used his divine power to amplify the last sentence. His voice was like a bolt from the blue. It rang in everyone's ears and made their eardrums hurt. Whoosh! Countless demonic beasts and barbarians on the hidden island were jolted awake. Their faces lit up with joy as they quickly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden island. The countless experts of the House of Ares also rose into the air after a moment of shock. Tens of thousands of experts blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they soared into the sky in a majestic manner. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if hundreds of millions of seabirds on an island were suddenly startled and flew into the sky, covering the sky of the nearby sea. It was a frightening dark mass. Young clan leader. Master Han. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingniu, Yi Baihu, and the other members of the Yi family hesitated. Feng Zihua, Long Sainan, and the elders of the Yu family also hesitated. They all looked at Yi Qinghan with complicated expressions and shouted. You guys go back first. Go to the moon tower and set up 10,000 tables. Wait for me to come back and get drunk for 3 days. Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at the familiar faces. He waved his hand with a resolute expression. His eyes shone with confidence. His casual words made everyone feel refreshed. Let's go. Yu Shishui said weakly as she looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute expression. Then, she teleported away with Yi Tianlong. Let's go. Yi Qingniu gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and roared angrily. He glared at the members of the Yi family and soared into the sky. Moments later, the dense crowd of nearly 100,000 people outside the Purple Island had all left. Even the people from the Divine City had all left. Of course, many people did not go very far. Instead, they watched from a few dozen kilometers away. They watched this earth-shattering battle, or rather, they were waiting for the fall of the absolute #1 genius in the history of the continent. Of course, a few people still held on to a sliver of hope that a miracle would happen. Kiki. Brat, do you think we can start now? Divine Master 2 was in a very good mood. He wore a smile on his face, and his temper was also relatively good. He only asked politely after everyone had left. Oh, I still have one last question. Yi Qinghan pursed his lips. Although he had become a god long ago and looked like a teenager, he was already in his 30s. Being called a brat still made him feel uncomfortable. He shrugged his shoulders and wiped the slaughter god blade gently. Suddenly, he raised his head and grinned. Did the Golden Horn Divine Race really rape your A**s? Before Divine Master 2 could get angry, the slaughter god blade in Yi Qinghan's hand suddenly surged, and his body disappeared. Immediately after, a beautiful purple light lit up where Master God 2 was standing. Yi Qinghan immediately released his body fusion battle technique. After that, the slaughter god blade brought along a blade wave that was more than 10 meters long as it smashed towards Master God 2's. Yi Qinghan had actually taken the initiative to launch a sneak attack. Humph. Of course, 2 wasn't a fool. He was very clear that Yi Qinghan had a combined combat technique that could make experts of the same level feel dizzy. The moment Yi Qinghan's body disappeared, 2 had already instant shifted. Yi Qinghan's blade smashed into the air. The surging divine power caused the entire space to tremble, and ear-piercing whistling sounds could be heard. Fire Dragon Howl. Divine Master 2 instant shifted, and his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. His hands quickly formed seals, and a giant fire dragon emerged from his body. It roared and whizzed towards Yi Qinghan's body at lightning speed. This damn Baldy is so vigilant. Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. He thought that he had opened up the scar in Divine Master 2's heart, and he would definitely be enraged, allowing his sneak attack to succeed. He didn't expect 2 to react so quickly. However, 2 had lived for tens of thousands of years and had experienced countless battles. He was definitely not a fool since he was still alive. Spatial fluctuations could be felt. Feeling the intense energy behind him, Yi Qinghan didn't even turn his head as he instant shifted forward. Boom! The enraged fire dragon lost its target and charged towards the hundreds of ships on the sea below. The massive energy caused a huge explosion, and at least half of the hundreds of ships were instantly turned into sawdust. The moment the blazing fire dragon touched the seawater was instantly evaporated, and a cloud of mist that was tens of meters in diameter rose. Along with the sawdust, the sky above Purple Island turned dusky. Night Emperor's 7 styles, sky-splitting / earth-splitting stance, wind-chasing / Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around, and he had an idea. He used a strange footwork in the air, and the slaughter god blade in his hand locked onto 2's direction. Instantly, he slashed out countless blades, and countless blade waves left his body, forming countless green crescent blade auras that covered the sky and surrounded 2 from all directions. At the same time, his soul spirit trembled, and he used the profound mysteries of spatial fluctuations to sense every trace of spatial fluctuations in all directions. From there, he determined the direction and location of Divine Master 2's instant shift. Left. Spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up, and his body trembled. A ripple-like spatial fluctuation was released from his body, and it shot towards the sky on the left at lightning speed. Wherever the ripple-like fluctuation passed, the space shook. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body instant shifted towards the direction where Divine Master 2 appeared on the left. TSK, spatial lock. Break. Fire Dragon Energy Flame. Divine Master 2 teleported over, and he immediately sensed the abnormality in the surrounding space. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and a fiery red light was released from his body. He waved his hands quickly, and the dark red flames on his body turned into countless small fire dragons that shot out in all directions. It was an indiscriminate attack that covered an area. Damn it! Yi Qinghan had just teleported out, and he did not have time to release his spiritual confusion. Instead, he saw the sky full of fire dragons whizzing in all directions, and their speed was frightening. His chest was suddenly hit by a fire dragon, and he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His soul spirit was so scared that it almost left his body. He did not have time to think, nor did he care about the injuries on his body. Using the momentum of flying backward, he teleported away again. TSK, young man, you are not my match. Divine Master 2 did not chase after him immediately. Instead, he reached out and touched his big bald head, blinked at Yi Qinghan, and his red and black eyes were full of power. He smiled and said, "Why don't you consider playing with me for 10 years? I can spare your life." Chapter 460. It's over. In the sky above the East Sea, the high god experts of the continent stood in the air. Their divine senses were locked onto the 2 figures on the Purple Island. They had clearly seen the battle between Divine Master 2 and Yi Qinghan. Now, when they saw Yi Qinghan vomiting blood and being sent flying, their faces were as gloomy as the sky before a thunderstorm. The difference was too big. One had just entered the god grade, while the other was at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Even if Divine Master 2 didn't use his lord's intent, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be his match. Just like Yi Qinghan's spatial lock, his divine power was too weak, and Divine Master 2 could easily break it with a wave of his hand. The two weren't on the same level. So what if Yi Qinghan had combined with his body? He couldn't even get close to him. Furthermore, everyone was worried that even if Divine Master 2 was hit, it might not be effective. After all, Divine Master 2's cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. And it shouldn't be forgotten that Divine Master 2 was a genius of the two-pupiled netherworld race who had awakened a secret soul technique. His soul was definitely extremely powerful. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Tianlong had woken up long ago. At this moment, his mind was a mess. He knew that he would die if he went over, but if he didn't go over, could he just watch as Yi Qinghan was killed? Tianlong, calm down. Yu Shishui stood next to Yi Tianlong, her face as cold as ice. She used her divine power to grab Yi Tianlong's arm and send him a message. She was afraid that Yi Tianlong would teleport over and die in vain. Lord Devour, please come back quickly. The Hidden Island Master looked at the sky and prayed inwardly. In this situation, only Lord Devour could come back from the divine world and save Yi Qinghan. Ha, I'll accompany you for 10 years. Yi Qinghan wiped the blood from his mouth. He circulated the divine power in his body, cooperating with the soul ring to heal his injuries. Although the divine crystal could heal any injury, it consumed a lot of divine power. He had just entered the god grade, and his divine power was still far from Divine Master 2's. He didn't dare waste divine power. At the same time, he continued to stall for time. You take, and I attack. Jia jia. Of course it was me attacking and you receiving. A young man's chrysanthemum is my favorite. Divine Lord 2 watched as Yi Qinghan recovered, but he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he teased him leisurely. In his opinion, this was like a game between a cat and a mouse. No matter how strong the mouse was, could it not escape the claws of the cat? If I give you the divine sword and the spatial ring, will you let me go? We don't have any enmity between us. There's no need to make our relationship so stiff. Yi Qinghan tried his best to suppress the disgust in his heart. Discussing this topic with such a perverted person made him feel like he had swallowed dozens of flies. He quickly changed the topic and continued stalling for time to heal his body. Of course not. Our enmity is too great. Do you know that because you stole my divine sword from the God-slaying mountain, those evil Golden Horn clan members? If you didn't steal my divine sword, I would have returned to the God realm long ago. Or, I would have obtained the precious treasure of the Soul Emperor and become much stronger. It's all because of you. It's all because of you, you hateful little bastard. You stole my divine sword. Therefore, you have to pay the price. You have to. And that hateful old woman. One day, I will make her moan under my crotch. As for the Golden Horn clan, I will exterminate them. None of them will survive. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. The scar in my heart will never heal. You don't know how painful my life has been all these years. Yi Qinghan's question triggered the pain in Divine Lord 2's heart, which made Divine Lord 2 completely crazy. He laughed, cried, gnashed his teeth, and cursed. The muscles on his face were all twisted, making him look extremely ferocious. He was like a woman cursing in the street, good chance. A light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He didn't care about his injuries that hadn't healed yet. He teleported again. However, as soon as he appeared, he saw a snow-white giant axe smashing down on his head. He was so scared that he teleported again. Little bastard, you want to sneak up on me again? Your teleportation speed is too slow. Divine Lord 2 suddenly stopped cursing and grinned. The meteorite battle axe in his hand glowed coldly as he looked at the embarrassed Yi Qinghan in the distance disdainfully. Yi Qinghan groaned inwardly, but he still snorted disdainfully. Then come and kill me. Divine Lord 2 didn't use his will. He didn't dare to use his absolute territory first. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill Yi Qinghan in one strike, Divine Lord 2 would be on guard. As you wish. Divine Lord 2 put away his meteorite battle-axe and spread his hands. Surging flames gathered in his palms, forming a dark green fireball. 2 revealed a sinister smile. He tossed the fireball into the air and shouted, "I'll let you see my elementary fire profound fusion, purple lotus explosive flames." Bang! The dark cyan fireball suddenly exploded in the air, turning into small purple fireballs that filled the sky. They flickered in the air without any pattern. Countless fireballs emitted blazing flames, burning the entire sky. The air was like boiling water, unexpectedly rolling up. The moisture in the humid air was instantly evaporated, and the air above the purple island was filled with water vapor. F***ck. An indescribable sense of danger arose in Yi Qinghan's heart. Not good. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a trace of fear. His entire body flashed, and his divine senses spread out in all directions. He sensed the ripples in the air and constantly teleported away. Yi Qinghan had just become a deity, so his divine power wasn't very strong. The distance he could teleport was very small. Under the detection of spatial fluctuations, he teleported 3 times before he managed to narrowly avoid the purple fireballs that filled the sky and left the area where the fireballs were attacking. Swish! Divine Lord 2's figure silently appeared in front of him. His eyes revealed a trace of playfulness. Then, he started to congeal fireballs in his hands, preparing to release the purple lotus explosive flames again. Wait! Yi Qinghan saw the playfulness in 2's eyes and understood his strategy. 2 was very clear that he had the body fusion technique, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get close to him instantly. It was obvious that 2 was relying on his abundant god power to continuously attack until his god power was depleted. Damn it, the older the ginger, the spicier. I realized that a fight between gods is boring. You teleport here, I teleport back. We can't even finish it in a few days. How about this? You don't have much time, and I have to rush back to eat. Why don't we teleport? Just fight like this. Life and death are up to fate. The earlier we die, the earlier we can reincarnate. How about that? Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to take the risk. After hearing Yi Qinghan's words, 2's smile widened. He retracted the flames in his hands and replied readily, "Hee, come on, as you wish. You want to die early? I'll grant you your wish." 2 wasn't worried that Yi Qinghan would have any tricks up his sleeves. He believed that in the face of absolute power, all plots and schemes were useless. Not teleporting. That was exactly what he wanted. Then, Divine Lord 2 suddenly spread his hands toward the sky. The weather changed instantly, and the red flames around his body were retracted, replaced by a golden radiance. Under the illumination of the golden radiance, Divine Lord 2's big red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He stood proudly like an invincible god of war. Divine Lord 2 had started to attack with his lord's will. Sensing the abnormality, the gods in the sky above the East Sea closed their eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlong's wrinkled face contorted. Once Divine Lord 2 used his will, Yi Qinghan had no hope at all. Come on! Yi Qinghan's eyes glowed brightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body turned into a swimming dragon and shot toward 2. Chapter 461. Brother. Little Han. Qin Han. On the north side of the Purple Island, 5 figures stood quietly. When they saw Yi Qinghan dashing towards Master God 2, the 3 ladies couldn't help but exclaim nervously. Swish! Elder Lu released his god domain immediately and enveloped the 5 of them. He prevented the 3 ladies' shouts from distracting Yi Qinghan. At the same time, he prevented the three ladies from going crazy and dashing towards Yi Qinghan. Lord Zhou didn't say a word as her eyes were locked on Yi Qinghan's figure. The Master God had used his willpower and was at the final juncture. Victory or defeat, life or death, would be decided at this moment. My willpower cannot be defied. Die. Master God too laughed as a tinge of pity appeared in his eyes. The golden radiance on his body intensified as the seven-colored radiance above his head shattered and turned into tens of thousands of golden swords. With a suffocating aura, they attacked from all directions, sealing off all the blind spots that Yi Qinghan could escape from. If Yi Qinghan wanted to escape, he could only teleport. Teleport. Yi Qinghan chuckled as the slaughter god blade in his hand vibrated and expanded rapidly. It spat out a blade wave that was tens of meters long. Stepping on the void, he used a strange footwork and waved his hand at lightning speed. As he brandished his saber, the slaughter god blade's green saber light streaked across the sky. It actually caused cracks to appear in the sky. At the same time, his body also released waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The waves and the cracks intertwined, forming a huge net in the sky. Absolute domain. The radiance in Yi Qinghan's eyes intensified. With a loud roar, a black light shield formed around his body out of thin air. His body was instantly enveloped by the black fog within the light shield. Then, the black light shield suddenly changed shape and turned into a huge black sword that charged towards Master God 2 at lightning speed. What is that? Master God 2 was puzzled. Although he didn't understand what Yi Qinghan was doing, he felt that it was very powerful. However, he didn't think too much about it as he continued to control the countless golden swords to attack the huge black sword formed by Yi Qinghan. Absolute domain. Countless divine-level experts were puzzled at this moment. They did not understand what Yi Qinghan was doing. However, seeing how he was able to slash out many cracks in space, it seemed like he was very powerful. Only Elder Lu had a look of ecstasy on his face. His pair of slender eyes suddenly widened, and he murmured absent-mindedly, "Supreme God Emperor." It's actually a mid-rank profound mystery, absolute domain. Xiao. In the blink of an eye. The black longsword sliced through the air and quickly collided with the overwhelming number of golden swords. This small golden sword was formed from the will of a lord, and it possessed an undefeatable will that could destroy everything. Countless facts had proven that under the attack of willpower, anything would turn into dust. But, the huge black sword rushed into the swarm of golden swords, and with a flash of black light, countless golden swords pierced through it. The black was replaced by the gold, but in the blink of an eye, the black mist and the huge black sword tumbled, and the black light shone brightly again. Ignoring the golden swords that came from all directions, the huge black sword continued to shoot toward Master God 2 at lightning speed. This, Divine Master 2's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Not good. He was horrified. In the blink of an eye, the huge black sword was already in front of him. Just as he was about to teleport away, he saw a bright purple light, and his mind went blank. World-extinguishing slash. A cold bellow came from the huge black sword. Then, a huge green saber radiance turned into a huge green fire dragon that swooped down on the Master God Butcher. The green saber wave, which was dozens of feet long, lit up the surroundings of Purple Island. The roaring fire dragon carried with it a destructive aura as it charged toward Master God Tuesday. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded, and along with it, the countless golden swords in the surroundings disappeared instantly. The huge energy burned the space around Master God 2 into a vacuum. Rustle, rustle. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and countless pieces of flesh began to float down. Pieces of red cloth began to drift down from the sky, along with the bloody mist. A few severed limbs, intestines, and organs, as well as a bald head with wide open eyes, fell weakly to the ground. The black tattoo on the head was still flickering, whoosh. The black sword in the sky suddenly disappeared. Yi Qinghan held the slaughter god's saber as he stood in the sky with an exhausted look on his face. However, his expression was one of excitement and joy. He stood there proudly like an undefeatable god of war. After the explosion, the entire vicinity of Purple Island fell silent. A deathly silence. Elder Lu licked his lips as the beard on his chin began to tremble. The ninth madam blinked her beautiful fox eyes as her body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qingyu began to smile brightly like three blooming flowers. What? The scene in the sky above the East Sea was completely different. Countless people were shouting absent-mindedly. The island lord of Hidden Island took off the bamboo hat on his head for the first time. Spear Emperor's withered face was like an old tree in spring, and he suddenly became several decades younger. Yi Tianlong fiercely slapped himself in the face, then turned to look at Yu Shishue. Yu Shishue leaned over and planted a heavy kiss on Yi Tianlong's cheek. Let's go. The dozen or so immortal experts looked at each other. They could not suppress the joy in their hearts as they teleported toward the sky above Purple Island. They would not believe this if they did not see it with their own eyes. Wait a minute. Elder Lu was just about to retract his god's domain and lead a few people toward Yi Qinghan when he suddenly thought of something. His expression instantly changed. No. He suddenly looked toward the sea where Tu's bald head had landed. At the same time, he shouted, "Little Han, be careful." Ha! When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu shout, he suddenly thought of something. He was shocked and immediately retreated. At the same time, he formed another spatial domain in midair. Swish! A huge golden palm emerged silently from the sea. A black hole that looked like a vacuum formed in the sea below the palm, and a fiery red figure rushed out. It was Master God Tuesday. The three immortal experts who had teleported near the golden palm were swept by it. They screamed in pain as they were instantly pulverized by the golden palm. Third brother, fourth brother. Patriarch. The other immortal experts were lucky. They did not teleport into the path of the palm's attack. They saw the two immortal experts and the Shui clan patriarch being killed by the palm. Their faces turned ashen as they teleported away in a panic. What's going on? Isn't Tu dead? The dozen or so immortal experts were shocked after teleporting away. They looked at the golden palm in the sky in fear. After a while, they realized what was going on. Divine Crystal. Although Divine Master Tu's body had been pulverized by Yi Qinghan, they did not see any Divine Crystal. His bald head was strangely preserved. There was no sign of injury. His soul had not dissipated. His Divine Crystal had been transferred to his head. The Divine Crystal of an immortal expert would not shatter as long as his soul was not destroyed. His body could be formed with divine power at any time. However, no one understood why Divine Master Tu's head was not broken when his entire body was destroyed. What was his head made of? TSK, TSK, TSK. Fortunately, they had spent hundreds of thousands of divine crystals to purchase this superior-grade divine armor. Otherwise, they would have failed miserably today. Boy, you've made me see you in a whole new light today. Divine Master Tu looked at his golden palm being swallowed by the black sword. He could not help but rub the back of his head with lingering fear as he laughed heartily. Superior-grade divine armor. A strange pattern on the back of his head. Everyone finally understood why there was a strange tattoo on the back of Divine Master Tu's head and why it could move. They had thought that it was a characteristic of the Dark Nether race. Now, they realized that it was actually a superior-grade divine weapon. Chapter 462. Humph. Let's see if your head is harder or my godly sword is sharper. Within the black sword, Yi Qinghan snorted coldly and charged at Master God Butcher again. His glowing godly sword tore through the black mist and slashed at Master God Butcher. Bam! Master God Butcher did not dodge, allowing Yi Qinghan to attack. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Yi Qinghan used the godly sword stored in Carefree Pavilion. But the tattoo on Master God Butcher's head glowed, and Yi Qinghan was sent flying. The huge force sent Master God Butcher into the sea again, creating a huge splash. Kakik. The godly sword is a superior grade divine artifact, but it can't unleash its power in your hands. This divine artifact helmet. Unless a godly general expert wields a superior grade divine artifact, no one in the Fire Dragon continent can kill me. Waha. Master God Butcher charged out again, laughing maniacally. His eyes glowed red as he stood proudly in the air and roared, "Come on, continue attacking. Let's see how long your black shield can last." You've already comprehended a mid-grade profound mystery at such a young age. You'll be a peerless genius in the divine realm. Too bad you don't have enough divine power. You'll die today. Of course, if you dare escape today, I swear I'll exterminate everyone in the Fire Dragon continent. Leave no one alive. I don't believe it. Kill, kill, kill. The huge black sword slashed down again and again. Master God Butcher's body was turned into minced meat again. But, moments later, Master God Butcher charged out again, unharmed. Undying body. After a few attacks, Yi Qinghan finally stopped. His lips curled into a bitter smile as he cancelled his absolute domain. He stood desolately in the air, the glowing godly sword hanging limply in his hand. Lost. He had completely lost today. Although he had the mid-grade profound mystery absolute domain, this damned baldy had a superior grade divine artifact helmet. His divinity crystal had also been transferred to his brain. As long as the divinity crystal remained intact, his soul would not be destroyed. This meant that he had an undying body. Now that he had fought so many battles, he had expended what little divine power he had. If this continued, he would die. It's over. Elder Lu and Lord Jiu heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Lu knew this high-grade divine artifact the best. Even if he smashed it, he wouldn't be able to shatter it. If his divine power cultivation hadn't reached the peak of God General, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power even if he had a high-grade divine artifact. Lord Devour isn't here. No one could kill a divine Master Butcher. It's over. These two words appeared in the hearts of all the deity-level experts who had teleported around in a panic. Yi Qinghan was finished. The Flame Dragon continent was finished. Although Master God too had promised not to kill anyone from the Fire Dragon continent with his own hands, no one believed his promise. With Yi Qinghan's death, their only hope was destroyed. The Fire Dragon continent became a pigsty again. The billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent became livestock raised by the divine Master Butcher. Butcher controlled their lives and deaths generation after generation. Kakik. Was there a feeling of despair and hope being extinguished? Hand over the godly sword and the spatial divine item, and I'll leave your corpse in one piece. Divine Master Tu threw his head back and laughed maniacally as he spoke to Yi Qinghan, who was hovering in midair. An intact corpse. Hee. Yi Qinghan knelt down on one knee in extreme loneliness. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He looked at the deity-level experts of the continent and Ninth Brother Deer's face. Finally, his gaze fixed on Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qingyu's face. His eyes were filled with endless guilt and apology. He was very clear that if he died, the three ladies would definitely not live on alone. Moreover, Dark Moon, who was in the Carefree Pavilion, would probably die as well. He had worked hard for his entire life, but it was all for naught. Yi Qinghan started to regret himself. If it wasn't for him, the continent would probably still be living a peaceful life. Yu Qingcheng and the others might have gotten married and were living happily now. At this moment, he recalled the scene in front of the enchanted garden from countless years ago. It seemed like he didn't belong to this world. His transmigration had harmed them and the billions of people on the continent. If he hadn't come to this world, or if he hadn't obtained the soul ring, he would have spent the rest of his life peacefully with little Yu. Perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. He had fought for dozens of years, only to end up in such a desolate state. Fighting against the heavens. It seemed like he still couldn't win against the heavens. If only life was like the first time we met, why would the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? It's too late. Everything is too late now. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched weakly. He had the heart to kill the evildoer, but he was powerless. Hee. It's not too late. At this moment, all of a sudden, a long-lost voice rang in Yi Qingwu's mind. His body instantly trembled, and a trace of ecstasy flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and started to transmit his voice with a trembling voice. Xiao Hei, is that you? What did you say? It's not too late. Hee, boss, when did I disappoint you? Xiao Hei's mischievous voice was filled with joy and delight. He transmitted his voice proudly, boss, buy some time and digest this skill as soon as possible. All right. Yi Qinghan started to suppress the excitement in his heart with all his might. Then, he put on a desolate expression and turned to Master Divine Tuesday. You've won. This is a godly sword. I'm going to refine and remove the spatial artifact. I hope that after I die, you won't kill my family. With that, Yi Qinghan flung the godly sword in his hand at Master Divine Tuesday. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked like he was about to refine the unfettered ring. Godly sword. Godly sword. Hee. I've finally gotten it, haha. Not bad. It's a real godly sword. The 12th godly sword has finally fallen into my hands, haha. Master Divine too caught the godly sword in the air with one hand and examined it. Then, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He kept stroking the godly sword with one hand and looked extremely delighted. He no longer cared about the seated Yi Qinghan. Brother, don't be afraid. I'll accompany you to the 9 hells of purgatory. Qinghan, your little peach blossom will accompany you wherever you go. How can I miss my sister Xiao Wu when I go to the 9 hells of purgatory? The 3 girls on the purple island looked at the desolate Yi Qinghan and actually laughed. A hint of determination flashed across their eyes. They decided to accompany Yi Qinghan the moment he died. Their days without Yi Qinghan's company were too difficult. They did not want to continue like this. Don't be rash. Wait a little longer, something's happening. Elder Lu's eyes lit up as he transmitted his voice to the 3 girls. He knew very well that there was no need to refine the unfettered ring to remove the soul connection. The god-rank experts of the continent in the distance all stared at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged in midair. They waited quietly for the hero of a generation to meet his end. The most exceptional genius of the continent had fought against the heavens for the sake of the people of the continent, for himself, and for his family. In the end, he was still going to be mercilessly killed by the old man. Shishui, let go of me. I beg you, let go of me. Yi Tianlong's wrinkled face was covered in tears. Yu Shishui had used her divine power, which was stronger than his, to fuse the profound mysteries of water into her domain and lock him down. He couldn't even use his divine power, let alone move his body in the slightest. At this moment, all he could do was use his divine sense to communicate with Yu Shishui and plead with her. No. If you die, I will not live alone. Yu Shishui's eyes were also misty as she shook her head and muttered to herself. What's taking so long? Brat! Are you done yet? A moment later, Divine Master 2 finally realized that something was wrong. Why was it taking so long to remove a spatial divine tool? He couldn't help but yell angrily. I'm done. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. There was no disappointment, pain, or bitterness in them. There was only excitement, joy, and agitation. He didn't even look at Tu. Instead, he turned to Zidao, Yu Qingqing, and the others and smiled. Ladies, let's go back and cook. I'm hungry. Go back and cook. Hungry? What's going on? Divine Master 2 was once again confused by Yi Qinghan's unconventional behavior. He glanced in Zidao's direction in confusion, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. Not good. Danger. He suddenly looked in Yi Qinghan's direction, only to see Yi Qinghan's eyes glowing brightly. And a huge black shadow had suddenly appeared above his head. The black shadow was actually a demonic beast that looked like a lion's nose. This demonic beast's eyes were glowing with a devouring light, and its mouth was wide open. Soul devouring the world. Yi Qinghan yelled. At the same time, the huge black shadow above his head suddenly released countless streams of black energy from its mouth, enveloping Divine Master Tuesday. Holy shit, the soul-devouring beast's innate divine ability. Divine Master 2 abruptly woke up, his pupils dilating rapidly. He knew this innate divine ability very well. This was a divine ability that specialized in attacking the soul. Material defenses were completely ineffective against it. According to the news from the God realm, soul-devouring beasts wouldn't awaken their innate divine abilities until they reached the transformation realm, right? He didn't have much time to think. He desperately twisted his body and tried to teleport away, but he discovered that he couldn't circulate his divine power. He couldn't help but roar in despair, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the God Realm's law enforcement team will raze the Fire Dragon continent to the ground." No. I'm not afraid of you. Die for this young master. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly. His divine power surged, and the black shadow above his head also flashed with black light. A golden, sponge-like air current suddenly floated out of Divine Master 2's bald head. It was sucked into the black air current, and entered the huge mouth. The light in Divine Master 2's eyes suddenly dimmed. His body went limp, and he floated downwards. At the same time, a black helmet and a divine crystal shining with rainbow light floated out of his bald head on their own. The hero of a generation, the Supreme Lord of the Fire Dragon Continent, too, was completely dead. Chapter 463. Dead? From the moment Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and opened his eyes, a huge shadow emerged above his head, to the moment the almighty Slaughterer's soul left his body, and the moment his body fell to the ground. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Apart from old Liu, everyone was confused. They didn't understand what had happened, and they didn't understand why they suddenly had a glimmer of hope when they were at the end of their rope. It was like a group of cowardly farmers who encountered a ferocious tiger at the edge of a cliff. Just as they were about to fall into the tiger's mouth, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and struck the tiger to death. This was too surreal and unbelievable. Swish! Yi Qinghan smiled and teleported down. He fished up Almighty Slaughterer's body from the surface of the sea. At the same time, he took off his spatial ring and threw Almighty Slaughterer's body to Saber Emperor in the distance. Then, he flew towards Zidao with a face full of smiles. I'm back. Yi Qinghan walked up to the three ladies and smiled at old Liu and Lord Zhou. Then, he stretched out his arms towards the three ladies. His whole body was relaxed. He looked at the three ladies and said apologetically, "We have won. We can finally go home. I still owe you a grand wedding. Go home." Wedding? The three of them murmured at the same time as they thought of the beautiful cold heart pavilion in the Yi family's castle. Their faces bloomed with brilliant smiles as they rushed into Yi Qinghan's arms and buried their heads in his broad chest. They nodded repeatedly and said, go home, let's go home. More than 10 years ago, when they were about to get married, the Golden Horn holy tribe descended and the wedding was cancelled. After that, Yi Qinghan had been cultivating. After killing the mutated tribe outside Sang City, after that, he was expelled from the Yi family and brought the three ladies to travel the world. Finally, they arrived at Zidao. It had been 11 years since they last met. For more than 10 years, the four of them rarely met each other, not to mention a grand wedding. Haha, this is great. Young lord, I, Lu Shi, formally acknowledge you as my master today. However, I don't know if this old servant will have the opportunity to attend your wedding. Elder Lu's goat-like face was in high spirits. Back then, he had made a promise to Elder Lu to become a god within 50 years. Otherwise, he would take back his freedom ring and divine sword. It had only been a few years, but Yi Qinghan had grown to such an extent. I want to go too, little Han. At this moment, I think even if his lordship returned, he would also be shocked. Thinking about Lord Devour's return, the Ninth Great couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lord Ninth dear, Qinghan will always remember your great kindness. If you continue to be courteous with me, I won't recognize the both of you anymore. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Although he could easily kill the two of them with his current strength, he did not show any signs of arrogance. The two of them had treated him well, and he would always remember it in his heart. His attitude towards them was still the same as before, and he was very respectful towards them. Seeing a group of people surrounding God Lord Butcher's corpse in the distance, Yi Qinghan nodded to them. Let's go, guys. The six of them smiled, then soared up into the sky, flying towards the group of people in the distance. Dead. God Lord Butcher is dead. The continent is saved. Saved. He's dead indeed. He can't be more dead. Thank you, barbarian god. Thank you, barbarian god. Billions of the man tribe's people are finally free. Won. We won. We're free. At this moment, the four gods of the man tribe, the four gods of the monster clan, the 5 gods of the House of Ares, and the island master of the House of Ares were surrounding God Lord Butcher's corpse to check. Eventually, they confirmed that God Lord Butcher didn't have a beam of vitality, and there was no soul seal in his head. Then, they murmured and screamed, and some even shed tears. How many years had it been? Ever since God Lord Butcher came to the Fire Dragon continent and killed dozens of God Realm warriors in the Holy Mountain, the Fire Dragon continent had been under his evil claws. Billions of people on the continent had become livestock. No one could control their own fates. All the experts who knew the truth lived in fear, not knowing when they would die, not knowing what would happen tomorrow, and not knowing where hope lay. It had been thousands of years. Many experts weren't satisfied with living like this. They weren't satisfied with being choked by others. They weren't satisfied with the hundreds of thousands of people who went to the prefecture wars every 30 years to die. They picked up their weapons, walked up the holy mountain, entered the holy city, and never came out again. Today, what countless experts had been waiting for thousands of years, had finally happened. God Lord Butcher was dead. The continent was saved. Billions of people on the continent were free. The sky of the Fire Dragon continent was finally clear. Instead, they felt like they were in a trance. They felt like they were in a dream. It was as if everything was unreal, like it was a dream. When they woke up, everything would return to normal. God Lord Butcher is dead. We won. The continent is free. Right when the 10+ people were in a daze, A voice that was like a bolt from the blue exploded in their ears, and it caused their entire bodies to tremble as they completely sobered up. However, when they turned to look, they saw Yi Qinghan flying over with a group of people. He was smiling and nodding at them with certainty. At this moment, everyone smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Their bodies and even their souls relaxed. Countless people's eyes were glistening with tears. They had one. Grandson Yi Qinghan, together with granddaughter-in-law Yi Qingguo and Yi Qingyu, greet grandpa. Yi Qinghan, requests to return to the Yi family. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan brought the other three and knelt down in the air. They kowtowed deeply to Yi Tianlong. Their expressions were extremely solemn and serious. When Yi Qinghan knelt down, everyone was shocked. The Saber Emperor and the female demon who were next to Yi Tianlong quickly left. How could they bear Yi Qinghan's kowtow? As the clan leader of the Yi family, I announce that Yi Qinghan is allowed to return to the family. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's identity as the young clan leader will be restored. Welcome home, child. Yi Tianlong's old face was filled with pride. He tried his best to suppress the tears in his eyes and said loudly. At the same time, he quickly moved forward and helped the four of them up. Then, he stared unblinkingly at Yi Qinghan, who hadn't changed at all from 10 years ago. This was his grandson. He stood proudly in front of the enchanted garden. He didn't want to admit that he was his grandfather's grandson. He was the grandson that he and the Yi family were proud of. He saved the continent and killed the grandson of God Lord Butcher. He was the grandson who stood above billions of people but still had to kowtow to him. Greetings, clan leader Yu. Greetings, seniors. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Tianlong's hand, then turned to greet Yu Shishui. Then, he nodded at all the deity experts present. Good, good, good. Yi Qinghan, my little peach blossom didn't misjudge you. You didn't misjudge me. Yu Shishui nodded repeatedly. She was extremely satisfied with Yi Qinghan. Regardless of whether it was his unprecedented tyrannical strength or his humble temperament after achieving success, she was very satisfied. She flashed over and intimately pulled Yu Qingcheng to express her joy. The Hidden Island Master and the other deity experts didn't respond to Yi Qinghan's greeting. Instead, they glanced at each other, then stood in front of Yi Qinghan in a row and knelt down on one knee. Their expressions tensed as they bowed and yelled, Hidden Turtle, Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Dragon Man, Manda Pao, Man Air Pao, Man Wu Pao, Man Lu Pao, Man Hu Hu, Man Nyo Nyo, Man Leopard Leopard, Man Chicken Chicken. Greetings, Frost Emperor. Chapter 464. Frigid Emperor. Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion. He glanced at Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui, not understanding why these people were doing this. Little Han, this is a blood oath made by the immortal experts of the three mansions several thousand years ago. No matter who it is, as long as they can kill Master God too and save the continent, they will worship them as emperor. The Hidden Island Master also joined this blood oath 1,000 years ago. Now that you've killed Master God too, they've obviously pledged allegiance to you on behalf of the three mansions. Yi Tianlong had just become an immortal not long ago, so he didn't understand this blood oath. However, Yu Shishui understood it clearly and hurriedly transmitted his voice to explain. So that's how it was. Yi Qinghan instantly understood the crux of the matter. Killing Master God Butcher was equivalent to saving everyone's lives. Being able to kill Master God Butcher meant that this person was stronger than Master God Butcher. If they didn't pledge allegiance and this person was dissatisfied, he could kill all the experts of the other two mansions and Hidden Island, then unify the continent. Rather than waiting to be killed, it was better to pledge allegiance. Everyone has already pledged allegiance to you. Don't tell me you still have the nerve to attack us. Everyone, please rise. I have no intention of becoming emperor. I will not do Master God Two's deed again, so don't worry. Yi Qinghan said calmly with a wave of his hand. Become an emperor. He had no interest in that. Apart from Lord Devour, he was now the strongest person on the continent. He didn't want to foolishly become an emperor with so many trivial matters to attend to. He wasn't an idiot. Frigid Emperor, if you don't agree, we won't rise. This is the blood oath made by the 3 mansions and 1 island. If we don't comply, we will fall into the 9 hells of purgatory. The Hidden Island Master said respectfully. This, Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. He had become Zhao Kuangyin from his previous life, forced to wear the yellow robe. However, when he saw Yi Tianlong winking at him from time to time, signaling for him to agree, he felt even more helpless. Feeling even more helpless, he waved his hand and sighed, "All right, get up. I'll make it clear that I only respect this title. As for the rest, let's talk about it later." Yi Qinghan really liked the title, Frigid Emperor. It sounded really cool. After transmigrating, he could also play as an emperor. However, it was clear that he had made up his mind. He was determined not to unify the continent or establish an imperial system. When he had nothing to do, he would take Xiao He for a walk. Occasionally, he would tease a beauty and beat up a bully. This was the happy life of a transmigrator. Yes, Frost Emperor. When the 10 of them saw that Yi Qinghan was so easy to talk to, they were even more delighted. The demon race and barbarian race god rank experts had always been worried that Yi Qinghan would do something to them. Now it seemed that Yi Qinghan had no intention of unifying the continent at all. Let's go to Tsang City to celebrate. Oh right. Yi Qinghan wholeheartedly wanted to return to Tsang City, to the home that he had not seen for more than a decade. He also understood that since he had killed Divine Master 2, there would definitely be a celebration. However, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Saber Emperor and said coldly, "Saber Emperor. Take some men and capture everyone in the Divine City. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Punish them for their crimes and execute them in front of everyone." "Yes, Frost Emperor. I'll do it right now." Saber Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. Regardless of the past, how many young men and women had been killed in Divine City in this short period of time? If he didn't kill these people, how could he face his dead comrades? After saying that, Saber Emperor teleported away. "Frost Emperor, why don't we go to the Hidden City first? Countless people from the 3 prefectures are still waiting for news from here." The island lord of Hidden Island cupped his fists and said to Yi Qinghan. All the experts on the deserted islands outside Purple Island were now gathered on Hidden Island, anxiously waiting for news from here. Hidden City. Let's go. Yi Qinghan thought of those sexy human pets in the Hidden City's trade district and Yin Ling's impressive figure. He chuckled and decided to sneak around in the future. Since the Hidden Island wasn't far away, he didn't teleport and led the way to the Hidden Island. The Massacre God Guards had brought the 10,000 Dark Guard soul slaves of the Divine City to a large island on the east of the Purple Island. They were waiting for the Divine Master to display his might and kill Yi Qinghan. After that, they would obtain the Divine Sword and the spatial Divine equipment and reward him generously. Will the Divine Master really go to the Divine World after getting the Divine Artifact and bestow the Fire Dragon Plane to me? I wonder how he will bestow the Flame Dragon Plane to me. The Massacre God Guard closed his eyes and laid lazily on a few beautiful soul slaves. He was enjoying their extremely comfortable massages. At the same time, he was happily thinking about the situation after the battle. He didn't think that the Divine Master Massacre would lose. After all, thousands of years of battles proved that the Divine Master Massacre couldn't be defeated. Why? All of a sudden, the Massacre God Guard opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. This was because he realized that the soul seed in his soul spirit had suddenly left. Although his soul spirit felt very comfortable and his body felt completely free, he was extremely terrified. This was because there was only one possibility for the soul seed to leave his body: the Divine Master Massacre was dead. What's going on? From afar, the God-slain guard and burning God guard soared into the sky and looked at him with shock. They realized that the soul seed and their soul spirit had left their body at the same time. The soul seed is removed. We are free. The soul seed is gone. The Divine Master. After a while, the exposed people on the island burst into an uproar. Most of them had been planted with soul seeds, and at this moment, their soul seeds left their bodies automatically. They knew clearly that as long as the Divine Master Massacre didn't die, they would be soul slaves. But now, Boz. There was a sudden fluctuation in the sky, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the Saber Emperor who was rushing over. The Saber Emperor scanned the tens of thousands of people on the island and suddenly grinned. Let me tell you a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that you are free. The Divine Master Massacre is dead. The bad news is that all of you have been arrested. All of you will be publicly judged in front of the 3 clans and sentenced according to your crimes. Frost the Arch has said, anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Dead? It's over. The God-slain guard, and burning God guard looked at each other and were in despair. The Divine Master Massacre was dead. How were they going to fight against the furious martial artists of the continent? Frost the Arch. Yi Qin Han actually killed the Divine Master Massacre? The crimes they had forsaken were enough for them to be killed 10,000 times. It's over. Everything is over. The sky above the hidden city was filled with people. All the martial artists above the Imperial realm from the 3 residences had chosen to wait in the hidden city after flying back from the Purple Island. They were waiting for the final outcome. Although many of them knew that the outcome would be tragic, it was human nature to be optimistic. They always hoped for a miracle. Hence, they decided to wait for the final outcome. Boz. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, there was a sudden fluctuation in the eastern sky. An old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod appeared in the sky. This time, the hidden island lord didn't wear a conical bamboo hat. He looked very serious as he scanned the tens of thousands of martial artists. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with hope in their eyes, he suddenly grinned and poured in his divine power, causing every word he said to resound around the hidden city. Citizens of the fiery dragon continent, please remember today. Today is a day worthy of celebration. It is a day that we will remember forever. Because, we have finally won. The Divine Master Massacre is dead. We are finally free. Now, please welcome our hero, the hero who killed the Divine Master Massacre, Frost the Arch. Yi Qin Han. Chapter 465. With that, the hidden island lord swung the fishing rod that had never left his hand and stabbed it into the ground of the hidden city. Then, he knelt on one knee towards the east. 1. Master Divine Slayer is dead. Hero. Frost the Arch. Yi Qin Han. Everyone was stunned. They widened their eyes and looked around blankly. Then, their gazes focused on the east. When they saw a group of people flying towards them from the east, and a handsome young man in the middle was smiling at them. So everyone understood what had happened. Yi Qin Han was alive. Master Divine Slayer was dead. The continent was saved. Long live Frost the Arch. Long live Yi Qin Han. It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but a moment later, everyone followed suit and shouted with all their might. At this moment, the entire hidden city was filled with loud, earth-shattering roars. The roars shook the heavens and the earth, piercing through the sky. The entire hidden island went crazy. Then, the news spread across the continent. Then, the entire continent went crazy. Many people didn't understand what had happened and didn't understand that the divine city had secretly controlled their life and death. But the recent actions of the divine city, especially the Master Divine slaying 1 million people in front of the divine city. Everyone hated the divine city from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the Master Divine Slayer was dead, the evil deeds of the divine city spread quickly. Everyone understood how important this battle was to the Fire Dragon continent. Excitement was like the plague, it was contagious. When night fell, countless people spontaneously went to the streets of the big and small cities and began to celebrate spontaneously. The whole world was in a carnival. The night was especially enchanting. It was as bright as day outside Tsang City. Because of the battle with Master Golden Horn, a huge plaza had been built outside Tsang City. A tall hall of martyrs had been erected on the left side of the plaza. At this moment, the plaza was filled with tables. Wine and delicacies were served on the tables. For the sake of the celebration that night, a few divine-level experts had even teleported countless times, bringing over countless artifacts and servants from Dragon City, Heavenly Demon City, and Heavenly Barbarian City. They were prepared to celebrate through the night in Tsang City. Because there were too many people, the experts could only squat in the corners. Each person could only get a few jars of wine. However, they didn't mind. They laughed loudly and raised their wine jars, toasting and urging others to drink. In the square, there were martial artists of the human race dressed in formal attire, oddly shaped demon race, tall and strong barbarian race, and roguelike hidden island ronin. Tonight, they forgot about their hatred and their race. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and laughed foolishly. They laughed, cried, sang unknown songs, and spoke in a language no one could understand. They celebrated the Fire Dragon continent's victory. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Of course, Yi Qinghan and the others didn't participate in the celebration outside of Tsang City. Instead, they set up dozens of banquets in the mountain behind the Yi family. Yi Tianlong generously opened the back mountain of the Yi family. In the past, the elders of the Yi family were not allowed to enter the back mountain without permission. At this moment, it was filled with people from the 3 clans. There were also dozens of tables in the Yi family's castle. The standard here was higher. Although the demon race, barbarian race, and hidden island ronin also had people, they weren't qualified to enter unless they had reached the martial saint realm. The House of Ares had a lower threshold. Even the patriarchs of the big clans were qualified to have a seat here. The Yi family sent all the elders to entertain them. However, these elders became the focus of the crowd. Feng Zi, the flower and grass dragon Sainan, and even Long Shui Lu, who came in a hurry, became the focus of the crowd. These people were related to Yi Qinghan, so they had to build a good relationship with them. Yi Qinghan, Yi Tianlong, and the God Realm experts of the continent, as well as the patriarchs and grand supreme elders of the 5 big clans of the House of Ares, started to celebrate in the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan hated this kind of boring celebration the most. He accompanied the crowd for a while, then left with Yu Qingqing and the others after saying a few words. Yi Qinghan's casual words caused the crowd to start a discussion. Yi Qinghan was going to hold a grand wedding for the 3 ladies. This was a big matter. Although everyone knew that Yu Qingqing and the others were Yi Qinghan's wives, they didn't hold any ceremony on the surface. Now, it was equivalent to Yi Qinghan's wedding. Cold Emperor's wedding. This was the most important matter in the continent now. All the God Realm experts stopped drinking and chatting. They started to discuss. Even the trial of the massacre God guards and the others was postponed. This was something that Yi Tianlong should be worried about. However, he didn't need to worry about it now. The God Realm experts of the 3 residences and the Island Lord of the Hidden Island decided that after 3 days of celebration, they would mourn the dead citizens of the Fire Dragon continent. After that, the entire Fire Dragon continent would be mobilized to hold the grandest wedding in history for Yi Qinghan. Father. Mother. I brought your wives to see you. Yi Qinghan didn't bring the three back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Instead, they went to the Yi family's newly built ancestral grave. After leaving the Yi family for more than 10 years, Yi Qinghan didn't come to pay his respects. Now that he had returned victorious, he naturally had to pay his respects to his parents who had raised him. Mother, did you see this? Brother has finally completed the blood oath that I made in front of your coffin. You two can rest in peace now. Yi Qingyu smiled as she looked at the high tombstone in front of her. She recalled when her mother died of illness. Yi Qinghan pinched the bowl and cut his wrist to make the oath. She didn't expect that her brother, whom her mother and she thought couldn't cultivate, was now standing at the peak of the continent. Blood oath before the coffin, hee. I finally did it. Yi Qinghan raised his head and looked at the sky. His heart was empty. The mountain that had been pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. The seventh son of the Yi family had become the Frost Emperor. His parents must be proud of him in heaven. Chilling Heart Pavilion. It's still the same. After returning from the ancestral grave, Yi Qinghan brought the three back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. The Chilling Heart Pavilion looked exactly the same as in his memory. He looked at the 8 familiar smiling door gods in front of the main hall. He looked at Cui Hua and the others, whose eyes were filled with stars. He couldn't help but feel a trace of familiarity. It was the smell of home. Welcome, Frost Emperor. The 8 door gods stood straighter than ever, and the smiles on their faces were more charming than ever. They were extremely glad that they didn't betray the Yi family when it was in trouble. Now, they had become the greatest door gods in history. Of course, when the Yi family was in trouble, they had thought of betraying the Yi family. However, they were too weak and couldn't escape. Now, it was a blessing in disguise. Let's call him Young Patriarch. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled at the 3 women and led them into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They sat down quietly in the main hall and enjoyed this warm moment with the 3 of them. Let's go, I will bring you to see the stars. After a while, Yi Qinghan stood up and suddenly revealed an expression that said, you know what I mean. He waved his hand at the 3 of them and walked to the 2nd floor with a smile. Yu Qingqing's face blushed and she silently followed him. As for Yi Qinggu, she looked at Yi Qinghan's back with her charming eyes and revealed a trace of faint expectation. On the contrary, Yi Qingyu nodded and happily followed him. Brother, didn't you say to see the stars? How can we see the stars in the room? After a while, Yi Qingyu's puzzled voice resounded on the 2nd floor. After that, Yi Qinghan's lewd laughter resounded, little sister, be good. Big brother will show you 2 big stars, and lollipops to eat. Where are the 3 female benefactors going? Watch this old monk use the Guanyin lotus pose to kill all of you. It was said that absence makes the heart grow fonder. It had been 11 years, but this was a long separation. Chapter 466. That night, Yi Qinghan fought against 3 fierce generals alone. The scene was even more intense than the battle with Master God Tuesday. On the bed, on the table, on the chair, on the floor, everywhere was a battlefield. After so many years of repression, the 3 little flowers with their own characteristics finally let loose and fought with Yi Qinghan for 300 rounds. The peach blossom was charming, the rose was passionate, and the lotus flower was shy. The 3 different flavors and the 3 blooming flowers drove Yi Qinghan crazy. He used all his skills and attacked continuously. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan was a computer geek in his previous life. He was very familiar with the 24 forms of cloud and rain. After a tough battle, he finally defeated the 3 of them with his god-level combat strength and the vitality essence that he had held back for more than 10 years. Phew. No wonder the emperors in my previous life didn't have a long lifespan. Yi Qinghan looked at the three enchanting bodies lying side by side on the big bed. He looked at their beautiful faces that were blushing as they slept soundly. He swallowed a few more mouthfuls of saliva. His lower abdomen was burning with lust, and his long rod started to move again. He quickly suppressed his impulse and gently covered the three women with the quilt. After putting on his clothes, he tiptoed out of the room. As soon as Yi Qinghan went out, one of the three pairs of beautiful eyes opened. Yu Qingqing blinked but didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled and went back to sleep. She was a smart woman, and smart women usually didn't pay too much attention to a man's strange behavior. Men were like donkeys. They wouldn't leave even if they were chased. If they were too strict, they would be disgusted. As long as they held the reins on his nose, he wouldn't be able to run away no matter what. Of course, Yi Qinghan went to do something sneaky. He entered the carefree pavilion. There was a bedroom in the carefree pavilion that had been closed for more than 10 years. Inside lay an extremely flirtatious lady boss, Dark Moon. Master God too was dead, so she should have woken up by now. Yi Qinghan always had a special feeling for this flirtatious woman who took his first time. He couldn't bear to part with her, even though she had stabbed him in the back. Dark Moon did wake up. She had a very long dream. She dreamed of her parents, dreamed of the little man, and dreamed of groups of people in golden robes laughing wildly at her. Her parents were soul slaves of the divine city, so she was implanted with a soul seed from a young age. When she was very young, her parents died in a mission. She wandered the streets and alleys, fighting with wild dogs for food and sleeping with the earth. She almost died a few times. Later on, she was adopted by a brothel keeper and became a servant in the brothel. She learned how to read people's expressions and how to play with men in the brothel. She also started to learn battle cheese secretly. When the madam of the brothel forced her to sell herself, she fought her way out and escaped. That year, she was 13 years old. Later, she met the first man in her life, a hidden guard of Dragon City. The man treated her very well, but he died early. Later, she took over the man's job and went to the barbarian city. She opened a small hotel called Dark Moon Hotel. With all kinds of seducing techniques she had learned in the brothel, and with the support of the Dragon City behind her, her reputation rose in the barbarian city. The name of the flower of the barbarian god spread far and wide. She flirtatiously toyed with all the men in the world in the palm of her hand and obtained a large amount of information, but she had never let a single one of them succeed. Later, she met Yi Qinghan, a little man who had the same evil smile as the man who had died. She thought that she would never fall in love with another man, but when Yi Qinghan came to her courtyard for the second time and announced that she was his woman, she sank into it again. She sank into it again. She was infatuated with the little man's domineering embrace and indulged in his devilish smile, unable to extricate herself. However, the divine city found out about her relationship with Yi Qinghan and awakened the soul seed in her mind. In the wild mountains, she clearly felt the knife in her hand stabbing into Yi Qinghan's chest. Before she fell asleep, her eyes were filled with Yi Qinghan's heartbreak and heart-wrenching face. Little man, and you sat on the jade bed, her hands hugging her knees. She was very afraid, she did not know where she was at this moment. The soul seed that suddenly separated from her soul and the tightly closed door of the room made her feel an inexplicable palpitation and panic. Thinking of Yi Qinghan's heartbroken eyes before she fell asleep, Dark Moon became even more afraid. Her tears fell silently and her body curled up in the corner of the bed. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room out of thin air. Dark Moon was shocked and looked over. When she saw the appearance of the person clearly, she was not so afraid. She looked at Yi Qinghan and smiled bitterly. Little man, are you here for revenge? Are you here to take my soul? Come on, I owe you. I'm willing. Take your soul. Yi Qinghan looked at Dark Moon, who was curled up at the foot of the bed. She no longer had the charming and mature temperament of the past. Instead, she looked like a pitiful and helpless little woman. He knew that she was frightened. He couldn't help but feel distressed and walked over to her. He sat down beside her and said apologetically, "Dark Moon, I'm sorry that I'm late. Don't be afraid. It's safe here, and no one can hurt you in the future. Your soul seed has been removed, right?" "Safe? Removed?" Dark Moon blinked her big eyes. She saw that Yi Qinghan appeared out of thin air. Although her body was controlled at that time, her consciousness had always been very clear that she had stabbed Yi Qinghan's heart. She thought that Yi Qinghan was dead and that it was the ghost who had come to take revenge. Now, suddenly hearing Yi Qinghan's words and feeling the warmth from his body, she couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Then she suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm. Her face suddenly showed a trace of ecstasy. She shouted, "Little man. You're not dead." "Yes, I'm not dead. You're also safe. The divine city is finished. You can live happily in the future." Yi Qinghan reached out and stroked Dark Moon's face. He affirmed again. His heart was filled with pity. This woman must have suffered a lot. Not dead. That's great. That's great. Dark Moon suddenly hugged Yi Qinghan and couldn't help but burst into tears. "Little man, I didn't want to kill you. I couldn't control myself at that time. Sob, I know everything. I don't blame you at all." Yi Qinghan gently hugged her, patted her back, and comforted her. After comforting her for a long time, she finally recovered from her emotional state. At the same time, he explained for her for a long time, and finally explained everything that had happened in the past 10 years. Dark Moon's charming big eyes stared at Yi Qinghan. She listened quietly to his story. She was worried for him when he was in danger, her heart ached when he was suffering, and she cheered for him when he killed the Master God. Her charming eyes were filled with deep affection. After listening to Yi Qinghan's words, Dark Moon lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Then, she looked up at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little man, can you take me to Man City? I miss home." "Back to Man City? Why do you want to go back? Just stay in Tsang City. I've said that I'll be responsible for you. I'll marry you." Yi Qinghan seemed to understand Dark Moon's thoughts and tried to persuade her. Dark Moon cried and kept shaking her head. Her tone and eyes were extremely firm. "No. No need. Even if you marry me, I won't marry you. I'm a broken flower. If I marry you, the world will laugh at you. Don't say anything more. Just remember that there's a woman in Man City who loves you deeply. And the backyard of Dark Moon's hotel can only be entered by one man. Although I can't be your wife, I'll always be your lover." "Well. All right." Yi Qinghan could feel Dark Moon's determination. He sighed. He understood that Dark Moon still held a deep grudge against him for stabbing him in the past. This was not something that could be erased in a short time. Gently hugging her, Yi Qinghan flashed out of the remote pavilion. Then, he teleported several times and appeared in the backyard of Dark Moon's hotel in Man City. In the backyard, the pink bed was still shining with a soft light. Chapter 467. Tsang City, the back mountain of the Yi family. It was already late at night, but the back mountain was still as bright as day. The god-grade experts of the continent, Ninth Lord Lu, and the famous people of the 3 prefectures were still discussing. Of course, Old Lu and Ninth Lord were only there to join in the fun and did not participate in the discussion. "I propose to raise the divine city to the ground and build a godly soul hall in the city to commemorate the ancestors who sacrificed their lives to save the continent. At the same time, the great achievements and life events of the frigid emperor should be engraved on the monument for future generations to worship. Saber Emperor threw out another proposal and waited for the crowd to vote. Needless to say, the god-grade experts were the first to agree. The rest of the people did not dare to say no. In fact, everyone present understood that the Saber Emperor's suggestion had his own selfish motives. After all, this monument was so big, and Yi Qinghan could only handle so many matters by himself. The rest of the places were just right to bring along their names and deeds, so that everyone could leave their names in the annals of history. I still have a question. I would like to consult Old Lu and Ninth Lord. The Hidden Island Lord could not bear it any longer. He looked at Ninth Lord and Old Lu with a worried expression and asked. This question was on everyone's mind. It was just that the atmosphere was so intense that they were too embarrassed to bring it up. Moreover, they subconsciously did not want to think about it. Island Lord, please speak. Old Lu was at the peak of the god grade, and Ninth Lord had a special status. Although the two of them were just sitting quietly in the corner, they were the focus of the crowd. However, the two of them did not say much. They sipped their tea and listened to the discussion of the crowd in silence. Hearing the Hidden Island Lord's question, Lord Zhou put down the teacup in his hand and replied with a smile. What the Divine Lord said before he died, was it true? Once he died, the Divine World's law enforcement team would send divine punishment to the Fire Dragon continent. As soon as the Hidden Island Lord's words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. Everyone's expressions sank as they stared at the two of them. This question had been lingering in their minds, but no one dared to think about it or bring it up. I don't know much about the divine world. Old Lu, tell me. Lord Zhou's face darkened as he turned to look at Old Lu. Elder Lu pondered for a moment, then raised his head and nodded. There is an iron law in the divine realm. If a person from a material plane kills an overlord, the Divine Realm's law enforcement team will bestow divine punishment and wipe out the entire continent as punishment. After all, to the God Realm, the destruction of a material civilization isn't a big deal. In just a few tens of thousands of years, a new civilization will be born and reproduced. However, Elder Lu's words caused everyone's expression to turn extremely ugly. However, when they heard the twist in Elder Lu's words, they couldn't help but be shocked. Several of them hurriedly said, but what? Ha! Elder Lu grinned and said, however, according to my estimation, that won't happen. Just think about it. There are 6 continents and 8 sovereigns in the God world, but there are only 8 law enforcement squads. The God world is so big, and there are so many things that need to be taken care of. Moreover, there were as many as 10 billion material planes. How could the Divine Realm's law enforcement team manage all of them? Don't worry, everyone. According to the Iron Law of the God Realm, the affairs of the God Realm are the most important. I don't have any material planes, and I've heard that the law enforcers have gone there before. Hee hee. Yes. Yes. That's it. Well said, Elder Lu. I've heard that a continent in the God Realm is as big as the Fire Dragon continent. They definitely won't be able to manage all of them. Elder Lu's words are worthy of a jug of wine. Elder Lu's words allowed everyone to put down the huge rock in their hearts. Their entire bodies relaxed, and their moods were extremely comfortable. After being oppressed for thousands of years, they were finally released. After carrying a heavy burden on their shoulders and walking for hundreds of miles, they were finally able to breathe. This kind of comfort was indescribable. Several days later, on the high and mighty sacred mountain at the border of the continent's 3 prefectures. Buzz! The space fluctuated, and more than 10 figures appeared in the sky. The one at the front was a green-robed Yi Qinghan. Swish! 5 figures flew out from the divine city toward Yi Qinghan and the others. These people flew in front of Yi Qinghan and the others, knelt down at the same time, and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Cold Arch, greetings, my lords. He, Elder Tian Qing, Elder Feng, Elder Long, and the 2 elders of the Hua family, please rise. There's no need to kneel when you see me in the future. This is the rule. Remember it." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and asked, "Most of the people in the Divine City have been evacuated, right? Have the artifacts been transferred?" In reply to Cold Arch, the natives of the Divine City have all been evacuated. As for the artifacts, they have all been transferred to Tsang City. They should be halfway there now. Tian Qing looked at the handsome young man with a gentle smile in front of him. He could not help but feel that the world was changing and the world was changing. The young man who walked out of the 9-colored halo in the War Beast Hall with a lion-nosed dog in his arms had become the ruler of the continent in less than 20 years. The Divine City. From today onwards, it will become history. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at the majestic Divine City below him. He used his divine senses to make sure that there was no one below. With a wave of his hand, the slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. Saber waves instantly surged out. After a flash of light, 100-meter-long super green fire dragon roared and enveloped the entire Divine City below. Boom! The Divine Mountain shook once again, and a huge explosion sounded out. Smoke and dust covered the sky, and under the huge shock wave, the sky was filled with rocks and mud, and the lush trees around the Divine City were all flattened. Countless birds and beasts around the Divine City fled in all directions in fear. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed. The entire Divine City had been turned into ruins. Once a martial artist stepped into the god tier, his vital energy would be converted into divine power. With the support of a huge and domineering divine power, he could easily annihilate a city with just a wave of his hand. Let's go. Yi Qinghan looked at the ruins of the Divine City. Someone would take care of the rest. Now, they had to go to the next place. South Sea, Prefecture Battle Island. As the next round of the prefecture battle had not started, all the divine cities had closed the teleportation formations to the prefecture battle island. However, just now, the guardian elders of the 3 clans on the 3 small islands outside of Nether Island suddenly realized that the teleportation formation had suddenly released a dazzling light. Then, it actually exploded. What's going on? There were more than 10 martial emperors and a guardian elder of the Sage Realm living on the battle island. These people did not have much lifespan left and were here to protect the battle island. Now that they realized that the teleportation formation was broken, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Boom! Suddenly, on the west side of the battle island, on Nether Island, there were numerous loud explosions. Then, the sky above Nether Island lit up with a red light barrier. As for this light shield, the red color slowly faded as the sound of explosions rang out. Finally, it became transparent. The teleportation formation on Nether Island and the Great Array on the Scarlet Plains have been destroyed. The Guardian Elder was even more shocked. The Divine Master had paid a huge price to build these great arrays in the past. Now, they had been destroyed by someone. He knew very well that the Great Array on the Scarlet Plains could make people fall into a frenzy of killing unknowingly. Therefore, in every prefecture battle, hundreds of thousands of people from the 3 prefectures would only survive in the end. Moreover, the Great Array could automatically collect the souls of the dead and bring endless materials for the Divine Master to refine the primordial soul elixir. Now that it had been destroyed, it was no wonder that the Divine Master was furious. Chapter 468. Boz. Just as the Guardian Elder was considering whether he should go to the Nether Island to take a look, a short figure suddenly appeared in the sky. When the people on the battle island saw it, they hurriedly knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, Chief Long. All of you, get up. Frigid Emperor has ordered that the 3 prefectures and 1 island will coexist peacefully in the future. The prefectural battles will no longer exist. You can all return to your respective clans to enjoy your retirement. The prefecture battle island has already been completely destroyed. Long Huafu's short figure spoke in a sonorous and forceful voice. What? There will be no more prefecture battle. Frigid Emperor. Which frigid emperor? Everyone was dumbfounded. The prefecture battle that had been held for thousands of years and nearly 100 million people had died was going to be abolished. Wasn't there only one divine lord in the continent? When did frigid emperor appear? The young master of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan, is now the lord of the continent and is called frigid emperor. You will know about these things when you return to the continent. Long Bofu smiled and left in a flash. Yi Qinghan. The invincible Yi Qinghan from the last prefecture battle. How did he become frigid emperor? Hearing this, everyone became even more confused. The guardian elder muttered a few words in bewilderment. After that, a fiery light appeared in his eyes. He shot up into the sky and excitedly looked at the elders who were still standing there stupidly. He waved his hand and said, "What are you waiting for? Go back to the continent and you will know." Although the prefecture battle was abolished and the killing between the 3 prefectures and 1 island was forbidden, Yi Qinghan proposed to maintain the tradition of the prefecture battle once every 30 years. However, the scale was much smaller and the location was changed to the foot of the mountain. The original chaotic killing was changed to a martial arts competition. Every 30 years, the prefecture battle was held between the 3 prefectures and 1 island. The age of the contestants was limited to below 30 years old. Similarly, the first place would receive the title of a high-class prefecture, the second would receive a medium-class prefecture, and the third and fourth would receive lower-class prefectures. The lower-class prefectures had to pay tribute to the higher-class prefectures every year. Yi Qinghan knew that if the continent stopped the prefecture battle, there would be no more competition. Without competition, there would be no progress. Therefore, the rules of the competition were formulated. This way, it would not hurt the foundation, and it could also stimulate the interest of the young people in practicing martial arts. Half a month later, all the cities in the 3 prefectures and 1 island were plastered with a joint announcement from the continent's deity-level experts. They announced that the continent would no longer allow large-scale battles, the rules of the tournament that would be held once every 30 years, and the news of Yi Qinghan's wedding that would be held a month later. Yi Qinghan's deeds had been spread for more than half a month, and under the secret instructions of the continent's powerhouses, it had become known to every household in the continent. Moreover, the more it spread, the more mysterious it became. In the end, it was said that Yi Qinghan was a heavenly meridian individual, and was born with the divine strength of a heavenly god. He could lift 10,000 kilograms, was 8 feet tall, had an 8 feet waist, and could scare a saint beast to death with a sneeze. Of course, no matter how it was spread, Yi Qinghan became the hero who saved the continent. This was something no one doubted. Countless people began to give him longevity tablets in their homes, set up divine tablets for him, and worshipped him day and night. For a moment, Yi Qinghan's reputation surpassed that of Divine Master Tuesday. "Brother, you've become a living god now." Kiki. On the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, Yi Qinghan was lying lazily on a soft chair. Yi Qingyu was giving him a gentle massage, and Yi Qingwu was peeling a spirit fruit and feeding it to him. Yu Qingqing was sitting cross-legged in front of him, fiddling with the zither and playing a beautiful tune. Oh! Yi Qinghan opened his mouth and took the fruit that Yi Qingwu passed to him. He took the opportunity to touch Yi Qingwu's plump buttocks. He then looked at Yi Qingyu and said with a smile, "What do you mean you've become a living god? The 2 of us are deity tier experts. We're already gods, okay?" Pervert. Yi Qingwu glanced at him, but she didn't avoid him. She pouted and said angrily, "The 2 of you are already gods, but Qingqing and I are still mortals." Humph. Yi Qingwu was hot-tempered. She hated cultivation the most. Now that the continent was peaceful, she didn't have the heart to cultivate. She played around all day. Sister Xiao Wu, you can't blame me. If you don't work hard enough, when the time comes, brother and sister Qingqing will all go to the divine world to play, and you will be left alone in the continent. Yi Qingyu laughed and joked, trying to provoke Yi Qingwu. Clang! Hearing this, Yu Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes and stopped playing. She frowned and asked, Qinghan, you want to go to the divine world? Go to the divine world. Not going. Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked very determined. He waved his hand and signaled Yu Qingqing to continue playing. Hee, little peach blossom. Little Yu is joking. I don't want to go to the divine world. The fire dragon continent is so leisurely. I can accompany you until the end of time. Although Yi Qinghan really missed that bewitching beauty and knew that if he didn't go to the divine world, he wouldn't be able to have a taste of that little red string. He also knew that the sky of the divine world was wider, and that the world there was more exciting. But he knew that the divine world was extremely dangerous. If he brought the three women with him, it would be even more likely that something would happen. He didn't want to have any regrets. Now that Divine Master 2 had been killed, he didn't want to go to the divine world even more. He had been in this world for more than 30 years, but he hadn't enjoyed a long period of peace and happiness. Now, after a lot of hard work, he could finally live a comfortable life like a deity. It was so much better to live a carefree life on the continent. He wasn't a fool to go to the divine world to be trampled on and killed. A month later, Tsang City was once again filled with experts, and it was extraordinarily lively. Yi Qinghan was holding a make-up wedding for the three women at the Frost Thearcha's wedding. Who on the continent would dare to miss it? Of course, many people didn't even have the qualifications to come. Tsang City was immersed in a joyous atmosphere for the entire day. Yu Shishui and Yi Tianlong were overjoyed. The two of them had secretly become husband and wife, and Yu Shishui no longer had any misgivings now that Yi Tianlong had become a god. However, the two of them didn't dare to spread the news. After all, they were old fogies, and they would become a laughingstock if word got out. Yi Qinghan casually dealt with the guests for a while before leaving the Yi clan to take care of the guests and sneaking back to the Chilling Heart Pavilion by himself. Ever since the first day they had returned to the Yi clan, the three women hadn't been willing to partake in any more intimate events. Tonight, Yi Qinghan stared at the three beautiful women on the bed. They were dressed in red, and their skin was as white as snow. They looked like three blooming flowers, and his heart couldn't help but race. He thought of a joke from his previous life and chuckled, hee, a pair of newlyweds and two old things. Ah. No, a pair of newlyweds and four old things, haha. Brother, what do you mean by newlyweds and old things? Yi Qingyu blinked her large eyes in confusion as she asked. Yi Qingwu coldly harumphed and rolled her eyes. She clearly understood what he was trying to say. Yu Qingqing, on the other hand, lowered her head shyly, her snow-white face blushing. Hee, I'll show you, or I'll let you have a taste. Yi Qinghan smiled wickedly and prepared to pounce on her. However, he suddenly froze in place, and his expression became extremely serious. Then, he teleported away, leaving behind a single sentence. Have a taste. How do I have a taste? Milord is back. That milord. Brother, why do you keep saying such strange things? Yi Qingyu asked the two of them in confusion when she heard Yi Qinghan's words. Milord is back. At the same time, in the mountains behind the Yi clan, Lord Zhou stood up from the banquet with a joyful face, looking to the north excitedly. More than 10 God Realm experts in the mountains behind the Yi clan also felt the space fluctuation in the north. They hurried to stand up with respect, looking to the north. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan directly teleported to the back of the mountain, standing side by side with the others. They all felt a figure dashing towards them. After a while, a fiery red voice arose in the sky. It was Lord Devour, who had left for several years. The God Lord is dead. You guys are in big trouble. Yi Qing Han. I didn't expect that you could grow so fast. Xiao Hei's supernatural power has been awakened in advance. Sigh. I've miscalculated. Lord Devour coldly raked his eyes through the crowd. Eventually, his eyes fixed on Yi Qinghan's face. His emotionless words made people's cheerful mood fall to the bottom. Chapter 469. Big Trouble. Everybody had a bad premonition. What kind of person was Lord Devour? Although they didn't know her real realm, she had slapped the Golden Horn God tribe's god general to death with her palm at the foot of the mountain. Such an almighty expert had used the word big trouble. It must be a big deal. My lord. What's wrong? Lord Zhou sent a message to Yi Tianlong, asking him to order all the maids to leave, leaving only the god-level experts. Then, she asked. Yes, my lord. Please tell us. All of them stood up and bowed to Lord Devour with solemn faces. Even Yi Qinghan was restless as he bowed to greet Lord Devour. Lord Devour looked at them and said coldly, Rule 36 of the Divine World, anyone who kills the Lord of a material plane without permission will be killed without mercy. If it's a person from the material plane who kills the Lord, everyone in the plane will kill him. Didn't I tell you before? Have you forgotten? Elder Lu, you followed Lord Soul Emperor for so many years. You don't understand. Everybody was flustered. Didn't Elder Lu say it was fine? Moreover, if Yi Qinghan hadn't killed Master God too, it was possible that Master God too would have destroyed the world before the Divine World could have destroyed it. After all, if Master God too had gotten the divine weapon, he would have gone to the Divine World. Before going there, he would have killed everyone to prevent the news from leaking. Now, my lord, it's my fault. Although I've been following Lord Soul Emperor, I've lived in the Soul Emperor Palace, so I don't know about these things. I thought that since there are so many material planes and the Divine World is so vast, the law enforcement team wouldn't care about so many things. That's why I didn't stop Little Han. Elder Lu seemed to recall something. His eyes rolled, and his face changed. He hurried to kneel on one knee, begging for forgiveness. Yeah. My lord, there are so many material planes, and the Divine World is so vast. The law enforcement team shouldn't care, right? My lord, is it really that serious? Everybody was skeptical, looking at Lord Devour and asking him. Humph. What do you know? How much do you know about the Divine Realm? Lord Devour snorted. The atmosphere in the field became stagnant, and the cold air arose. He paused for a while and then continued. The Flame Dragon continent belongs to the ethereal continent of the God Realm. 2,000 years ago, the previous captain of the law enforcement team, the 7th grade Howling Sky War God, was assassinated. The Misty Sovereign was enraged by this matter and dispatched one of the 5 great venerables under him, Venerable Moonchaser, to take over as the law enforcement team captain and carry out a purge on the entire Misty continent. Furthermore, anyone who violated the iron laws of the God Realm would be severely punished. If the law enforcement team finds out about this, think about the consequences. Also, Lord Devour didn't wait for them to speak. He didn't care about their dark faces as he continued to tell them the important news. This time, when I went to the Divine World, I got a piece of bad news for you guys. The Misty Continent has a peerless genius. This genius was 30 years old, and his cultivation had just broken through to the Divine King Realm. Master Evil Moon, one of the 5 supremacies under the Misty Monarch, had personally taken him in as his personal disciple. Unfortunately, this peerless genius was a member of the twin-pupil Nether race. A disciple of the same race slaughtered by a divine master. What? Lord Devour's two pieces of news were like two sudden thunders in the middle of the night, blowing everyone away. The first piece of news was still okay. At least, they could pray that the law enforcement team didn't know about it, but the second piece of news was absolutely fatal. The people present didn't know about those 7th-grade war gods or supremacies. However, those who could become one of the 5 great supremacies under the Misty Monarch were definitely top characters. And that genius from the twin-pupil nether race, since he had become the personal disciple of a supremacy, he must be a big character. If the netherworld race knew about Divine Master 2's death, it would quickly reach the years of that peerless genius, and then the years of the supremacy. Then, the Flame Dragon continent would be annihilated without a doubt. Calamity. It was really a calamity. A calamity that could wipe out the entire continent. Lord, please save the people of the continent. After a while, no one knew who was the first to kowtow to Lord Devour for help. Except for Yi Qinghan and Lord Ninth Deer, everyone else started to beg Lord Devour for help. They knew that this was a dead end. Only Lord Devour had a sliver of hope to solve it. Otherwise, they would really be finished. Yi Qinghan didn't speak. He just knelt on one knee in a daze, his eyes blurry. He was scared out of his wits. Half a day ago, he was the hero of the continent, a god in the hearts of the people. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a sinner of the Flame Dragon continent. Lord Ninth Deer sighed anxiously. Her usual elegance was nowhere to be seen. After a while, she thought of something and hurried to tell Lord Devour about what Divine Master 2 had done after Lord Devour left. At the same time, she begged. Sigh. Actually, it's my fault. After listening to Lord Ninth Deer's message, Lord Devour sighed deeply and said helplessly, originally, I planned to let Yi Qinghan cultivate to the Divine Realm, then go to the Divine Realm and slowly obtain the position of the Flame Dragon Overlord through proper means. With me here, Divine Master 2 wouldn't dare to act recklessly. I didn't expect Yi Qinghan to grow so fast. His comprehension of the law had actually reached the Divine General Realm. Moreover, Xiao He hadn't reached the Transformation Realm, but he had awakened his supernatural ability. Before I went to the Divine Realm, I had warned Divine Master Tuesday. But I didn't expect that he would be so crazy. He's been in the Divine Realm for 3 years, and so many things have happened. It's my miscalculation. My lord. What should we do now? Can we fix it? Everybody looked at Lord Devour, waiting for his final judgment. His life or death depended on Lord Devour's words. My lord. Yi Qinghan had finally woken up. He moved his mouth, calling worriedly. There's still a glimmer of hope. Of course, it's very slim. Lord Devour lifted his head to look at the sky. He sighed deeply, shaking his head. Everybody was shaken. They looked happy as they stood up and shouted, My lord, please tell us. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we're willing to pay any price to fight for it. You guys can't. Lord Devour retrieved his eyes, turning to Yi Qinghan. There's still a glimmer of hope because Xiao He has used his supernatural ability to swallow Tu's soul. He has just awakened his supernatural ability, so he hasn't mastered how to refine the soul yet. Thus, Tu's soul seal hasn't vanished yet. As the eminent elder of the Netherworld tribe, Tu must have refined the soul jade slip and kept it in the tribe. Once his soul seal disappears, the soul jade slip will be broken. At that time, the Netherworld tribe will know that Tu is dead. It hasn't vanished yet. It's good, it's good. Everybody exhaled in relief. They all knew about the soul jade slip. Not to mention Tu, even the god-slaughtering guards could make it. The female monster god, Jimmy, suddenly thought of something. She gawked at Lord Devour. My lord, If we can find a way to preserve Divine Master Two's soul seal and prevent him from vanishing, his soul jade slip won't be broken, right? Then, the Netherworld tribe won't know that Two is dead. Everybody thought it was reasonable, nodding in agreement. Harumph. Stupid. Lord Devour faintly glared at Jimmy, snorting. Can you preserve the soul forever? When the soul leaves the body, the 9 serenities of purgatory will absorb it. Even if you have a strong soul expert, you can't preserve a soul that has left the body forever. Moreover, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The Divine Master too returns to the Divine World every 1,000 years to deliver the soul origin pellets he has refined to the Netherworld tribe. Thus, even if you can preserve the soul seal, you have at most 1,000 years. No, to be exact, you have 980 years. Thus, your only chance now is to preserve Two's soul for 980 years. Moreover, you have to go to the Divine World and take the Fire Dragon Overlord position from Tuesday. Chapter 470. Lord Devour's meaning was clear. Everybody understood it. However, they understood what Lord Devour meant when he said, very uncertain. Everyone here was a God realm expert with a strong soul. Their divine consciousness could scan the entire continent. However, nobody knew much about souls. Or rather, they didn't understand them at all. No one knew how to preserve a separated soul, let alone preserve it for 980 years. As for the second point, it was even more difficult. Go to the Divine World. Let's not talk about how to become an overlord in the divine realm within a short 980 years, nor do we talk about the conditions needed to become an overlord. Even if they wanted to go to the divine world and fight for the Fire Dragon continent. Except for Yi Qinghan, who could pass the 10 challenges of the Purple Island. If they couldn't go to the divine world, how could they fight for it? Ha! While people were looking at Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour with twinkling eyes, Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed. His fighting will rose. My lord, please find a way to preserve Two's soul. I will bear any price. As for the Fire Dragon Overlord position, I will go to the Divine World. I will take it. I am the one who made the mistake. I will bear it alone. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if there was a huge hand in the unseen world, seemingly controlling her fate. Every time he wanted to enjoy life leisurely, he was forced to fight, to struggle. He had lived in the Fire Dragon continent for more than 30 years. He had considered this place his home. He didn't want to go to the divine world, but now, he had to go there. If that was the case, he would fight. The sky of the Fire Dragon continent had been pierced. Now, he would go to the divine world and stab it several times to see if he could break it. He understood Lord Devour's temper. Since she had asked, she must be able to preserve Two's soul. Of course, she would ask him to pay a price. That year, he had asked her to deal with the Golden Horn God clan, and he owed her a favor. So, what if he owed her one more time? It's true that I can preserve Two's soul for thousands of years. I don't need you to pay any price. I only want you to do one thing. Of course, you can choose to refuse. This time, Lord Devour was surprisingly easy to talk to. His voice was no longer emotionless, but a bit begrudging. As for the position of the Flame Dragon Overlord, I could have helped you get it. But I can't do it. I have my own difficulties. You'll find out in the future. So, Yi Qinghan, only you can obtain the Flame Dragon Overlord. All right. Sir, please give me your instructions. Yi Qinghan raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. Since he had decided on something, he wouldn't think too much. Of course, he had nothing to fear. Yi Qinghan, Ajo, Lu Shi, you guys come to the castle to talk. Lord Devour raked his eyes through them. He didn't want to talk more, so he teleported away. Wait for my news. Yi Qinghan stood up, and the others followed suit. He looked at the crowd, then nodded at Ninth Lord and Elder Lu, and the three of them teleported to the north. That bastard is too despicable. He actually brought a peak heavenly god realm divine beast to Purple Island, and the divine beasts on Purple Island can only be defeated, not killed. Otherwise, we could have gone to the immortal realm to help little Han. Damn it. Yi Tianlong's face contorted in anger. He watched as Yi Qinghan had to bear such a heavy burden alone. He felt extremely bitter and angry. Yu Shishui blinked and thought of something. Sky Dragon, don't be angry. Doesn't Yi Qinghan have a spatial divine tool? Last time, I saw Ninth Lord go in. Maybe he can bring us in as well. Maybe we can all go to the immortal realm together. Little Han won't feel so much pressure then. Yes. I've heard that spatial divine tools can house living people. Why don't we just let the Frost Emperor bring us to the immortal realm? Let's all prepare to fight in the immortal realm. The Hidden Island Master's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit surged. Yes. Go to the immortal realm and fight for a place that belongs to us. The other immortal realm experts also became excited. It was too difficult to increase one's cultivation speed in the Flame Dragon continent. They were tired of living there for thousands of years. Now, if he could follow Yi Qinghan to the divine world, to fight for the Flame Dragon continent together, to roam the world and fight for it, it would also be a good choice. Dark Castle, on the rooftop. Lord. Elder Lu, Ninth Lord, and Yi Qinghan teleported over. They bowed and waited for Lord Devour to speak. Summon Blackie. Lord Devour sat on the chair, glancing at the other three as he said. Yes. Xiaohei, come out. Following Yi Qinghan's call, a shadow quickly condensed and turned into Xiaohei. Xiaohei had devoured Tu's soul and had been digesting it, so he hadn't come out in the beast battle space. Boss, why did you call me out? Auntie is back. As soon as Xiaohei came out, he jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms and rubbed against him intimately. Then, he turned around and saw Lord Devour smiling at him. Xiaohei, congratulations on reaching the immortal realm. You've grown up. I'm so happy. The moment Xiaohei came out, Lord Devour's eyes were full of love. He smiled brightly as if he had become a kind and amiable elder. Oh. Auntie, I've awakened my supernatural power. It's time for you to tell me about my identity. You promised me last time. Xiaohei recalled something, his eyes filled with desire as he opened his mouth. That doesn't count. Lord Devour was bewildered by Xiaohei's question. He smiled bitterly and said, your supernatural power shouldn't be awakened until you reach the human transformation realm. I guess you mutated after becoming Yi Qinghan's battle beast and awakened your supernatural power in advance. Okay, when you transform into a human, I'll tell you everything. I won't regret it. Human transformation. Auntie, you're lying again. Harumph. Boss is the best. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Xiaohei turned around angrily, looking at Yi Qinghan with a warm smile. Lord Devour didn't know if he should cry or laugh at Xiaohei, but he didn't blame him. Quite the contrary, he smiled and said, Xiaohei, don't move. I'm going to take Tu's soul out of your body first. As Yi Qinghan saw that he had finished his business, he hurried to pat Xiaohei's shoulder, asking him not to be naughty. Lord Devour didn't talk more. He extended his beautiful palm, aiming at Xiaohei's body. Then, his palm shot out a sacred halo, covering Xiaohei. After a while, a gold sponge floated out of Xiaohei's mouth, falling into Lord Devour's palm. Lord Devour is so powerful. Yi Qinghan, Lord Zhou, and Old Lu gazed at this scene without blinking. They were astounded by Lord Devour's power. Such supernatural power was really terrifying. Lord Devour still wore a faint smile, as if he had just done something trivial. He said to Yi Qinghan, I told you that I would make you a god in 50 years. You've done it. I'm so happy. I can preserve Tu's soul for 1,000 years. Moreover, I'll try my best to keep the Fire Dragon continent safe for 1,000 years. However, you have to promise me one thing. Of course, I won't force you to do it. Please tell me, Lord. As Yi Qinghan listened to him, he knew that it was Lord Devour who had helped him solve his worries, and he could go to the divine world without worries. I want you to dissolve the soul contract with Xiao He. As soon as Lord Devour finished, Yi Qinghan, Xiao He, and Lord Jiao and Old Lu were astounded. After all, if Yi Qinghan lost Xiao He, he wouldn't have the body fusion technique. Not to mention going to the God world, he wouldn't even be able to cross the Purple Island. However, Lord Devour didn't wait for the others to object. He continued, don't be hasty. Wait for me. I think you know how vast the God world is. I'm telling you, it's much bigger than you can imagine. There are so many experts there. Heavenly God realm experts are just ordinary people, and there are a lot of God generals and God kings. Moreover, the God world is very dangerous. You can die at any minute. Xiao He is your war beast. If you die, he will die with you. Is it fair to him? Xiao He has grown up. If he continues to be your war beast, it will limit his development. Xiao He should have his own life. Didn't you say that you've always treated him as your little brother? Do you have the heart to see your brother live in your shadow? Chapter 471. Listening to Lord Devour, everybody including Xiao He quieted down. Yi Qinghan stared blankly for a moment before smiling faintly at Little Black. She thought back to the first time she had met him in the summon space. She thought back to the silly appearance he had when he had been summoned. She thought back to the first time he had called her boss through spiritual sound transmission in the Savage Mountain Range. She thought back to all the ups and downs they had gone through, never abandoning each other and fighting together. Xiao He had grown up. Xiao He should have his own life. Lord Devour's words had woken up Yi Qinghan as if he had just been given a bottle of wisdom. Right. Since the first time Xiao He had used the soul message to call him boss, Yi Qinghan had considered him his little brother, a human being. And now, Xiao He had grown up. He could talk like a human. He had become a divine beast. How could he let him be his war beast? He was too selfish. If he died, Xiao He would die with him. It wasn't fair to him. Xiao He should have his own life. He should live a more splendid life. He shouldn't be Shi Yan's shadow, a stepping stone for Shi Yan's success. I agree. Xiao He should have his own life. I was too selfish. I'm sorry for Xiao He. Yi Qinghan didn't consider for a long time. He looked at Xiao He lovingly, then at Lord Devour resolutely. Then, he looked at Xiao He apologetically. Yi Qinghan didn't think for a long time. His resolute answer had won Lord Devour, Lord Nine, and Old Lu's approval. Lord Devour didn't force him to cancel it. After that, his strongest attack would vanish. However, Yi Qinghan was resolute. It proved that he had deep feelings for Xiao He. He had considered Xiao He his little brother, not a war beast or a pet. I don't agree. I won't agree even if I die. However, as soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, Xiao He raised his furry little head and shook his head desperately. His two little eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan, and he said even more resolutely, "Boss, I will never leave you even if I have to die. I have stayed in that little valley for 1,000 years, but I haven't lived a happy and steady life with you, boss. I don't want to live alone anymore, I want to be with you. Unless I die, I will never leave you, boss. Boss, don't you want Xiaohei anymore? Yes, yes. Xiaohei. Why doesn't boss want you anymore? Seeing Xiaohei's pitiful face and his unreserved feelings for him, Yi Qinghan's eyes became wet. However, he still tried to persuade him. Xiaohei, you've grown up. You have to learn to be strong. Even if boss cancels the contract, you will always be my beloved little brother. I don't want to cancel the contract. You don't know that when you cut off the soul connection with me on the Purple Island, I didn't feel comfortable at all. I felt empty in my heart. Boss, leave you. I'll die. While Xiaohei was talking, 2 drops of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. He angrily turned around, looking at Lord Devour and thundering. If you dare to cancel the soul contract, I won't recognize you as my aunt anymore. I will ignore you forever. Sigh. You kid. Why are you as stubborn as your father? Lord Devour didn't get angry. He forced a smile, sighed deeply, and then waved his hand. Forget it. Forget it. Let's do it this way. Yi Qinghan, I will change the master-servant contract between you and Xiaohei to an equal contract. Then, you guys can still be together, and Xiaohei's development won't be limited. Of course, the body fusion technique won't disappear. At the same time, if you fall, Xiaohei won't be implicated. Xiaohei, it should be okay, right? Can it be? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed when he heard this. It would be for the best if that was the case. After all, the law of space that he had comprehended were all auxiliary attacks. Only the body fusion technique was the strongest attack that he could rely on. Yes, of course. Xiaohei was so happy that he jumped up and screamed. Lord Devour looked at him, his face bitter. He said discontentedly, "It can be done. However, it will consume a lot of my god power and treasures." Harumph. Thank you, sir. Yi Qinghan hurried to thank him. He had seized the chance when Lord Devour wasn't here to use the soul ring to summon Xiaohei. It was the same as stealing someone else's disciple, and now, Lord Devour had to pay for him. Call Xiaohei back. Sit cross-legged and calm down. Lord Devour nodded coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in the air. The jade bottle shook for a while, and a white pellet shot out. It was another medium-grade divine pellet. Lord Devour grabbed the pellet, patting it on Yi Qinghan's forehead. The pellet disappeared from his head. Then, Lord Devour closed his eyes, sitting in silence without moving an inch. It's done. 2 hours later, Lord Devour opened his eyes, talking faintly. His voice was a little tired. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, looking at Lord Devour in astonishment. He felt like nothing had happened. Everything was done. Right. No, it seemed his soul had become much stronger. He guessed it could be compared to the soul of a peak of heavenly god realm expert. Shi Yan crawled up to thank Lord Devour. Not only did he not lose anything, but he also got something good. No need to thank me. It's your luck. You should arrange the things in the fiery dragon continent and then go to the divine world. I can only help you this much. You will know some things later. Lord Devour sighed. Then, his face became solemn. When you go to the divine world, you have to remember a few things. First, stay low-key. High-profile people usually die faster. Second, don't expose the fact that Xiaohei is the soul-devouring beast. Unless it's a critical moment, don't use Xiaohei's supernatural abilities. Third, don't expose the unfettered ring and the divine sword. Or else, you will die. Yes, sir. Yi Qinghan will keep it in mind. Yi Qinghan hurriedly replied. After hesitating for a moment, he asked the question that had been lingering in his heart for a long time, "My lord, can I bring my 3 wives with me to the God realm?" In fact, when the Yi family decided to go to the divine world, Yi Qinghan had been thinking about this question. People could live in the unfettered ring, so he planned to bring them to the divine world. Moreover, if possible, he planned to bring the god-level experts of the continent. After all, there was strength in numbers. At the same time, he recalled that when he came out of seclusion, Lord Jiu was in the unfettered pavilion. He couldn't help but look at Elder Lu suspiciously. "No," Lord Devour said faintly, but he didn't say anything else. He looked at Elder Lu, asking him to explain. "Hee, little Han. People from the material plane can only go to the divine world through the teleportation formation. Otherwise, they will die. Anyone from the fiery dragon continent who wants to ascend to the divine world has to go through the 10 challenges of the Purple Island. Of course, Xiao Hei is your war beast, so it doesn't count," Elder Lu explained with certainty. At the same time, he understood what Yi Qinghan was thinking. He looked at Lord Devour and sent him a message. "As for why Lord Jiu could enter the unfettered pavilion, I will tell you later. I will go with you to the divine world, and I will tell you what I know. Don't worry." When Yi Qinghan heard the first part, his face darkened. He didn't even hear Elder Lu's last part. He didn't know how long it would take to come back from the divine world. It would be a long journey. How could he leave the 3 girls in the Fire Dragon continent? Moreover, he was clear that if Yi Qingyu and the others knew that they couldn't go to the divine world with them, they would definitely not agree. Love is love, and it has nothing to do with the moon or the wind. Lord Devour looked at Yi Qinghan, who was anxious and didn't know what to do. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Then, he sighed and said, "Forget it. Yi Qinghan, take off the unfettered ring, and I will refine a teleportation door for you. Take off the soul ring, and I will help you refine your appearance, so that you won't be recognized in the divine world." "What?" Yi Qinghan was surprised. He didn't understand what Lord Devour meant. Elder Lu was overjoyed. He shouted at the dazed Yi Qinghan, "Silly boy, what are you waiting for?" "No, thank you, Lord. With 2 teleportation doors, you can travel freely between the divine world and the fire dragon plane with the unfettered ring. You won't have to worry about me anymore. Only you can refine it. Not many people in the divine world have this ability." "Ah. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord." Yi Qinghan came to his senses. He took off the 2 rings and handed them to Lord Devour. With 2 transportation gates, he could place one of them in the Cold Heart Pavilion forever, and use the other to enter the Cold Heart Pavilion from the divine world. Then, he could use the other transportation gate to return to the Flame Dragon continent. Phew! Finally, everything was settled. Yi Qinghan exhaled deeply. He lifted his head to look at the dazzling starry sky and smiled. Without any worries, he could finally go to the divine world and fight for his life. Clenching his fists, Yi Qinghan started to imagine the other side of the starry sky. The legendary divine world was boundless and magnificent. Here I come. Chapter 472. Elder Lu. Isn't it too high profile to refine the carefree ring and soul ring into this state? In the sky above the dark forest, 2 figures flew quickly toward the south. They were Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu. Elder Lu said that he had something to tell him, so the 2 of them did not teleport back immediately. Instead, they flew back to Tsang City. Yi Qinghan said to Elder Lu as he looked at the 2 glowing rings on his hand. Elder Lu chuckled and said, "You don't understand. My lord is doing the opposite. In the immortal realm, the more dazzling something is, the less attention it attracts. The more low-key it is, the more people will suspect it to be a treasure." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. There were all kinds of treasures in the immortal realm. Wearing such jewels, others would be able to tell at a glance that you were from a material plane, and that you were a nouveau riche who had ascended to this plane. Little Han, do you remember what I said on the Fallen God Mountain? You have to become an immortal within 50 years. Otherwise, I'll take back the free and unfettered pavilion and the divine sword. Elder Lu suddenly recalled something from the past. Yi Qinghan was startled and said, I remember. Now that I have become a god, the carefree ring and the divine sword belong to me forever, right? Elder Lu nodded and said with a smile, of course. You have fulfilled the conditions set by the Soul Emperor, so the divine sword and the carefree pavilion belong to you now. In fact, although you have refined the carefree pavilion, you have not completely refined it. The core of the carefree pavilion has always been in my hands, and this is also the reason why Ninth Madam can enter the carefree pavilion. If you completely refine the carefree pavilion, not only Ninth Madam, but even I will not be able to enter without opening the restriction. In other words, as long as you completely refine the carefree pavilion, no one will be able to enter without your permission. Of course, those who do not have your aura will not be able to enter even if you are willing. Elder Lu said a lot of things like a tongue twister, and Yi Qinghan finally understood. However, he was even more confused. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with a sly smile, Elder Lu, Ninth Madam does not have my aura. Could it be yours? Hee hee. Did you have an affair with her? What do you mean by that? Brat, what are you talking about? Elder Lu stared blankly for a moment before he finally understood. He was so angry that his beard curled up as he cursed angrily. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a curious expression on his face. He thought about it for a moment before he sent a mysterious voice transmission. The Soul Emperor created the Carefree Pavilion. So, besides the people with your soul aura, anyone with the Soul Emperor's aura can also enter. I'm the Soul Emperor's servant, so I can enter. And Sergio is Devour's servant, so he can enter too. Lord Devour's servant. What did this have to do with the Soul Emperor? Could it be? The more Yi Qinghan listened, the more confused he became. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes widened in surprise as he transmitted his voice. Hee hee. In the past, the Soul Emperor had dominated a portion of the divine realm. He had 2 great generals under his command, the demon dancers and twin concubines. The enchantress was extremely alluring, and the dancing demoness killed without batting an eyelid. The number of deity-level experts who had died in their hands was innumerable. And the dancer was, the butterfly dance war god, Lord Devour. Do you understand now? Elder Lu had a look of reverence in his eyes, as if he was recalling the unparalleled glory of the 2 of them in the past. The dancing demoness, the enchantress. Dancer. Ha! That's it. Yi Qinghan finally understood everything. It turned out that Lord Devour was also the Soul Emperor's subordinate. At this moment, Yi Qinghan remembered the enchantress in the Dream Palace. The enchantress used to say that she was the dancing demoness, the Soul Emperor's subordinate. No. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the strange expression on the enchantress' face when she heard that Xiao He was the soul-devouring beast, and Lord Devour had said that she was Xiao He's aunt. Then, Xiao He's identity was obvious. He couldn't help but turn to Elder Lu in shock, sending a voice transmission to seek confirmation. Elder Lu, is Xiao He, that man's son? Yes. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell Xiao He. Lord doesn't allow it. Wait until the day Xiao He transforms. Lord will tell him everything. Elder Lu nodded, sending a solemn voice transmission. *T. Xiao He was the Soul Emperor's son. Yi Qinghan finally understood what was going on. After all this trouble, he had actually gotten himself involved with the Soul Emperor. But after thinking about it, it made sense. He had obtained the soul ring and used it to connect with Xiao He to summon Xiao He. He had also relied on the soul ring to survive in the god-slaying mountain. Finally, he had obtained the divine sword and the carefree pavilion. Because of the carefree pavilion and the soul ring, he had been able to enter the dream palace, which led to so many troubles. Now that he thought about it, this damaged soul ring, which he had thought was a 3-0 trash ring, was the ring that had brought him luck. Without the soul ring, perhaps he would still be the 7th son of the Yi family, living a peaceful life. The ring that his father had obtained in the god-slaying mountain had changed his life. Life was really King lonely like snow. What? You want to go to the divine world alone? When Yi Qinghan returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion, it was already noon. The 3 girls were sitting in the hall. When they heard Yi Qinghan say he wanted to go to the divine world, Yi Qingwu was the first to flip out. Her face became extremely ugly. She pouted and said, "No, we want to go with you. If you don't take us, I will. I will die in front of you. Brother, wherever you are, I will be there. You said that you would never leave me again. Are you going to leave me again?" Yi Qingyu's tears rolled down her cheeks. She pulled Yi Qinghan's robe, crying and shaking her head. Yi Qingqing didn't say anything or shed tears. She just looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately, waiting for his explanation. "I also want to take you, but Lord Devour said that you can only go to the divine world after passing the 10 challenges. If you go to the divine world from the carefree pavilion, you will be killed for sure." Yi Qinghan forced a smile and explained, "You don't need to worry. Lord Devour has refined 2 transportation doors in the carefree pavilion for me. I can go back to the Fire Dragon continent from the divine world at any time. In this way, I can come back to meet you at any time." Yi Qinghan had explained for a long time. He had mentioned the current situation of the Fiery Dragon continent, Old Lu, and Lord Devour. He had coaxed them, frightened them, and played tricks on them. From noon to night, he had finally used the 24 moves of Cloud and Rain to defeat the 3 of them. On the second day, Yi Qinghan gathered all the deity-level experts of the continent and explained everything to them. Of course, the important matters were only briefly mentioned. After that, it was decided that they would set off for the divine world in a month's time. During this month, Yi Qinghan didn't think about anything else. He just took the 3 girls to travel around the continent, keeping them company. The 4 of them went to the hidden city to enjoy the wind, the god-slaying mountain to see the flowers, the floating snow city to admire the snow, and the misty forest to watch the moon. Of course, they all stayed the night in the carefree pavilion. "Lord, there's a question. I don't know if I should ask it or not." In the dark castle, Lord Jiu pondered for several days. Eventually, she couldn't help but ask Lord Devour. "What?" "Finally, you can't help it," Lord Devour said with a smile, his eyes playful. "Lord Audiobook, if I may ask, do you really not have the ability to help the continent take the Fire Dragon Overlord's position? Why do I feel like Lord Jiu is purposely forcing Little Han to go to the divine world?" In fact, not only Lord Jiu, all the God Realm experts of the continent and Yi Qinghan had the same question. However, they didn't dare to ask. Only Lord Jiu dared. No matter what, Lord Devour was a powerful man. The Fire Dragon Overlord's position was easy for her. However, it was really hard for Yi Qinghan. "Haha, of course, I have this ability. Again, why should I go and get it? I don't owe the continent anything, and Yi Qinghan has made mistakes. Of course, he has to bear the consequences himself," Lord Devour said faintly. Then, he sighed, looking at the sky. "Of course, it's just one of the reasons. As for why I want to force Yi Qinghan to go to the divine world, I have my reasons. Later on, you guys will know my good intentions." Actually, I'm giving Yi Qinghan a big chance. As for whether he can grasp it or not, it depends on Yi Qinghan's ability and luck. 1 month later, all the experts of the continent gathered on the Purple Island. Everyone that Yi Qinghan knew was here. They were here to bid farewell to Yi Qinghan. Under the blessings and prayers of tens of thousands of experts, Yi Qinghan carried the black slaughter god's saber on his back. He looked at the crowd deeply. Finally, he looked at the sky. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and entered the transportation array in the center of the Purple Island. No one moved. They were waiting quietly for Yi Qinghan to pass the last stage and ascend to the divine world. The 10 stages of the Purple Island were all guarded by divine beasts. The further one advanced, the stronger they were. The challenger had to defeat the phantom of each divine beast to pass the stage. These phantom and the real divine beasts had the same attack and defense. This was also the reason why the divine beasts of the Purple Island couldn't be killed. Of course, strength was relative. On the surface, Yi Qinghan only had the strength of a heavenly god. However, his comprehension of the nomological laws had reached the divine general realm. He had activated his absolute domain all the way. Under the effect of spiritual confusion, Yi Qinghan didn't have to expend much effort to easily defeat the divine beasts of the first 9 stages. The last stage was a peak stage heavenly god flying lion. Its defense was shocking, and its innate ability was even more defensive. Ordinary heavenly gods wouldn't be able to break its defense. Furthermore, its soul spirit was very strong. Yi Qinghan fought for a while and had no choice but to use the god-devouring technique to destroy the soul spirit of the flying lion. This time, he was judged to have passed the stage. Flame Dragon Continent. Wait for my return. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath of the Flame Dragon Continent's air. He turned around and walked into a huge transportation array that was glowing with 9 colors. Buzz! At this moment, the entire Violet Island suddenly shook. The purple light barrier above the Violet Island also suddenly lit up. Furthermore, it was getting brighter and brighter. The purple light illuminated the sky above the Violet Island, piercing through the heavens. Farewell, Cold Arch. Countless people knelt on one knee, looked at the sky, and prayed silently. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Qingwu had tears in their eyes, but they didn't cry. Instead, they murmured, "Qinghan, brother, little Han, take care. Wait for us." The wind in the barbarian city, the flowers in the Luotian mountain, the snow in the dark forest, the moon in the tranquil lake. Looking from the railings, the night in Tsang City is unforgettable. It's the bewitching purple under the broken blade. Fengzi ran his fingers through his hair. His fierce-looking face was filled with loneliness. He shook his 2 huge chest muscles and started reciting a poem. Then, she put one hand behind her back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. She sighed in a melancholy tone, "I'm gone. Why do you feel such sadness in your balls?" "You are, a pain in the balls. It's an illness. It has to be treated. If not, it will break." Hua Ji and Long Shuailu had goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw Fengzi pretending to be elegant, and they said firmly at the same time. In the spring of the 10,038 year of the Flame Dragon calendar, the cold arch of the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan, carried the hopes of billions of people on the continent and ascended to the divine realm, beginning his legendary journey. Chapter 473. The Divine Plane. Misty Continent, Ascension Platform. 2 huge purple moons hung in the sky. The light purple light shone on the ground, making this ancient land look even more desolate. The Ascension Platform was actually a mountain. This mountain was very strange. It stood straight like a stone pillar and was surrounded by cliffs. At a glance, it was a dark and bottomless abyss. It was a terrifying sight. The peak of the mountain seemed to have been shaved off by a huge sword. It was very flat, revealing a green stone surface made of an unknown material. There were no buildings on the peak, only two huge teleportation formations. This teleportation formation was dozens of times bigger than the one on Purple Island. It was also countless times more complicated. It was emitting a faint purple light. There were two giants standing beside the teleportation formation. They were 7 to 8 meters tall. They looked old-fashioned and wore silver robes. Their silver hair was more than a meter long, fluttering in the wind. Their slightly closed eyes flashed with lightning from time to time. The aura they emitted unintentionally made people's hearts palpitate. Buzz! All of a sudden, the huge teleportation formation on the left lit up with a dazzling brilliance. The two giants opened their eyes and glanced to the left with cold eyes. A cyan silhouette slowly condensed on the huge teleportation formation. Under the cyan robe, the figure looked a little frail. There was a strange black long saber on his back. On his shoulder was a small black beast. It blinked its small eyes and looked around curiously. It was Yi Qing Han and Blackie, who had just teleported over from the Fire Dragon continent. Is this the divine world? Yi Qing Han blinked his eyes and looked around. This place gave him an ancient and desolate aura. However, it was very comfortable. The divine qi in the air was 100 times thicker than in the carefree pavilion. At this moment, every pore on his body was slightly opened, and he felt very comfortable. A divine realm warrior and a divine beast. The two of you, stand over there. We will send them away together. A cold voice came. Yi Qing Han and Xiao He quickly looked over. So powerful. The two of them were at least god generals, and they were even taller. Yi Qing Han's heart trembled when he felt the aura of the two men. This aura was as strong as Jin Qi's aura back then. He didn't dare to say anything and respectfully cupped his hands towards the two men before standing to one side. Boss, are these two giants very strong? What realm are they at? Xiao He rolled his eyes, pouting his lips as he sent a message. Very strong. I can't sense their realm. Don't talk. This place isn't the continent. Although Lord Devourer is strong, he can't control this place. We should be careful and stay low-key. Yi Qing Han hurried to send a message to Blackie, asking him not to talk more. Lord Devourer had told him that the high-profile people in the divine world would die the fastest. Yi Qing Han stood quietly, trying to sense the difference between the divine world and the fire dragon plane. The more he sensed, the more frightened he became. The space constraint here was so strong. Yi Qing Han tried to use his divine power to float in the air. He had to use 1/5 of his divine power to float. Old Lu, why is the divine world so strange? I can't even fly. I don't know how far I can teleport. Yi Qing Han sent a message to Old Lu in the carefree pavilion, throwing out his doubts. Teleport. You want to teleport in the divine world? In your dreams. Even a god emperor can't teleport in the divine world. With your divine power, you can't even fly more than 100 meters high. Moreover, you can fly no more than 10,000 miles before your divine power is exhausted. Alright, I will tell you about this later. Don't talk nonsense. Just wait to be teleported to the newbie village. I will send you a message then. Old Lu didn't choose to teleport with Yi Qing Han to the divine world. Instead, he stayed in the carefree pavilion. However, he asked Yi Qing Han to summon Xiao He. Yi Qing Han didn't ask much. He kept a low profile and didn't even dare to send a message. What? Even a god emperor can't teleport. Only 10,000 miles. Yi Qing Han was shocked. The divine world was indeed strange. In the Fire Dragon continent, he could teleport a few thousand miles. Even flying 10,000 miles in 2 hours was easy. Moreover, flying didn't consume any divine power. He could use his divine senses to scan the area within 10,000 miles. Oh, right. Yi Qinghan thought about his divine senses and decided to test how far they could spread. Damn. I can only spread a few thousand meters. My strength in the divine world is reduced by 1/3. Yi Qinghan now understood why Lord Devour said that those who were high profile would die faster. He couldn't teleport here. If he was targeted by an expert, he wouldn't be able to run. He could only wait for death. Boz. Just as Yi Qinghan was feeling apprehensive, the teleportation array lit up again. A huge man with black scales and a black horn on his head appeared in the teleportation array. His dark golden eyes were filled with coldness and arrogance. As soon as he arrived, he looked around and laughed crazily, shouting, "Haha, divine world. I'm finally here. Beauties of the divine world, just wait to tremble under Lord Devil Tyrant's whip." Swish! All of a sudden, a giant silver-haired man standing by the teleportation formation took out a long white stick. This stick suddenly lengthened, turning into a white phantom that was dozens of meters long. It swept the one-horned giant man toward Yi Qinghan. Thud! The one-horned giant man didn't have time to dodge. He was blown away. More than half of the scales on his body had been smashed into smithereens. He tumbled in the air, and black blood sprayed wildly in the air. Finally, he rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. He could only breathe in and out. He had been smashed to a half-dead state. "If you dare to make noise again, I'll kill you without mercy." The silver-haired giant man took back the white stick, glared at him coldly, and continued to sit with his legs crossed with his eyes closed. Hiss. So strong. So ruthless. Yi Qinghan looked at the one-horned giant man in the distance and felt lucky. Fortunately, he was low-key. Otherwise, he would have ended up like that man. The divine world was indeed a place where the strong ruled. They would start a fight at the slightest disagreement and kill decisively. Cough. Cough. The one-horned giant man lay on the ground for a long time before he managed to stand up. There was no arrogance on his face. Instead, he was shocked. He sat with his legs crossed and closed his eyes to heal himself. Boz. Every once in a while, the teleportation formation would light up again. Countless people and divine beasts were teleported. Many of them were races that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. There were those with 3 legs, dwarfs, 6 eyes, and other strange people. There were also strange divine beasts. Yi Qinghan secretly observed. These people were basically at the first layer of the divine realm. Only a very beautiful lady was at the second layer of the divine realm. Of course, there were 3 divine beasts that Yi Qinghan didn't know what special abilities they had. Most of these people and divine beasts were very low-key and respectful. Of course, there were a few who were as arrogant as the giant man. In the end, they were all hit by the stick and fell to the ground with serious injuries. It's about time. Big brother, where should we send these people? Half a day later, hundreds of people had gathered in the square. The golden-robed giant man on the left suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the other giant man. Let me check. The huge man opened his eyes and waved his hand. A huge golden booklet appeared in his hand. He flipped through it and coldly said, "Send this group of people to Longyang Prefecture, Fenghui City, and the Firework Tribe. The next group to Martial Origin Prefecture, Martial Water City." You. The giant man stood up and swept his silver eyes over Yi Qinghan and the others. He said coldly, "Enter this teleportation formation." Yes. My lord. Everyone who had experienced the scene just now didn't say anything. They walked toward the teleportation formation in silence. Yi Qinghan had many doubts, but Elder Lu didn't send him a message. He didn't say anything and followed the crowd into the teleportation formation. When the silver-haired giant saw that everyone had entered, a silver light suddenly appeared in his hand and he waved it toward the teleportation formation. Then, the teleportation formation suddenly glowed and a purple light shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding stone platform. A white light flashed. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains thousands of meters high, and he couldn't see the top of them. There were neat rows of wooden lofts in the valley. Pink flowers and lush green ancient trees were planted next to the lofts. The scenery was very charming. Apart from the people who had been teleported here, there was only one person in the valley. A handsome middle-aged man in a blue robe with 2 demon horns on his head stood proudly in front of the square, looking at them coldly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man suddenly emitted a domineering and cold aura, which attracted the attention of the people who were looking around. He then said coldly, "Newcomers, welcome to the Firework Tribe. We are the leaders of the tribe, the great Lord Neopodian. I hope that you will have a good time in the Firework Tribe in the next 100 years." Swoosh! As soon as the middle-aged man's words were heard, there were countless sounds of people piercing through the air. Figures flew up into the sky from countless lofts and looked over curiously. "Ha, a group of newcomers has come. The Firework Tribe hasn't had fresh blood for a long time. Hee hee, the newcomers are here. We are considered old people now. We can finally turn over and bully the newcomers. Wow, there are more than 10 beauties in this group. TSK, that blue-haired lady is so elegant. My Lord Fire God's happy days are here. Hee hee, that handsome guy in the green robe and that handsome guy in the white robe are mine. Whoever dares to snatch them from me, I will fight him to the death." Countless voices sounded and shocked the people in the field. Looking at the countless gazes sweeping around them with evil intentions, they were all secretly shocked. Yi Qinghan also felt his blood run cold. He realized that at least one martial artist's gaze was locked on him. One day, it was the seductive lady who called herself the Cleopatra. Her gaze was so fierce that it was as if she wanted to skin him alive. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and countless people in the air shut their mouths. The person who made the sound was the self-proclaimed leader of the Firework Tribe, Lord Neopodian. He looked up coldly at the people above the lofts and said angrily, "All of you, get lost. If you dare to make any noise again, 500 points will be deducted." As soon as Neopodian's words fell, the hundreds of people in the air immediately flew down to the lofts like frightened rabbits. In an instant, all of them disappeared without a trace. Chapter 474. Newcomers, don't worry. I can guarantee your safety in the tribe. Of course, once you leave the tribe, I won't care whether you live or die. Neopodian glanced at the crowd and continued, "However, don't even think about leaving the tribe. There are countless demonic beasts outside the tribe. Even a peak godly general will die if he dares to run around outside, let alone you. Therefore, you must stay in the Firework Tribe for 100 years and earn enough points to obtain the badge of a citizen of the realm of the gods. Only then can you use the transportation device in the tribe to leave for other cities in the realm of the gods." Wow! 100 years. That long? There are countless demonic beasts outside. Even a peak godly general will die. This. Points. What's a badge? As soon as Neopodian finished speaking, the 400 to 500 people began to whisper among themselves. Earlier on the ascension platform, the 2 silver-haired giants were too ferocious, so no one dared to speak. Now that Neopodian seemed to be easy to talk to, they began to clamor and ask questions. Silence. Neopodian waved his hands in the air, and with a shake of his left hand, he took out a gray ring. Then, he waved his hand and scattered the rings to everyone. There was no more, no less. Everyone got one, and even Xiao He got one. Use your blood to recognize the owner. This is an interspatial ring that the realm of the gods gives to newcomers when they ascend. Of course, this is the best one. This is also your temporary badge. The interspatial ring contains an introduction to the realm of the gods, the rules of the realm of the gods, and 100 divine stones. You can use the serial number in the interspatial ring to go to your own residence and learn how to survive in the realm of the gods through the manual. Wow, I have an interspatial ring. Xiao He did a somersault on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and played with the ring. Yi Qinghan also looked at the ring in his hand for a while. Finally, he saw a very small number on the back of the ring, 1119. Then, he curiously dripped a drop of blood on it. The gray ring emitted a faint beam of light. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his spirit power. Sure enough, there were 2 booklets and 10 round black stones as big as a fingernail. However, this spatial ring seemed a little small. It was only 1 cubic meter, much smaller than Master God 2's spatial ring, let alone his unfettered pavilion. Listen up, all of you. Those who violate the iron law of the god realm in the firework tribe will die. Anyone who fights in the tribe will die. Anyone who forced the aberrations to have sex within the tribe would die. Anyone who forcibly takes other people's treasures in the tribe shall die. Trespassers of the fireworks pavilion shall die. That's enough. If he had any questions, he could read the Heavenly Realm newcomer's record or ask the tribe's law enforcement team members. Everyone, go back to your rooms. After saying that, Neopodian turned around and strode towards the back of the valley, towards the largest pavilion. Although he was walking, every step he took him dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. In the end, he disappeared into the largest pavilion. That should be the fireworks pavilion, right? Yi Qinghan scanned his surroundings and realized that only the pavilion that Neopodian had entered was different from the others. The rest of the pavilions were all exactly the same. He couldn't help but secretly memorize them. That was a forbidden area. Trespassers would die. At the same time, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Neopodian had said a lot about this and that, this meant that one would die. But this proved one thing, in the firework tribe, in this valley, it was absolutely safe. This was a good thing for those who had just ascended to the god realm and were relatively weak. After all, there were thousands of powerhouses who had ascended to the god realm for an unknown period of time. Among the group of people who had flown up just now, there were many people at the peak of the heaven god realm. This was equivalent to indirectly protecting the newcomers. Boss. Mine is 1118 and yours is 1119. We are in the same line. Hurry, let's go and find our rooms. Xiao He reached out with his claws and took Yi Qinghan's spatial ring. He looked at it and shouted excitedly. Yi Qinghan looked at the hundreds of people around him and nodded. Then, he brought Xiao He and flew towards the group of pavilions on the left. 11171118. Xiao He, your courtyard is here, and mine is next to it. After searching for a while, Yi Qinghan finally found the courtyard that belonged to the 2 of them. No. I'm staying with boss. Come, let's go to 1119. Xiao He didn't even look at it. He jumped down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder and jumped into the courtyard at the side. The courtyard wasn't big. It was much smaller than the Chilling Heart Pavilion. There was only a front courtyard and 3 rooms. There wasn't much furniture inside, and it was very simple. Yi Qinghan didn't have any requirements for the rooms. He walked around twice and finally sat in the front courtyard. His divine sense moved, and 2 black booklets appeared in his hands. Elder Lu didn't say anything. He decided to first figure out what was going on in the immortal realm so that he could adapt as quickly as possible. Neopatian had said that he would stay here for 100 years, which made him anxious. One had to know that he had to become the fire dragon overlord within 980 years. It would be terrible if he wasted 100 years in this small tribe. After flipping open the Immortal Realm newcomer's record, Yi Qinghan finally understood what was going on. It turned out that people who ascended from the material plane would be teleported to this small tribe. Every newcomer had to contribute to the Immortal Realm for close to 100 years to earn enough points. Only then would they obtain the emblem of a citizen of the Immortal Realm and be able to roam freely in the Immortal Realm. Without the emblem, they would be mercilessly killed when entering a city. The Immortal Realm is actually so dangerous. At the same time, Yi Qinghan was shocked. The Immortal Realm newcomer's record said that there were a total of 100 prefectures in the Misty Continent. There were a total of 100 prefectures in the Misty Continent. Each prefecture had 108 cities, and each city had 108 tribes. The cities and tribes within the prefectures were absolutely safe, but the vast areas were filled with countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had no intelligence and would automatically attack humans on sight. Some of the stronger demonic beasts could even kill ordinary god emperors in a second. Hence, apart from the cities and a few places, the rest of the land was extremely dangerous. Roaming around without permission would basically result in death. Sigh. Xiao He, we actually have to stay here for 100 years. Yi Qinghan looked through the record again and sighed helplessly. The record clearly stated that in order to obtain so many points and the emblem of the Immortal Realm, one would have to complete a large number of missions. According to the calculations of an ordinary God Realm expert, it would take at least 100 years to complete. Hee, little man. If you follow me, I guarantee that you won't need 100 years to obtain the emblem. And I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you in the firework tribe. Just as Xiao He was about to speak, a flirtatious voice suddenly rang out from outside the loft. Following that, an incomparably flirtatious woman pushed open the door of the loft and walked in. Her pair of soul-stirring eyes were glowing as she stared fixedly at Yi Qinghan. A small pink tongue was in her mouth and licked her red lips. Her alluring figure swayed as she slowly walked in with the water serpent steps and looked at Yi Qinghan with a charming smile. Follow you? How do you want to follow me? Yi Qinghan looked at this coquettish woman and couldn't help but feel a little interested. The corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile as he spoke indifferently. The coquettish woman laughed, and her voluptuous breast swayed. Suddenly, she reached out a hand and hooked Yi Qinghan's chin. She moved her head closer and said, Hee, it's very simple. As long as you become this queen's male pet, this queen will protect you. I will let you live an extremely comfortable life in the firework tribe. Chapter 475. Oh, I am Yi Qinghan. May I know your name? Yi Qinghan chuckled and didn't evade, allowing the seductive woman to hook his chin. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him and smelling the faint fragrance on her body, he felt a different kind of alluring and stimulating feeling. The seductive lady let out a breath of fragrance. Her tender red lips suddenly moved closer. When they were only 0.01 centimeters away from Yi Qinghan's lips, she retracted her lips at lightning speed. She smiled and said, You can call me Cleopatra, little man. To tell you the truth, the firework tribe has 3 hegemons. There's an abominable beast maniac from the orc plane. There's also a chrysanthemum who only loves beautiful young men. His strength is at the peak of the divine realm. He cultivates the law of destruction and has extremely powerful attacks. Many men in the tribe have fallen under his demonic whip. Other than me and 2 others who can barely deal with him, the others are no match for him. I saw him looking at you a few times just now. If you don't follow me now, don't come crying to me when the time comes. Hee. Damn, there are such hobbies in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan's body heated up after being teased by Cleopatra. But after listening to Cleopatra's words, all the pores on his body shrank. He thought of the red-robed divine master Tuesday. There are many hobbies in the divine realm. Our Longyang prefecture has the most. Do you know why it's called Longyang prefecture? It's because our prefecture master, God Emperor Longyang, is the best in the Tao of Longyang. Cleopatra was wearing a tight-fitting black leather jacket. Her chest was cut very low, revealing two creamy, white semicircles. As she laughed, they trembled. Yi Qinghan was dazzled by her beauty. Damn! So it's like this. I was wondering why it's called Longyang prefecture. Black lines appeared on Yi Qinghan's forehead. He rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment before asking, Lady Cleopatra, you just said that we don't need 100 years. What do you mean? Cleopatra withdrew her smile and stared at Yi Qinghan with slight surprise. She seduced him with seduction and threatened him. After saying so much, this seemingly frail man did not show the slightest trace of fear or panic. Instead, he asked the crucial questions. She had lived for thousands of years and had seen countless people. She could tell at a glance that Yi Qinghan's body was full of vitality. He had definitely cultivated for less than 100 years. His aptitude could be said to be top-notch. How could he be so calm now? He was even more powerful than a 1,000-year-old demon. He couldn't help but be more interested in Yi Qinghan. She stood up straight and stretched her body, exposing her perfect curves. She glanced at Xiao He, who was behind Yi Qinghan. She revealed a faint smile and said, It's not a secret. You'll know about it later, so there's no harm in telling you. I'm sure you've read the records. Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded, Cleopatra continued, If you want to get the God badge and travel freely in the God world, you must accumulate enough points. These points can be obtained by mining, forging, making armor, breeding, gathering, hunting beasts for materials, and many other methods. Other than hunting beasts, the other methods require at least 100 years to accumulate enough points to get the badge. It was the fastest way to kill demonic beasts. However, for a warrior who has just entered the heavenly god realm like you, if you dare to hunt beasts, you'll definitely become their food. So, normal newcomers will not dare to hunt beasts unless they are at the second level of the heavenly god realm or have comprehended a very strong law of nature. Cleopatra's expression suddenly became extremely proud. She stared at Yi Qinghan and said in an extremely serious tone, However, if you follow me, you won't have to rely on other methods to obtain points. I'll bring all of you to hunt beasts, and the points we obtain will be divided equally among all of you. I cultivate the law of darkness, the supreme law of nature. I can easily kill ordinary second-level beasts. Every time I bring people out, we can obtain large amounts of beast materials. Other than what we give to the chief, the rest can be sold for large amounts of points and divine stones. But, for a newcomer like you, if you dare to go out on your own, I can guarantee that once you meet a second-level beast, you won't be able to escape death. Do you understand? Little man. Oh. I see. After listening, Yi Qinghan finally understood. Of course, he also felt disgusted by this beautiful woman who seemed to be doing everything for his own good. Obviously, the fastest way to earn points in the firework tribe was to hunt demonic beasts. However, hunting demonic beasts was the most dangerous. This Cleopatra clearly didn't have good intentions. She had lured and threatened the newcomers, gathering a large group of people to hunt demonic beasts together. They would probably be the ones who would rush to their deaths, and she would be the one who would obtain the most points. Moreover, Yi Qinghan guessed that the other experts in the tribe would definitely threaten and bribe him to join their forces. Humph. Yi Qinghan wasn't a fool. Of course, he wouldn't do something that wouldn't bring him any benefits. Moreover, Cleopatra's peak heaven god realm strength wasn't enough for him. Divine Master 2 was also a peak Heaven God realm expert with a terrifying will attack. His strength was comparable to a first-level Divine General, but he was still killed in the end. Although Lord Devourer had instructed him not to use the Soul Devourer world easily, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of an ordinary peak Heaven God realm expert. Moreover, didn't Carefree Pavilion have a peak Heaven God realm expert, Old Lu? After pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan had an idea. He squinted his eyes and looked at Cleopatra playfully. He said with a smile, "Lady Cleopatra, how many experts do you have? Are they all your male pets?" "Ha! Little man. Why are you interested in my male pets?" "Of course, if you join us, we can have some fun." Cleopatra was a little surprised, but she still said with a smile. Then, her pretty face with a noble aura revealed a trace of complacency. "I have a lot of subordinates. I have 2 peak stage heavenly gods, 13 third-tier heavenly gods, and hundreds of second-tier heavenly gods. In the Firework tribe, apart from Shou Kuang and his gang, my subordinates are the strongest. Of course, if you like to be whipped by Shou Kuang, you can also choose to join his team. However, his subordinates often. There's blood in the floral region, hee hee." "Oh. I got it. Thank you for your advice, Cleopatra. Can I think about it for a while?" Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was even more disgusted. He glanced at Cleopatra's waist and thought about how her black fungus was being enjoyed by nearly 100 men at the same time. He could not help but feel bored. He was a playboy, but definitely not a pervert. Although Cleopatra was extremely beautiful, he was not a pervert. A man's taste was very important. "Hee hee, okay, little man. I live in room 119. Once you've made up your mind, you can come and find me anytime. I'll let you have a taste that you've never had before." A strange light flashed in Queen Yan's eyes, but she did not try to persuade him. Instead, she let out a long laugh and flew into the sky, disappearing into a room on the right. She must have gone to seduce other newcomers. "Boss, I don't like this woman. Don't follow her." Before he ascended, Yi Qinghan had told Xiao He to listen to him. Xiao He was very obedient. He did not say a word when Cleopatra arrived. Only now did his little face show a trace of disgust and disdain. Yi Qinghan's eyes moved quickly a few times. He had a plan in mind. He decided to stay in the Firework tribe and cultivate his divine power. Once his divine power increased, he would go out of the tribe to hunt demon beasts. He was very clear that if he went out now, the people from those forces would definitely do something to him, force him to submit, or kill him. He smiled and started to transmit his voice to Xiao He. Other than Immortal, who is a god general, the strongest person in the Firework tribe is only a peak heaven god. Does your boss need to follow them? Wait until I cultivate my divine power and understand the situation in the tribe. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will make them suffer. Chapter 476. As expected. After Cleverly Empress left, 2 more people came to the small room. They threatened, and lured Yi Qinghan. There was only one goal, and that was to get Yi Qinghan to join their faction. Unless he stayed in the tribe for 100 years, he would definitely die if he went out alone. Yi Qinghan didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to be too high profile. He dealt with them politely and got a general idea of the situation in the Firework tribe from them. The strongest expert of the Firework tribe, Immortal. 3rd-tier divine general from Longyang Prefecture's Dancing Phoenix City. He was in charge of the security and management of the Firework tribe as long as they didn't violate the Immortal Realm's laws or his rules. He never cared about the internal strife in the tribe. He had a law enforcement team with a total of 10 people. They were all first-tier divine general and also from Dancing Phoenix City. Like Immortal, they only cared about security and didn't care about anything else. Shou Kuang was the leader of the strongest faction in the tribe. He was a peak divine god and had close to 1,000 subordinates. Of course, he wasn't as bad as Cleverly Empress had described. Although he did have some interests, he didn't force his subordinates. He was just very overbearing. Cleverly Empress was the second faction. She was a divine beast, a heavenly fox. She was promiscuous and had 600 to 700 subordinates. Among them, 100 were women while the rest were male concubines. The entire faction was the most promiscuous and complicated faction in the Firework tribe. The leader of the third faction was a divine beast, a four-clawed golden dragon. He was a peak divine god and was about to form his fifth claw. He had hundreds of divine beasts under him. It was worth mentioning that there was a small faction. The leader was a woman with the same surname as Yi Qinghan. She was called Yi Yaorao. Her name was very alluring. It was said that she was an icy beauty. She was also a peak divine god. She had a cold personality and only had close to 100 subordinates. She never participated in the fights between the three factions and only worked together to protect herself. Of course, there were many independent cultivators who didn't join any faction. They trained hard and fought alone. There was something else that puzzled Yi Qinghan. The Firework tribe had 3 hegemons. Including her, there were 4 hegemons. But if the leaders of the 3 factions were the 3 hegemons, who was the last hegemon? When Yi Qinghan asked one of Shou Kuang's subordinates, that person stammered and refused to say anything. He seemed to be very afraid. This piqued Yi Qinghan's interest. After dismissing them, Yi Qinghan sat in the courtyard for a long time. When he realized that no one else would come to disturb him, he entered the loft and released his god domain to transmit a message to Elder Lu. Little Han, have we arrived at the new tribe? Elder Lu released his divine sense and sensed for a moment. Then, he transmitted his voice to Hanli with relief. Yi Qinghan quickly recounted everything that had happened along the way. He needed Elder Lu to give him an analysis and a more comprehensive explanation. Yes, your method is not wrong. Elder Lu transmitted his voice in satisfaction. Then, he began to explain in detail, I'm a native of the Immortal realm. I've never experienced this before, but I know a thing or two. The Immortal realm is very dangerous, but it's not as dangerous as they make it out to be. There are basically no overly powerful demonic beasts outside the tribes and cities. This is because powerful demonic beasts will be cleaned up by powerful cultivators from time to time. As long as you don't stray too far from the tribe, unless there are special circumstances, you should be able to escape unscathed. What you need to do now is to work hard on cultivating your divine power. You need to at least reach the second tier of divine power before you can go out and hunt demonic beasts. At that time, you will be able to obtain large amounts of demonic beast materials in a short period of time. Then, you can go to the Immortal realm to exchange for points with the people of the God of War Pavilion. During this period of time, you can try out other missions that can earn you points, such as refining weapons. Things like digging up God's stones might be helpful to your comprehension of laws. Remember, don't cause trouble or kill in the tribe. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Yes, I understand, Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, people of the God of War Pavilion? What is the God of War Pavilion? Aren't they exchanging points with the tribe leader? Yi Qinghan had always thought that they were exchanging points with Neopodian, so he hadn't asked about Cleopatra and the rest. Of course you can exchange points with the tribe leader. However, the exchange rate is very strict. If you exchange points with him, you will be able to obtain the corresponding honor points. Once your honor points and strength reach a certain level, you will be able to use your honor points to join the official army of the Longyang Prefecture. For example, the leader of the Firework tribe's law enforcement team. Those with high honor points can even become the city lord of the Dancing Phoenix City. You will slowly learn about these things in the future. Elder Lu had lived in the immortal realm for many years. Although the Blood Deer tribe had been exterminated and he had been living in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he was still very clear about the affairs of the immortal realm. The God of War Pavilion is different. The God of War Pavilion is the most powerful force in the entire immortal realm. Their forces are spread across the 6 continents and the Star Sea. In fact, there are people from the God of War Pavilion in every tribe. Basically, every tribe's Loft 100 was occupied by people from the War God's Manor. You could go there to exchange points and divine stones. The exchange rate was very high, and they were honest. Of course, if you have enough points, you can exchange them for divine stones. If you have enough divine stones, you can buy anything you want from them, from local specialties to spatial divine items and even God the Arch divine crystals. As long as you have enough divine stones, you can buy anything. Pfft, Yi Qinghan's jaw dropped. He gasped and was speechless for a long time. This God of War Pavilion was too awesome. They could even buy God the Arch divine crystals. God Thearchs were the pinnacle existences. According to Elder Lu, if he had enough divine stones, he could go to the God of War Pavilion and buy a pinnacle God General divine crystal, then a pinnacle God King divine crystal, and finally a God the Arch divine crystal. If he gave it to Yi Qingwu or Yi Qingyu to refine, wouldn't he be able to create a God the Arch? This was too crazy. This was too unbelievable. The power of the God of War Pavilion was too terrifying. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that a God General divine crystal would be extremely valuable. The amount of divine stones needed would be astronomical, not to mention the God King and God the Arch divine crystals. What is that? Elder Lu. If the House of Aries is so powerful, why would the 8 sovereigns allow it to develop? Moreover, the God of War Pavilion is so rich, why would no one covet it? Or was the God of War Pavilion founded by the 8 sovereigns? Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully after thinking for a moment. No one knows who founded the God of War Pavilion, but no one dares to attack the God of War Pavilion. Number 1, the God of War Pavilion never participates in the conflicts of the continent. If they don't provoke them, they definitely won't attack. Number 2, the God of War Pavilion is too powerful. Joining the God of War Pavilion will only bring you endless benefits, but the God of War Pavilion will never ask you to do anything. Therefore, the people of the Divine Realm have always regarded joining the God of War Pavilion as an honor. It is even rumored that 5 of the 8 sovereigns are 9th-grade war gods of the God of War Pavilion. Lord Devour's nickname is the Dancing Butterfly War God. She is a member of the God of War Pavilion, and she is a very famous war god. The lowest rank in the God of War Pavilion is 1st-grade War God, and the minimum requirement is the God General Realm. Think about it, there are countless war gods in the Divine Realm, and the lowest rank is the God General Realm. Who would dare to provoke the God of War Pavilion? The Dancing Butterfly War God. Yi Qinghan recalled the scene outside Tsang City. When the 4 members of the Golden Horn Divine Clan heard Lord Devour's name, their faces suddenly turned pale, and they called out, "Dancing Butterfly War God," in fear, so that was what happened. Lord Devour was actually so famous in the Divine Realm. The 4 god generals were so scared that their legs trembled when they heard this name. Lord Devour's title of Dancing Butterfly War God must have been obtained by piling up countless corpses. You will slowly understand these things in the future. Don't send voice transmissions in the tribe. When your divine power reaches the 2nd grade and you leave the tribe, I will talk to you in detail. Elder Lu seemed to have some difficulties that he couldn't speak of. He didn't continue the conversation, leaving behind these words before falling silent. Yes. Cultivate diligently. When your strength is strong enough, you will think of a way to get the Flame Dragon Overlord. After that, I will also create a war god for fun. Yi Qinghan thought. Becoming a famous war god like Lord Devour. Countless people in the divine realm who heard this name would turn pale with fright. He couldn't help but feel excited, and his blood started to boil. Chapter 477. Let's go, Xiao He. Let's go out for a walk. After resting in the attic for a day, Yi Qinghan waved to Xiao He, who was pacing around in the room, and walked out. He decided to go to the place where he could get points to see what was going on. After turning a corner in the courtyard, Yi Qinghan walked on the row of attic passageways. Unexpectedly, he found that there was a dispute in front of him, surrounded by many people, and many people flew out of the courtyard to surround that side. He could not help but follow them curiously. Looking from a distance, he found two acquaintances. One of them was the blue-haired beautiful woman who had teleported with him, and next to her stood a woman in white. At this time, the blue-haired woman was staring at a strong man in black opposite her, seemingly arguing about something. This man in black was the messenger who had just gone to Yi Qinghan's place to persuade him to join Beast Maniac's side. Xiaohu, Lan Shui, has agreed to join our ice and snow valley. If you still dare to pester us, I won't be polite. Yi Qinghan listened attentively and happened to hear the cold words of the woman in white, which were very rude. *T. Bingyu, Lan Shui, has just agreed to join our Beast King bloodline. It was you who interfered. If you continue to meddle in this matter, believe it or not, next time we go out, I will ask Boss Beast Maniac to take turns on you. The man in black was very angry and extremely insolent. The woman in white trembled with anger, and her face became even colder. Her eyes were full of anger. You, humph. Xiaohu, you trash, aren't you just relying on Beast Maniac to back you up? If you have the ability, let's go out of the tribe and fight one-on-one. Believe it or not, I will chop you into meat paste in 10 moves. And the woman in blue named Lan Shui, also looked at Xiaohu angrily, but did not say anything. She just watched silently, obviously not daring to offend him. After listening for a while, Yi Qinghan understood that Xiaohu's bluff must have scared Lan Shui, and made her agree to join the Beast King bloodline. But halfway through, Bingyu appeared and exposed the usual evil of the Beast King bloodline. Lan Shui came to her senses and turned to Yi Yaorao's ice and snow valley. Thus, Xiaohu was unconvinced and stopped the two of them, starting a war of words. It seemed that the small fireworks tribe was very complicated. Yi Qinghan decided to keep a lower profile. Otherwise, he would be embroiled in a dispute between several factions. Although he was not afraid of it, it would definitely be very troublesome and annoying. After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan realized that in the tribe, the two of them only dared to spit insults at each other. They didn't dare to start a real fight. Feeling a bit bored, he prepared to leave. However, he noticed that the crowd had suddenly opened up a path and were looking back with complicated expressions. He couldn't help but be startled and looked over. With just one glance, Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately lit up with a strange splendor. He couldn't help but secretly applaud. What a peerless beauty! A woman in white slowly walked out from the back of the crowd. Her footsteps were slow, but it felt like her feet weren't moving at all. Her body was constantly floating over. And Yi Qinghan could clearly see that this woman didn't use a trace of divine power. She was definitely not flying in the air. He couldn't help but be secretly amazed. The woman was tall and slender, with exquisite features. She had the same silver hair as Yi Qingyu. She held a white sword in her hand, and her whole body was white. The most eye-catching thing was the woman's exposed skin. Yi Qinghan felt that, as white as snow, and skin as smooth as cream, could be used to describe this woman's skin. Her face, neck, palms, as long as it was exposed, there was not a trace of blemish. It was white and smooth, exuding a faint soft glow. It made people want to kiss it hard. The woman's face was expressionless, and her body didn't emit any divine power or temperament. But when Yi Qin Han looked at her, it was as if he was looking at an iceberg. This woman seemed to be born with a kind of cold temperament. Once a warrior entered the immortal level, he could use the power of the divine crystal to slightly change his appearance. Therefore, beautiful women were very common in the immortal realm. In the firework tribe, Yi Qin Han had seen many beautiful women. At least they weren't ugly. Therefore, to judge whether a woman in the immortal realm was beautiful or not, it depended on the temperament she inadvertently revealed. Cleopatra's whole body emitted a lewd temperament that could arouse the desire of men. And Lan Shui's every movement was gentle and elegant, which was also attractive. However, this woman naturally revealed a cold temperament, which was the most seductive, involuntarily attracting men. Sister alluring. Xiao Hu, Yi. When Bingyu saw the woman coming, her eyes immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. She narrated to the cold woman with grief and indignation. When Xiao Hu saw the woman coming, his body slightly shrank, and his face darkened. He seemed to be somewhat afraid of this woman. The cold woman listened to Bingyu's narration expressionlessly. Then, she slightly raised her head and looked at Xiao Hu with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her eyes emitted a trace of cold air that was visible to the naked eye. Her lips parted slightly, and a very pleasant voice that made people feel as if they had fallen into a cold cellar. I will count to 3. Scram immediately. Otherwise, once you leave the tribe, I will definitely kill you. You should know whether or not I mean what I said. Yi alluring, you, don't go too far. Don't tell me you want to start a war with the berserk beast leader. The moment Xiao Hu saw the cold look in the woman's eyes, he was so frightened that he suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back. Then, he felt that he had lost face in front of so many people. He hurriedly pointed at Yi alluring and shouted angrily. 1, 2, swish. When Yi alluring counted to 1, the strong man in black clothes, Xiao Hu's body immediately surged with divine power. He suddenly turned around and ran into the distance. He ran so quickly that he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This woman was actually so ferocious, so valiant. Yi Qin Han secretly clicked his tongue. He had checked Xiao Hu's strength. He was in the 2nd tier of the divine realm. Yi Qin Han didn't expect him to be so scared by Yi alluring's words that he turned around and ran away, disregarding so many people present. As soon as Xiao Hu left, the cold look in Yi alluring's eyes disappeared. She regained her calm and indifferent expression, but people could still feel the coldness from her body. She turned around and nodded at Lan Shui. Then, she said indifferently, from now on, you will follow me. No one in the firework tribe will dare to touch you. After saying that, the woman turned around and left. However, she had only taken half a step when she suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked to the east. Her cold eyes were full of surprise, and her cold face also revealed a slight astonished expression. Then, she actually flew into the sky and flew to the east of the valley. Ha! The surrounding people were about to leave. Seeing Yi alluring's expression, they immediately looked to the east. Their faces were filled with surprise, which eventually turned into joy. They quickly flew to the east. What's that? The east was the only entrance to the valley. Yi Qin Han looked to the east in confusion. After looking for a while, he didn't find anything. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face revealed a shocked expression. Swish! At the same time, a few air-piercing sounds came from the valley. In the west of the valley, from the innermost large pavilion, the firework pavilion, several figures shot out rapidly. Above the countless small pavilions, countless figures also shot into the sky and rushed to the valley entrance. The beast tide has broken out in advance. Everyone in the tribe, gather at the valley entrance. A loud roar sounded out of nowhere in the valley. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in the middle of the night, exploding in the quiet valley. It was the tribe chief, Neo Potion's roar. Swish! This time, the entire firework tribe seemed to be in an uproar. Countless ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Countless figures flew out from the small pavilions and rushed to the valley entrance. All of their faces were filled with fighting spirit and excitement. Roar! Ao! Woo! At this moment, there were countless strange roars that resounded throughout the world from outside the valley. The loud roars entered the valley and reverberated in the valley, causing the countless rookies that were hesitating to fly in mid-air to turn livid with fright. They were frightened out of their wits. Go! Xiao Hei! A hint of fanaticism flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He glanced at Xiao Hei. One man and one beast flew towards the valley entrance at lightning speed. Chapter 478. The firework tribe was surrounded on three sides by towering mountain peaks. One side was the entrance. This entrance was in the shape of a trumpet. The innermost part was only a few hundred meters wide. The entrance was a little narrow, a few thousand meters long. When it reached the outermost part, it was already a few thousand meters wide. However, the entrance to the valley was empty. One could clearly see the situation outside at a glance. There were no protective barriers or gates. When Yi Qinghan arrived at the entrance, there were already thousands of people and mythological beasts gathered there. They were all residents of the tribe. These people and mythological beasts were divided into 4 groups. They were all holding different kinds of weapons. They stood halfway through the entrance of the valley. All of them looked excited. They circulated their divine power and looked like they were ready for a big battle. On the other hand, Neo Potion and the other 10 looked cold. They wore neat white soft armor and had a white cloak with a phoenix carved on it draped over their backs. The 11 of them did not walk to the front of the valley entrance. Instead, they stood at the back leisurely. They did not take out their weapons or circulate their divine power. It seemed like they were not prepared to fight. When Yi Qinghan and the group of newcomers saw this scene, they were puzzled. There were no obstructions at this trumpet entrance. The demonic beasts could charge straight into the valley. Moreover, the roars were getting closer. It seemed like there were many demonic beasts invading this time. Based on the roars, Yi Qinghan and the others could determine that these demonic beasts were at least as strong as divine tier warriors. The 11 strongest people in the valley were standing leisurely at the back. Were they preparing to watch a show? Woo! The demonic beasts finally appeared. A giant blood-red wolf emerged from the forest tens of thousands of meters away. It did not look much different from the wolves in the Fire Dragon continent, except that it was much bigger. It was over 30 meters long and over 10 meters tall. There was a row of spikes on its back that emitted a blood-red glow. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, thousands of giant blood-red wolves emerged. They brought with them billowing dust as they charged towards the entrance of the valley with great momentum. Following closely behind them were giant apes. These apes were 40 to 50 meters tall, and their entire bodies were covered in gray, petrified skin. Their movements were very agile, and the sharp claws on their huge palms were as big as a human's head. Who knew if one's head would be crushed in an instant if they were to grab it? Behind the giant ape were many mantis-like demonic beasts. In front of them were 2 scythe-like arms that glowed with a black light. One look and anyone could tell that they were poisonous. Chi, Yi Qinghan and the nearby rookies drew a gasp. Even without sensing these fey beasts, their auras were at least at the sky god level. One might not be scary, but there were nearly 10,000 of them. That was terrifying. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of these demonic beasts. It was just that this was the first time he had seen such a large number of demonic beasts attacking in an orderly manner. Such a great momentum was always somewhat shocking. Blood wolf, stone ape, and poisonous mantis are all rank 2 demonic beasts. These bastards are going to be rich. Just when everyone was shocked, Neopodian burst into laughter. His tone was filled with disdain towards these demonic beasts. Rank 2 demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan was even more astonished. Didn't Cleopatra say that a rank 2 demonic beast would definitely kill an ordinary sky god? Why did the sky gods in the middle of the valley all look so relaxed and excited, as if they had nothing to fear? What were they relying on? After a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood what they were relying on. When nearly 10,000 demonic beasts rushed into the mouth of the loudspeaker, the ground of the mouth suddenly lit up with a milky white light. This light was very strange. It only covered the entire mouth of the mouth, but did not radiate outwards. At this moment, the entire mouth of the mouth seemed to have become a glass bottle filled with water. The strange thing was that once these demonic beasts stepped into the mouth of the mouth, their movements actually slowed down. Every step seemed to consume a great deal of energy. Even so, the eyes of these demonic beasts were still emitting a devouring light as they continuously advanced into the valley. Kill. Charge. Let's go grab the credit god stones. Waha, I've made a fortune again. The moment the demonic beast stepped into the mouth of the passage, the thousands of people in the middle of the mouth of the passage all released their aura and divine power. They rushed forward like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. The movement of the martial artists is not affected. What kind of array is this? It's so powerful. A martial artist beside Yi Qinghan suddenly said in confusion. Yi Qinghan glanced at him and laughed. This person was the man with a horn and scale armor that was first hit by the silver-haired giant on the ascension platform. It was said that he called himself Demon Overlord. Hearing the voice behind him, Neopodian turned around with a gentle smile and explained to the crowd, this is called the beast trapping array. The effect is very obvious for rank 3 and below demonic beasts. Of course, the beast trapping array in our small tribe is the simplest. If you go to Longyang City, the beast trapping array there is more powerful. It can even trap rank 7 and rank 8 demonic beasts. If you think your strength is good, you can go up and hunt for a while. If you don't leave the beast trapping array, I can guarantee your safety. Swish. As soon as Neopodian finished his words, more than 100 people from the hundreds of people present dashed forward and joined the battle between humans and demonic beasts. This man is not bad. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself and had a good impression of Neopodian. However, he wasn't going to hunt for demonic beasts. Instead, he turned his attention to the battlefield in front and observed carefully. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of cutting firewood. With such a good opportunity, Yi Qinghan naturally wanted to find out more about the demonic beasts. At the same time, he wanted to get a better understanding of the experts in the fireworks tribe. The battle in front was very intense. The few thousand people chose a good spot, which was right in the middle of the path and blocked the path of the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were huge in size, and a few martial artists were hunting one. Furthermore, the demonic beasts were slow, so the martial artists were just attacking. Whenever the demonic beasts attacked, they could easily dodge with a flash of their bodies. Rather than calling it a battle, it was better to call it a massacre. These demonic beasts only know simple material attacks. No special skills. But their defenses are too strong. How is it so hard to kill such fierce attacks that contain nomological laws? However, among these few thousand people, only a few have divine artifacts. There are even a few who are using treasured artifacts. Isn't the divine realm not lacking in divine artifacts? Yi Qinghan observed for a while and found something strange. The powerful demonic beasts in the flame dragon plane all had special skills. For example, the 8 demonic beasts on Purple Island all had powerful skills. There were no demonic beasts in the divine realm. Furthermore, these people had been in the fireworks tribe for decades, but they didn't even have a divine artifact. They were too poor. Actually, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure. Any one of these demonic beasts could go to a material plane and have a peak attack and defense. Even if they didn't have any skills, it would be difficult for ordinary divine realm experts to defeat them. As for divine artifacts,